Let's go, John Egbert, huh?
Uh-huh.
So what's going on with that?
So we begin with a young boy standing in his bedroom. It is his birthday. It is April 13th, 2009, which is the day that the comic began. And this boy does not have a name. The first thing that the readers are queried on is what this boy's name is going to be. And someone tries to name him Zoo Smell Poop Lord. Yep. Zoo Smell being a reference to Zoo Smells, Hussey's older comic about men who love the smell of filthy animals. And so right off the bat, we establish the abstraction of kind of this weird gaming apparatus that is already framing these characters, but also the fact that that apparatus is going to push back on certain types of input. It's not going to let us name this kid Zeusmel. It is going to name him, or it will let us name him John Egbert, which was the first reader-submitted name.
So John Egbert is not a reference. It doesn't mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's just this little kid's name.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, so yeah, we obviously, well, maybe not obviously based on what we've said so far, but we're not going panel by panel necessarily. But it will behoove you. You do not have to have read Homestuck. You don't have to read along with us to listen to the show. I don't think. I think we're going to give you a good enough maneuver here. But I will say that I'm going to be referring to certain things in the images, and I'll try my best to say which panel numbers these are, so you can kind of look along if you want to, or just kind of know what we're talking about or where we're referencing. But these first 30, the reason I kind of want to talk about this is these first less than 50 panels is they're setting up the rules, of how we interact with this thing. And I think for you, Michael, we had a little bit of a conversation, a little bit of a back and forth about how much to do per episode, or at least for this first episode. Because I think for you, all this is very natural, right? Like, you live in this mode of reading at this point.
Yeah.
But for me, like, coming into it, like, the information density of a single panel of Homestuck is nigh overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
Because we jump into basically this kind of master shot of John Egbert's room, and there's a shitload of things going on. And again, like I said, I'm not trying to read every panel, but this description of this just gives you a good sense of like what happens when we get a descriptor in Homestuck. So your name is John. This is the caption. Your name is John. As was previously mentioned, it is your birthday. A number of cakes are scattered around your room. You have a variety of interests. You have a passion for really terrible movies. You like to program computers, but you were not very good at it. You have a fondness for paranormal lore and are an aspiring amateur musician. You also like to play games sometimes.
Magician.
Oh, what did I say?
You said musician.
Well, maybe that. I don't know one way or the other. Just because it doesn't say doesn't mean it's true. But yes, magician. And it says, what will you do? And kind of, that opens up into the adventure kind of vibe of it, right? But what's happening in this panel is like a huge... There's just a shitload going on here. Like, there's so much going on. So it's for the most part, a black and white screen. It is set up in an isometric perspective. So, think of, and this is going to become important later, think of The Sims, or think of like a Fallout, I guess.
Yeah.
Something like that. And there's a mixture of art styles. So there is a John Egbert himself, for example, is highly iconic. If we're thinking about like a Scott McCloud understanding comic style spectrum between realism and iconicity. McCloud says, realism gives you the granularity of the real world. You see the wrinkles on the face. Iconicity is the smiley face, circle, big smile, two eyeballs, but we know what it's meant to stand in for, right? They are different forms of representation that stand in for different things. So like John Egbert is totally non-realistic, or he's figural. He's like a head. Is he wearing glasses? He's got square eyeballs.
Yeah, those are glasses, yes.
Okay. So but right, I have to ask that question because like in this big shot, not connected. So maybe he's just got square eyeballs. I don't know. He's wearing a t-shirt that might have Slimer on it from Ghostbusters.
We're gonna, I think, learn the name of that character later, and it's just like an off-brand Slimer. But yes,
got it. But then so highly iconic to the point of where I'm having to like, ask these clarifying questions. But then has like a CD stand that is incredibly detailed and extremely of the time period, right? So it's like covered in, it's got a lot of CDs on it. It rotates. I had one of these certainly at the time. I bet you did too, Michael.
Yep.
For my computer games and my CDs and whatnot. And then there are posters on the wall that are the actual posters from the movies, but transformed into grayscale, and then transformed in Photoshop, right, into being the right, looking like they're on the wall. So a huge amount of effort is going into making this weird collapse of different aesthetic styles kind of coherent with one another. These look like posters that would really be in this room, but they don't have any even remotely the same kind of representational strategy. They're not trying to show the world in the same way. And you can tell that this is kind of built for adventure gaminess because this world is meant to be interacted with. There are these cakes. There is a calendar on the wall that's hyper detailed compared to, say, the bed or compared to even the computer, for example. There are these flyers for this thing called Sburb around the room that we'll learn a little bit about more later. So it's set up like an adventure game from the 80s in that there are things that stick out as odd that we are being prompted, or forum goers at the time are being prompted to interact with in particular. I also have to just register my disbelief that someone would put Con Air into the category of terrible movies against Mac and Me.
In addition to that, we have a good old-fashioned chat client on John's computer called Pester Chum, and we get a notification that tells us that one of John's friends is bothering him, and it's a fellow named TG. Turntech Godhead is his handle, but he'll go by TG for quite a while yet.
And they just have like a long text conversation.
I was curious as to sort of like what your thoughts were about this initial conversation. This is, it's the first conversation in Homestuck, and there are going to be many, many conversations to follow.
This really stuck out to me because I've seen obviously like Homestuck panels before, and I've tried to read Homestuck before. I don't think I got as far as that we've gotten certainly for this episode. But what strikes me about this chat log is that Hussey has a gift for voice. It's very clear to me. Like the writing that is here so cleanly distinguishes these two people from one another. And it's not just, obviously it's color coded and like that's happening visually, but the way that these people talk, the kind of cadence of their typing. One, it feels just like AOL Instant Messenger, and that's kind of the vibe here of what's being evoked. Feels like that. Feels very accurate to the time period, even though I think AIM was on the way out by the time this was coming in, right? Like Twitter exists in 2009. But certainly the 10 years previous, or at least like the 6 or 7 years previous, dominated by AOL Instant Messenger and this kind of messenger chat client. MSN Instant Messenger is another one. It didn't run well on my computer, so I didn't use it. But yeah, so like you get a really good sense. You get an extremely good sense of who John Egbert is and his kind of referential, nerdy kind of humor versus the kind of, I don't know if this is accurate for the rest of the story, but certainly the way that they're written, almost like a Channer kind of character from Turntech Godhead from TG. A little bit more, I don't know, a little bit more of an asshole, I guess, and a little bit more of trolly kind of behavior.
TG and John have another conversation about specifically a new game construct that is not the game that they're waiting for, which is Spurb or Suburb. I've heard people pronounce it both ways, and I've always been a Spurb guy. So that,
what have I said so far?
Suburb.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
In my, it's really funny that I've said suburb. In my head, I've said suburb.
Well, that was closer, I think, to Spurb. But John puts on a disguise because he needs to go out and check to see if he has gotten his Spurb beta disc. And in order to leave his room, he will have to interface in some way with his dad. who we have not met, but we get the sense that John finds his dad kind of annoying, and so he puts on this weird little disguise with the Beaglepuss glasses and a wizard hat, and he sets out into the house, and that's kind of where we leave off for now. When we last left off, John Egbert, it was his birthday, had decided to finally leave his room in order to get the disc for the install of a game called Sburb. He has a beta disc for that. He put on a disguise so he could hopefully maybe avoid his dad, and then went out into the hallway outside of his room. What happens next is that John goes downstairs. He walks around his house a lot. We see some interesting things about his house and get some interesting details or implications about his father and his life with his father. He fights his dad in the kitchen. They have an actual RPG battle. Then John gets his game, he goes upstairs, he meets another internet friend of his named Tentacle Therapist, or who we'll call TT, who explains a little bit about how the game works and how it requires kind of 2 players. John installs the game. He also gets a present for his birthday from one of his other internet friends, TG, Turn Tech Godhead, and it is the prop bunny from the Nicolas Cage film Con Air, and John is thrilled by this. He also has a very brief conversation at some point with his 4th internet friend, Gigi, or Garden Gnostic, but she's kind of... something else seems to be going on with Gigi. We get the sense that things are happening kind of on her end that we'll learn more about later. But anyway, the game starts, and how this works is that TT, who is called John's server player, gets the ability to manipulate John's house as if it were a game of The Sims. And so, like, break down walls, rebuild them, move furniture around, pull appliances out of the walls and things like that. Very, very strange. The kids respond to the fact that this happens, like, pretty well. They seem kind of unsurprised that this has happened, but that's what's happening. That's what the game is. It's all very strange and obtuse, and they're kind of trying to figure it out. Eventually, they spawn or place a game construct that releases a thing called a kernel sprite that flashes and follows John around the house. John notices that there appears to be a meteor coming through the sky toward his house, like on a, course to just blow him the hell up. A maimed clown dummy gets thrown into the kernel sprite, which means that it, instead of just being like a thing that's flashing, like a strobing light following him around, it is now a strobing light with the face of a clown in one arm. And then John works with TT to kind of try to figure out what's going on puzzle-wise. At a certain point, we switch perspectives to TT herself, who lives somewhere else. It's nighttime where she is. It's also raining, so she's kind of having internet trouble. She turns out to be a young woman named Rose Lalonde, who lives in a very interesting house. She gets to a place where she can reconnect to her internet and rejoin the game. Just in time to help John figure out kind of the first Sburb puzzle, which requires him to do a bunch of weird game construct stuff, grow a big blue crystal tree, which then drops an apple, which John takes a bite of just seconds before the meteor that is heading toward his house hits his house and blows everything up. And that is how Act 1 of Homestuck ends. Act 2 begins. The introduction of Rose's game fac asserts that Sburb is an apocalypse engine. John, biting the apple, transports his house to a dark void, where it sits atop a pillar of earth over a sea of gray clouds. A strange voice takes over the narrative commands and repeatedly addresses John or makes other bizarre remarks and demands while he explores his house, which John finds in disarray and with his father missing. It is revealed that the wayward vagabond, who we earlier saw scuttling along the desert, is typing the narrative commands from an underground terminal in the future. When Rose tries to prototype John's sprite to make it more communicative, it accidentally merges with the ashes of his grandmother. Seeking to have John help her enter the game and escape the meteors now raining down around her house, Rose accidentally knocks John's dad's car, containing the present from GG as well as his own Sburb server disk, into the clouds below. Rose loses power, and we are suddenly introduced to Turntech Godhead, who is a young man named Dave Strider. In short order, it becomes apparent that with Dave, the narrative has skipped backward in time to approximately the beginning of the comic, which we now see from his perspective. Because of fetch modus bullshit, Dave spills apple juice on his Sburb discs and hangs them up to dry in front of a window. A crow flies through the window and grabs them, and then Dave, due to more fetch modus bullshit, throws a katana through the crow, which then crashes through the window, and the discs land in the street below his apartment, meaning he does not have them to help Rose enter the game when John asks later. Dave has a conversation with GG that suggests GG has The Shining, as well as an intense grandfather, and she also needs to feed some sort of creature named Beck. In the present, John's house is overrun with horrible little goblins in clown costumes that he learns to fight while Dave searches for his bro's Sburb discs. Rose skulks around her darkened house, and we learn about her bizarre relationship with her mother before she makes it to the mausoleum in her backyard, built by her mom, for Rose's dead cat Jaspers. Here, she connects her laptop to a portable generator. John finally meets his grandmother, now a creature called Nana Sprite, who is part his grandma, part jester, and part tutorial NPC for the game. She explains John's father has been kidnapped by the imps, and that John's house is now in a place called the Medium, in a realm known as the Incipisphere. At the center of it all is a place called Skya, quote, a dormant crucible of unlimited creative potential, unquote, that is the source of conflict between the forces of light and dark, represented as opposite sides of a chess game. While the sides are normally in perpetual stalemate, John prototyping his kernel sprite and entering the game has expanded the medium's possibility space and caused the minions of the realm to take on aspects of the object he prototyped, in this case, the Jester doll. The war has begun, and Nana Sprite explains the forces of light are destined to lose. John's quest, however, is to have his server player build his house upward to reach the series of swirling spirograph gates that have appeared above. John assumes that the point of the game is to save the Earth from being destroyed, and Nana Sprite blithely informs him that, no, Earth is done for. And John has a greater destiny, what she calls the ultimate riddle. She heads off to bake him cookies, and then WV, who has been fiddling with the narrative prompt this entire time off and on, insists John go eat some. John becomes unresponsive to both WV and to Rose. WV insults John until, in the future, he accidentally opens a hatch in his terminal containing canned goods and a guide to human etiquette. In a flashback to the previous winter, we learn Rose took up knitting because John sent her yarn and needles for her birthday. As Rose talks with Gigi, Gigi explains she has been working on her present for John's upcoming birthday, which is to say, the birthday that we're now witnessing, quote, for years. And it's strongly implied that she lives in some place strange and distant from everyone else. There's a comment made about how long mail takes to get there and to leave there. Dave sets out about his apartment to find replacement Sburb discs, and in the process encounters increasingly distressing aspects of his bro's puppet fascination / online puppet pornography business, including his bro's prized ventriloquist dummy, Little Cal, who seems to follow Dave around the apartment. Rose and John work together to learn more about abstruse game concepts and to fight the Jester Imps. Rose also begins building the house up to the first gate according to the specifications of Nana Sprite. After John has fled to his father's study, WV returns to the narrative prompt and politely asks to borrow a can opener. Suddenly overtaken with a desire to find a can opener, John becomes unresponsive because he cannot reach the kitchen due to a refrigerator Rose dropped in the way earlier. Eventually, WV departs, and John learns about a punch card system for his inventory. Rose accidentally breaks open John's dad's safe, which contains an ancient copy of the Colonel Sassacre book, a shaving almanac, and some mysterious newspaper clippings about meteor strikes going back decades. Dave searches out his bro's Sburb discs and discovers more disturbing puppet bullshit as his bro and Lil Cal stalk him around the house. Eventually, Bro leaves Dave an ironically taunting note demanding Dave meet him for a showdown on the roof of their building. Using punch cards, John figures out a way to use the game to manufacture new weapons and items. Rose's generator dies as John is attacked by a pair of new, very big enemies. Dave ascends to duel his bro on the rooftop. The comic psychs us out by then switching to focus on someone who we can assume is Gigi, a young woman standing in a very strange room. We get just a page of this, 1 second, and then the comic psychs us out again by then abruptly shifting focus to WV in the underground bunker. WV uses his canned goods to build a small town and then becomes the mayor of Cantown. WV, we learn, hates kings. Nevertheless, while playing pretend, he uses chalk to draw a chessboard on the ground and populates the sky with a series of strange planets, telling us something about where he comes from. Using the terminal he's used to view and talk to John, WV views Rose and Dave's homes, where things are in the past relative to him, but actually in the future relative to the point where we last left these narratives, and things maybe don't seem to be going very well. WV accidentally initiates some sort of countdown in the bunker and in a panic descends into hours of mayor-based fantasia. In a distant part of the desert wasteland, another character named the Peregrine Mendicant pushes a cart of mailboxes through the sands. WV tries to escape his bunker but is trapped inside. Using a strange device called an Epirifier, he conjures a pumpkin carved with a mysterious symbol from parts unknown, and then frees a firefly from a chunk of petrified amber. The firefly becomes his friend, and he names her Serenity, in a reference that has aged like milk. WV then tries to epirify an object from his own recent past, but because doing so would cause a time paradox, he only epirifies a pile of slime. He then epirifies the Great, trapping him in the bunker, but spends so much time trying to back, he does not escape before the countdown reaches 0. Now begins the end of act animation. We've already had one of these at the end of act 1, but this one, the end of act 2, it's an animation called WV Ascend, is known as kind of one of the flashpoints or tipping points for the comic in terms of, the fan base's responses and kind of reader buy-in and sort of like what this story is up to. And it communicates a lot of information. So notably, I have just like a full block paragraph explaining what happens in this thing. The narrative tries to psych us out one more time before admitting, no, we're going to pursue these 5 concurrent cliffhangers. WV emerges from his bunker, and we glimpse nearby the broken hand of the wizard statue from Rose's house. The bunker suddenly launches into the sky with WV on top and flies westward over what we can now clearly see is the North American continent. Over the Pacific Northwest, the view shifts backward in time to show John's neighborhood, which is decimated by the meteor strike from the end of Act 1. Then, over the course of centuries, this crater becomes part of the desert wasteland. A massive tree grows from the crater where the meteor hit and drops a large, bulbous object emblazoned with the Sburb logo. By the time we're back in the future, it is, WV's time, it is the Peregrine Mendicant whom we saw earlier who is walking by this. Overhead, WV passes in his little rocket thing, and they see one another. Then, further west, and many years in the past, many years in the past, we see a volcano on the rocky surface of the primordial Earth. In space, a Skya gate opens and releases a meteor, which lands near the volcano and forms a crater. Over billions of years, the region becomes a small volcanic island and lagoon in the Pacific Ocean, on which is built some sort of temple adorned with the statue of a frog. Meanwhile, back in kind of like the quote-unquote present of the narrative, Rose bellows her frustration at losing power as a meteor-induced forest fire encircles her house. While Mom watches from the window, a flash of lightning reveals that the lab behind Rose's house has the Skya gate pattern on it. Mom presses a switch that opens a secret tunnel in the foundation of Jasper's mausoleum. Elsewhere, while being escorted somewhere by imps, John's dad escapes with his trick handcuffs and then turns to fight. Dave, meanwhile, stares down his bro and Lil Cal on the rooftop while the city around them crumbles under the meteors. Finally, in the future, WV's rocket lands outside the ruins of the Frog Temple and Act 2 ends. Act 3 begins with a note in the flyleaf of the ancient Sassacre book, an inscription to John from his Nana, in which she regrets not being able to give him this family heirloom in person and hints at somehow knowing more about the game prior to her death than would seem possible. Then we are introduced to the fourth kid, Garden Gnostic, a girl named Jade Harley. Jade leads an enchanted life in an unusual house filled with futuristic technology and exotic objects, all located on what turns out to be the Pacific island that hosts the now dormant volcano and the Frog Temple ruins glimpsed in the end of Act 2 animation. Though she is slightly scattered and suffers from narcolepsy, Jade manages to have some silly, lighthearted adventures around her house. Jade is contacted by a cantankerous internet troll named Carcinogeneticist, who seems to have some sort of foreknowledge of events to come and accuses Jade and her friends of, quote, fucking everything up. She also crosses paths with her wealthy industrialist big game hunter grandfather, who turns out to be dead and taxidermied, because alright, whatever, and then she heads off out to feed her pet/devil beast Becquerel, or Beck. Meanwhile, Dave begins his rooftop duel with Bro and Lil Cal and proceeds to get his ass kicked for the rest of the act. Simultaneously, Rose ventures into the hidden tunnel her mom opened and follows it to the lab behind her house, which turns out to house a place called Skyanet, with instruments tracking the apocalyptic rain of meteors. In Earth's future, the peregrine mendicant, who loves mail and mail delivery, enters and activates the orb we last saw her passing, which turns out to be a station much like the one WV found. It flies westward, but when PM uses a terminal to communicate with Jade, who PM seems somehow to recognize, the terminal explodes. At his house, John fights some monsters and then, for the first time ever, enters his dad's room, where he is shocked to discover his dad was not a street performer at all and has no actual apparent interest in clowns. He's just a boring businessman. Back in the lab, Rose discovers a cloning device that operates on the principle of ectobiology and has been used unsuccessfully to clone her dead cat Jaspers by somehow scanning his genetic code from the past. Through this device, Rose views a point in her childhood where Jaspers told her a mysterious secret before suddenly disappearing and then later reappearing, but as a corpse. Elsewhere, Dad escapes from imp captivity while a sour-faced but possibly somehow familiar bureaucrat watches. Unexpectedly, the bureaucrat becomes the focus of the narrative and the prompt asks for his name, at which point we break. When we last left off, Dad was in the mysterious realm of Purpo, and he was being observed by a sour-faced but somehow familiar imp lord bureaucrat who we were given the opportunity maybe to name, but really, the name that is offered is not the one that he takes. The familiar bureaucrat turns out to be named Jack Noir. He is the arch-agent for the Sburb game's Dark Kingdom and resents how everyone has to dress like clowns and jesters now. However, the monarch of the kingdom insists that he put on a silly hat, and he grudgingly does so before heading off to face John's dad himself. Back in his dad's room, John finds some birthday presents, including a box of Gushers. He is absolutely horrified to discover that they are produced by the baked goods brand Betty Crocker. Meanwhile, Jade meets up with Beck, her pet/devil beast, who turns out to be a faceless dog with the power to manipulate space. Sure, whatever. Rose escapes the Skyanet lab just before it is obliterated by a meteor, and she takes shelter in her house, which is still surrounded by fire. Jade falls asleep and dreams she is wearing golden pajamas in a room that physically mirrors her own. Her nap activates a robot on her island that mimics the movements and gestures of Jade in the dream. Dreaming robot Jade finds a birthday package John sent her, which she has other plans for. We flash back to the previous winter when John told her he has mailed it along with gifts for Dave and Rose, who all have birthdays in the same week. He and Jade complain about the many internet trolls that have been harassing them. In the present, John returns to his room to find it vandalized with clown graffiti. He assumes the imps are responsible, but Rose informs him that it has always been there and she just never thought to mention it. John refuses to believe her. Rose hypothesizes that John made the drawings unconsciously, and that his dad's interest in clowns was only an attempt to bond over what he thought were his son's interests, and the revelations from earlier have caused John to finally see the truth. Back in Jade's dream, she flies out of her bedroom window and explores Prospit, a golden planet that orbits Skya at the center of the medium in the game. She briefly passes the person who will become PM, who is a resident of this planet, apparently. She peers into a neighboring tower where a double of John is sleeping in a replica of his bedroom, complete with the insulting graffiti and even a sinister clown doll. On future Earth, WV has landed outside the Frog Temple ruins and is suddenly sent Jade's birthday package via the Purifier with a note from Jade herself. He also falls into the sights of a third Wasteland character, the gun-toting aimless renegade. Jade's note to WV guides him to the recently arrived PM, and he gives her the birthday package along with another note from Jade. In her dream, Jade's bedroom passes through the clouds of Skya. She has numerous weird conversations from earlier in the story when she was acting loopy. The clouds, which turn out to be the source of Jade's bouts of precognition, show visions indicating that her house's architecture is based on the towers of Prospit, and that when the Sburb meteor hit the prehistoric Earth, as we saw in the end of Act animation for Act 2, Beck emerged from the resulting crater. Bro finally finishes beating up Dave, drops his Sburb discs, and then fucks off on a rocket board. Facing death, Rose builds up John's house as high as she can before remembering the previous winter when John sent her yarn and needles for her birthday and encouraged her to find a creative pursuit. After this, she was contacted by one of the trolls, Grim Auxiliatrix, who says that the trolls have talked to the kids in the future, and apparently the trolls say this sort of thing a lot. Dave also flashes back to his birthday when John sent him the Stiller shades and he stopped wearing a copy of his bro's sunglasses. Dave then has a conversation with a third troll, Adios Toreador. Dave makes so many homophobic jokes that AT gets uncomfortable and blocks him. Jack Noir then confronts Dad, who destroys Jack's silly hat, and in return, Jack allows him to escape. In the future, the aimless renegade prepares to kill WV and PM, but using Jade's instructions, they misdirect him. PM uses a machine called a sendificator to transport John's present to Jade into the distant past, where a very young Jade receives it, along with some pumpkin seeds and a t-shirt, and learns of John for the first time. In the present of the narrative, that is, Jade does all of the stuff that lets all of the stuff in the future happen, and then she enters the Frog Temple ruins. Dave installs the Sburb client to bring Rose into the game. Dave prototypes Rose's sprite with the corpse of Jaspers and an eldritch princess doll. The resulting entity saves Rose's life when she jumps over a waterfall to grab her entry object, a crystalline wine bottle. A firestorm builds and the Zazarpan statue is broken, showing that Rose's house was the original location of WV's terminal in the future. In the game, Nana Sprite grabs John's copy of the Sassacre book, the new copy that is, and inscribes it with the same message we saw in the older copy of the book at the beginning of this act, before she tosses it into the void below the house. In the Frog Temple, Jade finds a large lotus flower with a countdown timer. When it reaches 0, the lotus flower opens and Jade finds within, somehow, Dave's copies of the Sburb discs. John decimates a whole bunch of monsters and then enters the first gate above his house. The closing panels show that John's house is perched above not an empty expanse, but in fact a cloud-covered planet. And with this, Act 3 ends. In some other time and place, a guy named Spades Slick is a strangely familiar-looking mobster who leads a gang called the Midnight Crew, consisting of himself and his fellow scofflaws Diamonds Droog, Hearts Boxcars, and Clubs Deuce. We join them just as they have invaded the mansion of a rival gang known as the Felt in retaliation for a casino robbery. Slick orders the crew to take out the Felt and plunder their vault, while Slick himself has set out to kill the Felt's mysterious unseen boss, Lord English. The Felt are a bunch of weird green guys who all have individual, unique, and often very useless time travel powers. They are also all very stupid. The exception to this is the 8th member, Snowman, who seems to be of the same species, as the Midnight Crew, appears to have some sort of history with Slick, and whose time travel power is that if you kill her, the universe ends. A lot of extremely wacky time travel and murder-based shenanigans happen. Slick, in his desperation to get into the vault, travels to a timeline where everyone except himself and Snowman are dead. Locked in Lord English's vault by Snowman, Slick uses a barcode on his arm to open a Skya stenciled door. He then descends into a bunker below and on a massive 12-monitor command station sees a video feed of a strange gray-skinned child with horns. Recognizing the child, Slick types a greeting into the command station and the intermission ends. We rejoin John Egbert as he is teleported to a dusky, cloud-covered realm known as the Land of Wind and Shade. He runs around fighting imps and meeting the locals, who are a bunch of goofy talking salamanders who explain that the Dark Kingdom of Purpo has convinced someone called the Slumbering One, who dwells underground, to pollute the land with oil and trap all the fireflies in the clouds. Of course, there are prophecies of a hero who will arrive and undo all this. There's also a bunch of weird male pipes. John eventually realizes he is on the ground below his house, which is still perched high above on a spire of rock. Nana Sprite tells him a bunch of riddling nonsense about how to ascend, you must descend. Meanwhile, on future Earth, the aimless renegade continues to try to wipe out the peregrine mendicant and the wayward vagabond until seeming to recognize the strange glyph carved into the pumpkin WV got back at the end of Act 2. This makes AR panic and rush to make nice with them. PM, WV, and AR hang out and get to know each other. PM uses WV's command station to talk to John, guiding him through the land of wind and shade, as we've already seen. PM remembers her own distant past when she was known as the Parcel Mistress and traveled across the land of wind and shade herself to deliver mail. Back in this time frame, she happened to run into AR, or as he was known then, the Authority Regulator, when he was in the middle of issuing a parking ticket to John's dad's wrecked car, which you'll recall got thrown off the roof of John's house. AR also takes the Sburb client disk John needs to help Jade enter the game, along with the birthday present Jade sent to John. PM convinces him to give her the former, but not the latter, which he deems contraband. On present Earth, Jade gets Dave's Sburb beta discs from the weird lotus pod in the Frog Temple before Beck locks her in her room. She checks in with John, who's trying to get a hold of Rose, but finds her unresponsive. Jade, meanwhile, begins setting up the game in order to bring Dave into the medium. John is contacted by carcinogeneticist, who is confirmed to be the alien child Spade Slick saw at the end of the intermission. CG is just as ornery as ever, but now insists that from his perspective in the future, he and the kids have all become friends. He explains that he and the other trolls have already played the game that the kids are playing in a completely distinct session. John does some side quests and almost gets killed by some monsters, but is saved at the last second by a man who seems an awful lot like Jade's grandpa, except alive. Meanwhile, Rose has entered the medium and arrives at her own planet, the Land of Light and Rain. Her mom takes off on her own mysterious pursuits, and like John, Rose too receives mysterious disembodied commands. While setting up Dave's game, Jade falls asleep. Dave is too busy trying to think of a way to trick John into drinking a bottle of his piss, so Jade drops the dead crow into Dave's kernel sprite. Dave's entry item then turns out to be a red crystal egg, which his bird sprite steals and carries to a high nest. On Lolar, Rose has a chat with a new troll, Gallows Calibrator, who is much more threatening than the others, provides a lot more exposition, and also types in leet speak. GC explains the medium exists in something called paradox space, a space-time continuum where paradoxes are not anomalies, but numerous and in fact structurally integral. The game reinforces this by sending agents known as exiles into the post-apocalyptic future of each play session's originary planet, and then then these exiles then use command stations to compel the players in the past to take certain steps to complete any causality loops. The agents then rebuild civilization on the planet and prepare it to play the game again. In a flashback to well before this particular game began, CG gets in touch with Jade, insists the kids and trolls will be friends in the future, and that he has a message for Jade from Jade's future self. Jade's dreambot is going to explode, and when it does, she needs to talk to the trolls. Jade ignores him and then receives John's birthday package via Syndicator from someone she refers to only as her pen pal, who has been helping her build or make whatever the hell this thing is. John, meanwhile, is contacted by Gallows Calibrator, who threatens to kill him, thus prompting him to change his screen name from Ghosty Trickster to Ectobiologist in order to hide from the trolls. In pursuit of John's birthday package, PM enters the Dark Kingdom of Purpo and meets the Black Queen, who, say it with me now, looks sort of familiar. The Queen orders PM to see her archagent Jack Noir, who says he will give PM the birthday package if PM assassinates the King and Queen of Prospect for him. Reluctantly, she agrees and departs. Curious to see what all the fuss is about, Jack opens John's birthday present. He is surprised by what he finds. On the post-apocalyptic Earth, another weird giant station, this one in the shape of an egg, appears over the Frog Temple. It lands, and from it emerges the regal figure of the Windswept Questant, or WQ. Jade continues to try to set things up to help Dave enter the game before he's killed by meteors, but it's a huge ordeal, and Andrew Hussey stops using reader commands. On the land of Wind and Shade, John is contacted by Gallows Calibrator, who claims she wants to help him progress through the game. He sets off and recovers the Con Air Bunny Dave sent him for his birthday, then arrives at his destination, a massive citadel where sleeps, according to GC, his denizen, a powerful boss character that polluted Loas with oil and who will be faced near the end of the game after John passes through the 7th and final Skya Gate. Dave is contacted by Grim Auxiliatrix, who wants his advice on how to talk to Rose. Simultaneously, Rose is contacted by Adios Toreador, who wants advice on how to troll Dave. GA subsequently ends up locking Rose and herself into a complicated series of achronological conversations as alleged revenge for their first conversation, which GA found for some reason insulting, but hasn't happened yet from Rose's perspective. AT, meanwhile, tries and fails to have a rap battle with Dave. On post-apocalyptic Earth, the exiles welcome the Windswept Questant and offer her a crown. PM flashes back to Prospect when she visited the White Queen and informed her of Jack Noir's assassination orders. To help out, WQ simply abdicated, handing over the ring that empowered her with the prototypings from the kids' sprites, and then sent PM to see the White King on the battlefield in Skya. On Earth, WQ forgoes the offered crown and gives it to PM. Rose consults with Jasper Sprite, who, as an unhelpful game construct, informs her she is destined to write letters that are the notes that make a song from which all life springs. In talking with Jade, Rose discovers she has subconsciously defaced the walls of her room, just like John, though we do not yet see what she has written. GC helps John acquire a rocket pack to cheese the game and face his denizen early. Dave suddenly contacts John to tell him he's entered the game and Rose has fallen asleep and is unresponsive. John is too busy to deal with this and blasts off. We abruptly transition to the land of heat and clockwork, Dave's planet, where he is absolutely destroying some monsters with time travel powers. Dave then speaks with Rose, and their conversation reveals that John died when GC sent him through the gate, their game entry chain was broken, and they never heard from Jade or the trolls again. They have spent months in the game since, playing as far as they could, and now with their combined knowledge, Dave is going to travel back in time to try and stop John from dying. He also suggests Rose go to sleep and help her past self's dream self wake up early. Dave travels back in time to the moment of the final conversation with John. John is initially skeptical of future and also current Dave's warnings, then future Dave drops all of his future loot and throws himself into Dave's sprite, creating Dave's Sprite. John blasts off for his last gate, but remembers when he opened his present from Dave, that is to say the Conair bunny, along with a heartfelt note about the value of their friendship. The memory causes him to divert his course at the last second, saving his life. CG calls John to complain. He explains that despite completing the game, he and the other trolls are still in their session in a belt of meteors called the Veil, positioned as neutral ground between Skya and the Dark Kingdom, littered with labs and weapons technology. Beyond the Veil in the kids session, in the Dark Kingdom of Purpo, which we are to believe for some reason is called Durse, Jack Noir is confronted by the Black Queen over not wearing his Harlequin princess uniform. In one of Purpo's dream towers, Rose's dream self awakens and sees her dream graffiti, revealing Jasper's big secret, the word meow written repeatedly, which through plot magic transliterates to GCAT, an acronym for the 4 bases of DNA. Finally fed up with the Black Queen, Jack opens Jade's present to John and uses what is inside to sever the Queen's ring finger, destroying her. He takes the ring for himself and assumes her terrible powers. In a brief interlude, Andrew Hussey enters the narrative and provides a recap of Homestuck up to now, which you don't need because you are lucky enough to have me. John is contacted again by GC, who sort of apologizes for his death, but also does not understand why she has to. It is clear that the trolls could not see the timeline deviation, and from their perspective, it never happened. She helps John for real now, sending him through a gate to Rose's house, where Rose is sleeping on account of her dream self waking up, because that's how that works. Dave tricks John in order to make a copy of Rose's diaries for snooping later. John also finds the birthday present Rose never got around to sending him, an old and strangely familiar stuffed bunny she's repaired through her knitting. Rose is contacted by Grim Auxiliatrix in what turns out to be their first conversation, only Grim Auxiliatrix is actually talking to John because Rose herself is still asleep. On Purpo, Dream Rose floats over to visit Dream Dave, who is and already has been awake subconsciously in his room, covered in Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff graffiti, and haunted by a cackling Dream Cal. Rose finds the puppet annoying and throws it out the tower window, where it lands on Bro's passing rocket board. It is glimpsed by the authority regulator, who pursues it for illegality. Meanwhile, the kids' guardians are revealed to have all entered the medium, where they are fighting various monsters and are slowly drawn together by Jade's mysteriously alive grandpa. John unknowingly follows in their footsteps, eventually stumbling into one of the labs in the Veil, and that's where we leave off for this episode. John explores the lab where we left him last time and finds some familiar things, like Maplehoof the pony and Dave's Dream Cal, while AR rides Bro's illegal rocket board around the Veil. On Prospit, Jack Noir's minion, the Courtyard Droll, pickpockets the Queen's ring from PM, but is immediately pummeled by Jade, who takes possession of the treasure. On the Skyan battlefield, a war-weary villain, tired of the damage to his farm, unites the soldiers of the Light and Dark Kingdoms and leads them against the Black King. Simultaneously, PM arrives on the battlefield and speaks with the White King, who also immediately abdicates and hands over his scepter. PM loses it shortly after in an ambush by another Noir agent. Jack Noir himself, empowered by the Black Queen's ring, also arrives on the battlefield and kills the Black King. Rose and Dave go on alchemy binges, and Dave finally gets around to reading Rose's duplicated journals. One is just the word meow over and over and over again, and the other is an excerpt from The Complacency of the Learned, a bizarre novel Rose was writing about a group of aged wizards who uncover a mass murder plot by their 12 child apprentices. Meanwhile, Rose destroys her original journals, saying she is receiving messages from what she calls the gods, mysterious creatures outside even the kingdom of Purpo in the darkness beyond the game session, who are trying to avert some sort of consequence of the kids' playthrough. Rose's duplicate journals, meanwhile, are stolen from Dave's room by a Noir agent, the Draconian Dignitary. Dave would go back in time and stop it, but because of the nature of time loops, he sees his own corpse on the floor already and knows that that would fail. In the lab, John watches on a series of monitors as, sometime in Earth's past, a meteor strikes a Betty Crocker plant outside his old neighborhood. His dad and Nana witness the event, and John uses the machine to make an ectobiological goo pile copy of his Nana. John then sees Jade's grandpa, accompanied by a baby Jade, and makes a similar ectobiological goo copy of him. He does the same for Dave's bro, who is seen in the aftermath of a meteor taking out his favorite record store, and Rose's mom, who carries an infant Rose and witnesses a meteor strike that takes out the joke store his Nana used to run. It is immediately clear that each of the kids somehow arrived on Earth via these meteor strikes. The machine uses the piles of copy goo to create infant clones of Nana, Grandpa, Mom, and Bro, then mixes the genetic material and produces infant clones of John, Rose, Dave, and Jade. In case we didn't know what was going on, carcinogeneticist shows up to holler some explanations. The very structure of the game itself, it turns out, is a stable time loop, and the players are predestined to create themselves and their guardians. The babies John just made will be placed on meteors in the Veil, which rocket towards Skaya once the game reaches the Reckoning, an end state where the Black King takes the White King's scepter. Skaya's portals will open as a defense mechanism, and the meteors will be redirected to random points throughout Earth's history. Also, John and Jade are technically brother and sister, as are Rose and Dave. CG explains to John how the massive mistake the kids are going to make, which has also somehow affected the Trolls game session, involves Jack Noir, a standard game NPC who was actually the Trolls' ally during their playthrough, but who in the kids game has subverted the normal order of gameplay. In the heat of all these astonishing revelations, John realizes he's surrounded by darling children and has a bunch of toy bunnies, so he is moved to reenact the final scene of Con Air, where Nick Cage gives his daughter a toy bunny, complete with a cover of Trisha Yearwood's How Do I Live? AR rides the rocket board to a meteor carrying the frog temple that is destined for Jade's Island, where he sees another monitor-based cloning device. It displays John's infant grandmother, who is being raised by Colonel Sassacre, until he is shot by a baby grandpa who lands in the backyard on a meteor dual-wielding pistols. They are both then raised by Sassacre's evil wife, implied to be Betty Crocker herself, until young Grandpa runs away with their beloved dog, who looks a lot like Jade's dog Beck. In the Frog Temple, AR hides as the draconian dignitary enters the lab, tossing aside Dave's beta discs, which land in the Lotus Pod time capsule, from which we've already seen Jade retrieve them. Adios Toreador contacts Jade and admits how depressed he is since the Trolls' version of Prospit was destroyed, apparently, and all their dream selves are dead. Rose and Grim Auxiliatrix have a terse conversation where GA tries to make up for her earlier hostility. Gallows Calibrator messages Dave, mocking him for how obviously disturbed he was by finding his own corpse, before offering to help him as she has John. We jump back in time and watch as Dave enters the medium just after being rescued by Bro, who uses his katana to slice the overhead meteor in half. In the medium, Grandpa's flying battleship that he has for some reason carries Mom and Dad as they catch up after having met briefly on the day that Nana died. On the battlefield, Jack slaughters the rebel army led by WV before CD brings him the White King's scepter, initiating the endgame. In the lab, the infant kids and guardians are teleported to their meteors. In the Frog Temple, AR looks on in terror as DD uses Rose's Meow Journal and the cloning machine locked on Nana and Grandpa's childhood dog to create a puppy version of Beck. The White Queen flees Prospit just as Jack Noir attacks, destroying much of it and dropping the moon from orbit into Skaya toward the battlefield. Noir flies on to the land of heat and clockwork, where he faces Bro in a duel atop a massive floating record turntable before Bro plunges his katana into the ground and flees. John's sleeping dream self tumbles from the fallen tower of Prospect, and Dream Jade swoops in to save him. She tosses him out of the way, but is herself crushed by the falling moon, which obliterates a substantial portion of the battlefield, leaving John's dream self suddenly awake and very confused. On Earth, the sleeping Jade's dreambot explodes, just as CG once warned it would. The blast sends Jade tumbling from her own bedroom toward the ground. The meteors carrying the babies and their various items, like the Sassacre book, the dual pistols, and Dreamcal, are routed by Skya to their appropriate points in Earth's timeline, closing the originary paradox loops of all the major characters. On Jade's island, the largest meteor yet looms into view behind her broken tower as Beck looks on. Act 4 ends. Then a few more things happen. Rose updates her game fact for the last time, explaining she is no longer interested in playing by the game's rules and plans to intervene somehow in their apparently unwinnable situation. PM presents Jack Moore with the crowns of the White Royalty. True to his word, he gives her Jade's birthday present for John. On the battlefield, John takes the Queen's ring from Dream Jade's corpse, then meets PM, who delivers Jade's present. Inside, John finds a letter from Jade's pen pal, a mysterious character we haven't met before, but someone who seems to have endless optimism and loves cheesy movies. John is nearly killed by Jack Moore, but the birthday present reveals itself as a cybernetically enhanced stuffed Con Air buddy wielding powerful endgame weapons, and which is now only loyal to John. Jack flees. Grandpa arrives and retrieves Jade's dream corpse, which he tearfully taxidermies before leaving. On post-apocalyptic Earth, WV reveals to the astonished exiles that he has been in possession of the White Queen's ring all along. Then Andrew Hussey comes back and recaps all of the stuff that's happened since the last time, but again, we don't really need to talk about that because I'm here. Act 5 begins as Homestuck becomes something called Hivebent, and it's all very confusing, even more so than you might expect. So listen, if you've read the comic before or have been reading along, you may have noticed that my summaries have actually been pretty formally faithful to the events as they are presented in the comic on kind of a beat-by-beat basis, including weird jumbled chronology. But no more. The events in our immediate future require a stronger hand in order to provide a summary that actually outlines information in helpful ways that scaffold discussion. Also, I know that all the little kids we're about to meet have odd names on which there might be profound disagreements of pronunciation, and I'm going to tell you up top that it does not matter. We will refer to these characters and it will be clear who we mean regardless of the specific phonemes we admit. And if you have a problem with that, take it up with the bureaucrats on Purpo. A long time ago, in a universe far, far away, there is a planet called Alternia. It is home to the Trolls, a race of humanoid but biologically sort of insectile aliens who have a particularly bloodthirsty and imperialist culture. Troll civilization is focused on interpersonal antagonism and is structured by a strict caste system based on the color of one's blood. Adult trolls spend their lives off-world fighting in endless expansionist wars, while young trolls grow up alone on the home planet, raised symbiotically by the fauna of the planet and harassing each other online when they are not engaged in live-action role-playing games that have genuine life-or-death consequences. We are now going to meet 12 trolls and learn about a very special game that they played together. The first is Carcinogeneticist, who turns out to be a guy named Karkat Vantis. He is an irascible little dude and he loves rom-coms. Then there is Terminally Capricious, a young man named Gamzee Makara. He is a juggalo, which is also his religion. Being a juggalo is a religion on Alternia. Then there is Gallows Calibrator, or Terezi Pyrope, who wants to be a criminal prosecutor and has a strong sense of justice/public executions, which are kind of the same thing on Alternia. After that is Twin Armageddons, aka Sullux Captor, a cool hacker dude with a sour attitude and a bifurcation gimmick. Also, there is Adios Toreador, or Tavros Nitram, a soft-hearted guy who uses a wheelchair after he was involved in a LARPing accident. Then there is Apocalypse Arisen, or Aradia Megiddo, a very eerie young woman with purely white eyes and who telekinetically levitates while doing mysterious things. Did I mention most of the trolls have psychic powers? Well, a lot of them do. Then we have Arsenic Catnip, or Nepeta Lejean, a perky cat girl who loves drawing comics, lives in a cave, and hunts and kills wild game with her hands. But these are not all the trolls, just the ones named in today's reading. We also catch brief glimpses of Grim Auxiliatrix, the troll who has been mostly talking to Rose, not to mention Caligula's Aquarium and Cuttlefish Color, the two highest caste trolls who both apparently live under the sea. Rounding out the crew is Centaur's Testicle, a guy who builds robots, is Nepeta's weirdly controlling friend, loves violent anthropomorphic horse pornography, and is fetishistically dedicated to upholding the Alternian caste system. Finally, there is Arachnid's Grip, a mysterious young woman with a robotic arm, an eye patch, and a troubled history. What happens is this. The trolls set out to play a new game that has been compiled by Sullux from code discovered by Aradia in an ancient set of familiar but different looking frog ruins. Incidentally, Sullux also managed to dig up some strange ancient code that will only execute on the death of a universe and import a set of rapidly oscillating billiard balls, which doesn't seem to make much sense. But the narrative helpfully explains that the virus would in fact summon a time-traveling demon who, upon entering the dead universe, goes back in time and assembles a series of paradox loops that ensure his future arrival. In other words, the demon is already here. Meanwhile, the Trolls game, to absolutely no one's surprise, turns out to be Sburb, or as they call it, Scrub. Initially, the Trolls plan to play the game competitively, with a red team and a blue team, and a lot of words are dedicated to them arguing over who plays on what team, who gets to be the leader, and why. The friend group is riven not only by the prejudices of Alternian society, but petty egos and bad personalities. Not to mention a series of long-standing grudges stemming from that life-or-death LARPing tradition I mentioned earlier. What happened was this. Arachnid's Grip cornered Tavros during a play session, and using her powers of mental domination, remember how I said that trolls have psychic powers, forced him to jump off a cliff. Aradia and Terezi were also a part of this game, but for some reason did not respond when Tavros called for help. It is implied that further causes or consequences of this event resulted in AG's robotic arm and eye patch, Terezi's blindness, and Aradia's being a ghost. Oh wait, did I mention that Aradia was dead the whole time? Well, she is, and she's also psychically in tune with what she understands as an unalterable path to the Alternian apocalypse, which will be ushered in by the game. In fact, the game lets her stop being a ghost because she first throws the stone frog head from the temple into her kernel sprite for some reason. I mean, okay, the voices of the dead and the damned told her to, and we're going to find out why that matters later, but then after entering the medium, she jumps into the kernel sprite, becoming a combination troll ghost frog sprite girl. This surprises us just as much as it surprises Aradia's server player who witnesses it, Nepeta. Truly, we are all this alien cat girl. Anyway, all that stuff happens, and we leave off in the presence of Arachnid's Grip, who is finally on the cusp of procuring a name. Arachnid's Grip is named Vriska Serket. She is flamboyant, self-obsessed, and a dedicated power gamer, but feels like she has been subject to an extreme run of bad luck lately. Maybe it has something to do with a mysterious, unnamed figure who speaks to her over her computer in totally white text and who claims to be omniscient and admits to having exploited her to his own ends in the past. Anyway, Vriska also has killed a lot of other troll children because she needs to feed them to her mom, who is a giant spider. Her next-door neighbor is Centaur's Testicle, aka Equius Zahak, who built Vriska's robot arm and whom she's conscripted to build a robot body for Aradia as contrition for causing the event that made Aradia be dead. How that happened was this. After Vriska threw Tavros off the cliff, Aradia, who was still alive at this point, used her psychic powers to invoke the ghosts of all the kids Vriska fed to her spider mom. Vriska was extremely freaked out. The white text guy got in touch and suggested to Vriska that she kill Aradia in revenge, which he explains is part of his plan to allow the figure he calls his employer to enter the universe. He also taunts Vriska over not having free will, since his omniscience allows him to know how everything will happen. This irritates Vriska, and in order to spite him, she goes along with his suggestion to kill Aradia. She does so by psychically dominating Sullux, implied to be Aradia's boyfriend by the way, and using his laser vision to blow up Aradia's house. Laser vision is a psychic power that trolls have sometimes. On the green moon of Alternia, the white text guy is revealed to be Doc Scratch, a man with a cue ball for a head who is immune to influence from the normal reader command format of the narrative. We are told he is part of a class of beings called First Guardians, who are very powerful and spend their immortal lives watching and cultivating planets with intelligent life so they can serve their ultimate purpose, whatever that is. We cannot enter Scratch's perspective as we can other characters, but in the past, which is what I'm still describing by the way, we learn he's perturbed because despite his omniscience, Vriska has somehow had mild success in challenging his plans. Scratch is contacted by Terezi, who, as retribution for Vriska's murder of Aradia, lets him in on a little secret. Vriska is in possession of a magic cue ball, a Palantir-like object which allows her to tap into Scratch's omniscience. Enraged, Scratch makes the cue ball explode while Vriska is holding it, destroying her arm and one of her eyes. Back in the present, Vriska's spider mom is grievously injured in an accident caused by the fated nature of the game, and she has to euthanize her. This is true for all the trolls and their various animal guardians. Equius enters the game and meets up with Ghost Frog sprite Aradia, to whom he offers the robot body. She accepts and is horrified to discover Equius programmed the robot to make her fall in love with him. She rips out her robot heart, smashes it, and then kisses Equius anyway, in a narrative decision that is highly messed up and which we will certainly talk more about later. Nepeta watches this all go down and is perplexed, but she dutifully updates her shipping chart where she catalogs all potential matches among her friend group. In the game, Karkat meets up with an agent from Purpo named Jack Noir, whom he believes may be useful for the trolls in beating the game. As the only troll who hides his blood color from the others, Karkat is unexpectedly moved to discover that Jack has the exact same color of blood as him. It's red, like human blood, and considered an unfavorable mutation on eugenics-happy Alternia. From Jack, the trolls learn that their session's Black Queen has secretly removed her Ring of Power, because Aradia prototyped the frog statue. For reasons yet unknown, frogs are considered anathema to residents of Purpo. This leaves the queen vulnerable, and the trolls manage to exile her to post-apocalypse Alternia, where she meets Doc Scratch, who offers her a new role to play. Also, it turns out that what the trolls thought were two competing teams were destined to be one team all along in a single game session. Grim Auxiliatrix is introduced and named as Kanaya Mariam. Kanaya is especially bright and peppy for a troll, and we learn her caste is destined for roles in the complex procreative process of troll society as a servant to the species Mother Grub. She likes to read supernatural romance literature and tries to function as a conciliatory presence among her friends, tempering their worst impulses. Due to the timeless nature of Sburb, she also acquired Rose's game fac and is studying it to prepare for the game, but has developed some very strange and grand ideas about who Rose is as a result. Meanwhile, Vriska tricks Tavros into coming to her house, where she tries to force him to fall in love with her, but gives up. Kanaya, who has a crush on Vriska, is devastated. This might all seem very confusing, so the narrative helpfully detours into a long expository segment explaining troll romance. Here's how that works. Troll romance is what would happen if you took multiple human interpersonal dynamics, labeled them all as romance, organized them on a grid by the suits of a deck of cards, and then set about ensuring everybody involved had the absolute worst boundaries possible. For trolls, this is apparently biologically necessary, and they need to have a good balance of the right types of romance in order to produce the genetic material that is collected in buckets by sinister imperial drones. In addition to regular human-like romance, connoted by the symbol of the red heart, there is a kind of toxic, eroticized loathing connoted by a black spade. A red diamond suggests a platonic two-person complementary pairing akin to human friendship, while the black club represents a three-person arrangement where an antagonistic relationship between two individuals is mediated by a more neutral third party. All of these things have special names and related terms that I'm not going to bother explaining in this summary, because we have to introduce the final two trolls, Caligula's Aquarium and Cuttlefish Color. But oh shit, I've already taken up so much time talking about troll romance that we'll have to wait for the next partisode to learn their names. When we last left off, I was preparing to introduce the final two trolls, Caligula's Aquarium and Cuttlefish Color, but I got distracted by troll romance and its 4 quadrants. In case you forgot about it, here's how that works. The first quadrant is represented by a red heart and denotes something called matespritship, which is basically the equivalent to the human notion of romance. Opposing this is the quadrant of the black spade, or kismesis, which encapsulates what the narrative calls a potent arch rivalry, and to give an example here is the relationship between Jack Noir and the Black Queen, or Spade, Slick, and Snowman. These two forms of romance are most important for the troll reproduction, and when the Imperial drone shows up to collect your genetic material, it carries separate buckets for them. Next is the club, representing the arena of the auspices, an arrangement wherein two people in a tendentious relationship are mediated by a third party. So think here of how Kanaya has operated as a consultant for Vriska with regard to her feelings about Tavros. In the final quadrant, the red diamond stands for Moir Allegiance, a close platonic friendship of supposedly complementary personalities, the given textual example being Nepeta and Equius. Did you know that every single one of these troll romance words is recognized by the Google Docs spell checker? Anyway, Caligula's aquarium and cuttlefish color turn out to be named Eridan Ampora and Feferi Pacius, respectively. They are troll nobility, live in the sea, and have a long-standing relationship wherein Eridan hunts and kills the animal caretakers of other troll children so Feferi can feed them to her Lucis, a massive underwater tentacled monstrosity known as Glub Glub, spelled GL'BgolYB. That's in the Google spell checker too, by the way. Murdering other kids' animal parents is no big deal on Alternia, where the caste system ensures that the nobility basically have free reign, and one of Eridan's favorite pastimes is developing plans to genocide the land dwellers, while also believing in magic, which he knows is fake, but like, you know, for fun and pretend. Feferi, it turns out, is at the very top of the caste system, and in fact, next in line for the Alternian throne. Indeed, were it not for the protection of Glub Glub, which can emit a psychic shriek so powerful that it would exterminate all trolls throughout the universe, the troll empress, her imperious condescension, probably would have had Feferi assassinated a long time ago, because despite her chat handle, upon her ascension, Feferi wants to reorganize Alternian society to be less bloodthirsty and more caring. This makes for some odd tension with her Moirel Eridan, and that's made all the more complicated by the fact that Eridan isn't content with their relationship as is and wants to upgrade things from diamonds to something more hearts-based. Naturally, he springs this on her when she's feeling most comfortable and secure, which is to say, after they've initiated the ludo-apocalypse of their entire species and he's drawn her into the game as his client player. Feferi shuts him down. Meanwhile, Karkat fumbles, bringing the last player, Solix, into the game before Glub Glub emits a death scream and kills him. Feferi, knowing of this, zips off to Solix's house and resurrects him through a newly revealed game mechanic. By kissing the corpse of a dead player, their dream self is awakened, regardless of prior status, and the dream self now becomes the main version of that player. Karkat watches this go down and is disgusted. Spade Slick, at the Exile terminal on post-apocalyptic Alternia we saw at the end of the intermission, watches Karkat watch this go down and is also disgusted. Andrew Hussey, who is watching everyone watch all this go down through the fourth wall while also wearing shitty troll cosplay, expresses exasperation at how much they have to watch people watch stuff after they were chased into a creepy magic attic by some school bullies, just like in the Neverending Story. The MSPA reader, who is watching AH indulgently interrupt the story with yet more self-insertion bullshit, briefly contemplates suicide. AH takes umbrage at the reader's impatience and explains how hard their life is, RE bullies, and how creepy they find the attic where they are trapped. To reinforce the fact that this is AH's story, they threaten to make us read all of the troll romance exposition again, and then in fact do it. But once again, being a good podcast host, I've already taken care of that for you. Apparently mollified by this outburst, Hussey settles down and foregoes writing another recap in favor of getting back to the story. What happens is this. The trolls all end up in the game and have various briefly glimpsed kooky adventures. Feferi and Solix become an item. Tavros and Vriska hang out and collect treasure. Nepeta and Equius fight some ogres, and so on. And every step of the way, they are guided by their exiles, who turn out to be the Midnight Crew and the former Black Queen, Snowman. Meanwhile, Karkat finds a trans-temporal memo system in the Trollian chat client, through which he tries to dispense orders to the team, but mostly ends up arguing with past and future versions of himself and his friends, but mostly himself. Because of the time loop nature of the game, this means that from here on the trolls know that their game is destined to fail, but current Karkat's main plan is to insist that future him is an idiot and wrong until much later when he becomes his future self and tries to deliver the warnings he already knows his past self will ignore. What this means for, free will and individual importance and stuff is understandably quite depressing. Kanaya, in her land of rays and a mysterious garbled word we're not allowed to know yet, tries to cheer future Karkat up, but he passes out because he sees future Kanaya perform chainsaw surgery on Tavros to give him robot legs built by Equius, which is a thing we already saw happen a while ago, but I didn't mention until now. Current Karkat has some melancholy chats too, this time with Terezi, with whom he's entered into a sort of secret heart-style relationship. They mention Karkat's dream self hasn't woken up, but Terezi's awakened at the moment she lost her sight, which she understands as an overall critical development for herself as a person that expanded her ways of engaging with the world. In a flash-animated flashback, we see how that happened. After Terezi got Doc Scratch to blow up Vriska's cue ball, an enraged, maimed Vriska used her psychic powers to seize control of Tavros. She then used Tavros's animal communion abilities to awaken Terezi's Lucis, an unhatched dragon sleeping in a giant egg outside Terezi's hive, which is another thing I could have mentioned earlier but didn't. Then, using Tavros to use the dragon's psychic link with Terezi, Vriska caused her friend to sleepwalk out of her hive and then open her eyes, staring directly into the harsh Alternian sun. Simultaneous with this, Terezi's dream self awakened on Prospect and stared directly into Skaya, rendering both Terezi's selves blind. We then glimpse a few other scenes of the trolls playing the game, gathering loot, and fighting critters. At some point, Eridan and Sullux come to blows, but the outcome of that is unknown at the moment. More pressingly, Robo-Aradia tracks down Vriska and beats the ever-loving shit out of her, leaving her for dead in front of a baffled Tavros. This causes Vriska's dream self to finally awaken on Prospect, and Dream Terezi is there to deliver her a good-natured slap across the face. Diamond's Droog, who on future Alternia has dispensed the command to Aradia to, quote, make her pay, next tells Aradia to finish up the story. She explains to him that she knows what she's doing and doesn't need any orders, and then, in a long, fatalistic memo written to herself, explains how the troll session wrapped up. Eventually, the trolls reach the end of the game and assembled near Skaya to fight the 12 times prototyped Black King. As the time traveler of the group, Aradia had countless copies of herself from offshoot timelines in the battle in order to aid the team. It was an arduous fight, but the trolls eventually won. We see the trolls arranged on a platform in front of a large Spurb-style doorway, which Karkat reaches out to open. However, before this could happen, Aradia tells us, the trolls were attacked by a mysterious entity unleashed into their session from another future session of the game that triggered a rift in paradox space, a cloud of crackling green energy known as a Scratch. Whatever this is, or why it happened, is yet to be seen, but the creature, the demon, thus ushered into the session, forced the trolls into hiding on the Meteor Lab in the Veil from which they had been trolling the kids. This denied them access to the game's ultimate reward, a whole new universe they created by playing the game, a universe where their creation of it is commemorated in the stars themselves. Which is to say, the universe containing Earth, since, as we all could have guessed, Hivebent made this world. Act 5, Act 1 ends, and we are left on the precipice of Act 5, Act 2. Act 5, Act 2 begins as, over a terminal in the lab, Karkat views the entire life of John Egbert, from meteoric grandma-crushing birth to the present, with his irritation and anger culminating in spade-eyed hate-love. He prepares to destroy John during their first conversation, just minutes before John and the other kids' timelines are wiped out by the oncoming Scratch. However, Karkat is shocked to find John already knows who he is and considers them friends. John politely declines Karkat's romantic overtures, putting Karkat in the awkward position of having to troll John backward through the timeline in order to save face. John ends the conversation by saying he needs to go initiate the Scratch and promising that the kids will see the trolls soon. Rewinding to where we last left off then, John had fallen asleep in the cloning lab and was sent off by the authority regulator on Bro's rocket board. This now lands on Lowas, where John continues to sleep. Watching from the troll lab, Vriska attempts to use her psychic powers to wake and manipulate him, but she isn't strong enough. On the battlefield, John's dream self wanders around with the cybernetic bunny. He glimpses Dad and Mom, but before he can reunite with his loving father, Vriska gets a lucky break and her psychic powers wake him. John's dream self disappears, and the ring he is carrying falls into a river. Vriska introduces herself to the awakened John, who's sad about missing his dad, but sets about bringing Jade into the medium. On Earth, a massive meteor still looms over Jade's house, and she is still falling from her exploded bedroom, but Beck teleports her bed into place to catch her fall. On the battlefield, among the slain members of his uprising, WV crafts his future wasteland shrouds from John's bedsheets and discovers the ring John dropped in the river. Vriska and John talk about various things, and it becomes clear she has a plan for him, offering to help navigate the game in a way similar to how Terezi already has. Vriska is briefly flustered by the appearance of a mop bucket in John's room, since buckets are obscene in Alternian culture. In the past, Kanaya congratulates Karkat on a stirring speech he just gave to the trolls about how they need to aggravate the hell out of the humans who have ruined their game session. She prepares to do so, having her first conversation with the person she thinks is Rose, but is actually John. She gets the viewport feature of the chat client working just in time to see Rose fall for a bucket and gushers prank John set up for her, further scandalizing Kanaya and explaining why her attitude toward Rose was initially more prickly. Kanaya works through a bunch of conversations with Rose we've already seen, and the two seem to come to better terms. Eventually, Kanaya admits to having read Rose's game fac, and that she appreciated the author's insight. Rose, meanwhile, has forsaken her quest and started destroying various game locations in order to learn Spurb's more hidden secrets. Through this, Rose has learned of a mysterious object known as the Green Sun, but it's something Kanaya has never heard of. John chats with Dave, who's deep in a tangle of dozens of stable time loops he must carefully maintain in order not to produce any offshoot realities where a Dave dies. At the moment, several instances of him are manipulating Spurb's in-game stock market to generate an incredible amount of game currency at the behest of Terezi. In her past, just as Terezi witnessed the destruction of the troll session Prospit in a fiery green explosion, she received a transfer of a preposterous amount of game currency from the kids session, which turns out to be how the trolls discovered the kids to begin with. Terezi watches Dave's life from birth to present, including all of his childhood fight training with Bro, and then guides him into manipulating the stock market to get the money needed to ensure the two sessions connect to begin with. John sends Vriska a clip from Con Air, and she falls immediately and deeply in heart love with Nicolas Cage. Karkat, irritated at the clear flirtation between Vriska and John and Terezi and Dave, pulls both boys into a memo to chastise them, which is predictably a disaster. In the past, Karkat passes out when he sees Tavros's legs get amputated, at just about the same time Terezi discovers the kids' session via Dave's transfer. Since Prospit has been destroyed along with Karkat's dream self, it's unclear what he sees when he's asleep, but it doesn't seem to be good. Eventually, Karkat wakes up, and in an Earthbound-inspired walk-around segment, we can control various trolls in the lab and have a whole bunch of fun conversations. A main thing we learn is that, just before his dream self was killed, Karkat saw the demon who destroyed Prospit, and recognized who it was. We also learn the following. Eventually, Purpo will be destroyed by the demon, and Feferi will go to sleep, despite Karkat's orders for everyone not to. Aradia, who is still a robot, is going to explode at some point in the future for seemingly no reason, and the Green Sun will be a part of the kids' plan to defeat Jack Noir. Eridan contacts Rose and tries to initiate a Spade-style romance and neg her about magic being fake, but she shuts him down by magically blowing up his computer. Aradia also chimes in to tell Rose that by pursuing the Green Sun, which she reveals is the power source of the game's first Guardians, Rose is messing with forces beyond her comprehension. Finally, Nepeta asks if she can chat with Jasper Sprite, who reminds her of her own departed cat mom, and Rose agrees. Meanwhile, Dave is contacted by Gamzee, whom Dave shows the music video for Insane Clown Posse's Miracles, leaving our dear sweet alien juggalo ridiculously enraged. Next in line is Equius, who disconcerts Dave with a slam poem about muscular anthros, but Dave is also impressed enough to talk about how the game is giving him a quest to procure a magic sword he doesn't really care about. When Equius suggests this might bring shame to the man who taught Dave to be strong, Dave offhandedly replies he does not really consider Bro whipping his ass every day to be the best upbringing, all things considered. Finally, Terezi pops in to warn Dave that he's about to fall asleep, so he summons Dave Sprite to watch over him. They consider briefly the whereabouts of Bro in the game session before Vriska psychically puts Dave to sleep for some reason, and Dave Sprite prepares to fight an oncoming wave of monsters. On the land of heat and clockwork, Jack Noir observes the katana Dave's bro left jammed into the giant floating turntable. Jack takes the katana and flies off. Meanwhile, Jade, who has been asleep for approximately the last 1,000 pages, dreams she is in a flashing rainbow landscape populated by squiddles, smiling cephalopod characters from a children's cartoon show that's appeared in a few pieces of set dressing up until this point. However, the dream becomes strangely manic. Feferi appears briefly, and Jade is subjected to horrifying visions of unbelievably huge tentacled monstrosities floating in the vast, dark emptiness of space. Jade wakes up terrified and confused. Feferi messages her to explain that using her connection to Glub Glub, who was one of their kind, she has negotiated with the Outer Gods, aka the Horror Terrors, for them to blow dream bubbles in the furthest ring outside the session, where players with dead dream selves can appear when they sleep and occasionally meet each other. Jade is nonplussed, but remembering Karkat's earlier advice about her robot exploding, reaches out to him. However, he hasn't made the plan he told her about yet, and so pulls her into a chat with his future self, who has been developing a crush on Jade, and apologizes profusely for his past behavior. The Karkats begin arguing about who Jade dislikes the most, and Jade leaves the chat in irritation. She runs off to see John has already begun setting up her house for her entry into the game, and they catch up about what has happened. John thanks Jade for the weaponized bunny, which he names Liv Tyler, and then briefly reflects on how sad it is that the real Liv Tyler is dead. Meanwhile, Jack flies to the land of wind and shade, where he finds Bro and hands over the katana for a rematch. Dave Sprite appears, ready to join the battle. John ponders what to prototype in the Colonel Sprite to make Jack weaker, hitting up Rose for some feedback. Rose explains that she's hesitant to share too much of her eldritch knowledge, since she knows any misstep could result in an offshoot timeline that dooms them all. However, she explains that failing to prototype would be a mistake, as they need the game's battlefield to evolve into its final form in order to retrieve a treasure that spawns in its core. In the fight with Bro and Dave Sprite, Jack is pummeled with Lil Cal, and in retaliation summons his Red Miles attack, setting fire to the ocean of oil on Loas. The narrative jumps forward to show John sleeping on his bed, which is sinking into the oil with fire approaching on the horizon. He is confused, having just prepared to prototype Jade's sprite when he apparently fell asleep. Now he doesn't know what's happening, and neither do we. Rose messages John and urges him to escape, explaining she will need him to travel to the evolved battlefield and get the treasure, which has the ominous name of the Tumor. John questions Rose about how mysterious and aloof she has become, but they are interrupted when Karkat messages John for their second conversation, during which Karkat accuses John of having perpetrated their session's incredible fuck-up. What happened was this. As the massive meteor approached Jade's house, Jade's entry item spawned as a tree with a Beck-shaped piñata hanging from it. As John prepared to prototype a maimed doll that would have depowered Jack, Vriska used her psychic powers to put him to sleep. With the apparent aim of saving Jade, Beck himself jumped into the Colonel Sprite, adding to his already considerable power, and then zoomed into the sky to blow up the meteor, in the process unleashing a radioactive blast that destroyed any remaining life on Earth. Jade, meanwhile, struggled to break the piñata as Bro and Jack continued to fight among the flames of Loas. With the help of Beck Sprite's teleportation powers, Jade finally shot the piñata, and her house and the adjacent volcano are teleported into the medium. As this happens, during the fight with Bro and Dave Sprite, Jack Noir gains the powers of Beck, assuming a sinister dog-like form, and we flash backward to the end of the Trolls game session, where Karkat prepared to open the door to the new universe, but was stopped when a demon appeared in a crackling cloud of green energy. This turns out to be none other than the Beck-powered Jack Noir, whose one remaining hand was mysteriously bloody. Using her vast army of robot doubles, Aradia stalled Jack while teleporting the rest of the trolls to the lab. We see Karkat's awakening on Prospect just moments before this new demon destroyed it, and he recognized the creature as a version of Jack Noir. Finally, we glimpse Jade falling through a field of snow, a look of confusion or wonder upon her face. As Karkat puts it, by prototyping their first Guardian, the kids have created an effectively unbeatable end boss. How unbeatable? Well, Dave's bro now lies dead in a pool of blood, Dave's sprite is missing, and Jack Noir has taken bro's sunglasses and Lil Cal as trophies commemorating his victory. On post-apocalyptic Earth, WV remembers that he found his treasured ring, pulling it from the river where John's dream self dropped it. Now, in fact, WV puts together that the boy he saw on the battlefield back then and the boy he's been watching on the command screens are the same person, and rushes off to his old terminal to give John more guidance. However, John is distracted by the earlier talks with Rose and Karkat, and in his frustration, WV accidentally locks himself in the exile station. Vriska messages John to tell him she was the one who put him to sleep, resulting in the Beck prototyping, and explains her logic thusly. Since Jack was already in the Troll's session, his creation was a foregone conclusion, and so by inserting herself into the predetermined moment of his creation, she has laid thematic groundwork for her ultimately being the one who defeats him. Now she is training John to be her accomplice in taking down the big bad of their story, and urges him to use his know-how to escape the wave of green fire spiraling down on him. In the exile station, WV fears for John's life and commands him repeatedly to do the windy thing and save himself. John cannot do the windy thing until suddenly he can, summoning a huge gust of air that blows out all the fires on Loas. Meanwhile, Jade awakens on her planet, known as the Land of Frost and, finally revealing the garbled word in Kanaya's land, frogs. Lothaf is blanketed in snow and a bunch of frozen frogs, and a portentous poem written by screen actor Charles Dutton suggests part of Jade's quest will be thawing the land by activating the dormant volcano, known in-game as a construct called the Forge. In the past, long before the game began, Jade has another conversation with Feferi. Yet the conversation goes off track as Jade realizes she actually remembers having this talk before. I'm sorry I lied to you just a few seconds ago, but this isn't actually the past at all. Feferi explains that Jade is asleep and they are once again in a dream bubble, which now resembles an old memory. However, these memories are not beholden to playing out as they did, and so Feferi shows up in Jade's room to hang out. Smiling brightly and with unusual empty white eyes, Feferi announces one additional fact. She is now dead. Jade wakes up even more disturbed and then has to fight a teleporting Beck-powered imp. Beck's sprite intervenes to help, but unlike the other sprites, he turns out to be incapable of speech. Jade receives her first exile commands from PM, but Beck's sprite guards Jade by blowing up the exile terminal, just like we saw back in Act 3. Remember when that happened? On post-apocalyptic Earth, PM feels ambivalent about being named the ruler of the Exile Society, but WQ comforts her. Jade chats with a future Dave, who has mastered time travel and managing the Alpha timeline, and now steps in to take over server player duties for the absentee John. Meanwhile, present Dave chats with Rose, explaining that on her advice, he looked into the furthest ring beyond the session and was pretty freaked out by the outer gods. However, he was pretty sure he heard them screaming, crying for help. Rose concurs, explaining the gods are being atemporally massacred, and that the threat the session has unleashed has spilled outward to threaten not just one game, but the perpetuation of all reality. The gods would like Dave to meet with them again, so they can help him make a map to navigate the furthest ring, which exists between all game sessions and outside of all space and time. Rose explains that following this map will lead to the Green Sun, a colossal star that is nearly twice the mass of the universe, which Rose will then destroy with the tumor, which is not a treasure, as she told John, but a bomb meant to detonate at the end of their game's reckoning and clear out the null session. Rose will sacrifice her dream self to accomplish this goal, which will depower the game's first guardians and render Jack vulnerable. Rose also mentions that she has arrived at this plan with help from Doc Scratch in the Trolls universe, who wants to die to summon his master, and as a first guardian, he would similarly be depowered by the Green Sun's destruction. Dave thinks this plan is dubious. Kanaya contacts Rose to express her own reservations, saying that there is a point in the future of the timeline, but before the scratch itself, that Rose goes dark in the Trollean viewfinder. Urging Rose to call off her quest, she explains Eridan has approached her, desperate to learn more about and also to debunk Rose's claims vis-a-vis the reality of magic. To keep him occupied, Kanaya made him a science wand, not really as a threat, but mostly to take care of him and keep him from bothering her. Jade is contacted by Tavros, who commiserates with her more over the loss of his dream self. He explains that he spent much of the troll's adventure asleep after something disturbing happened to him. Rather than talk about that, though, he asks Jade if he can psychically commune with Bexprite with the aim of using him to fight Jack. He explains he did something similar once before when Jade was a child and accidentally discharged a flintlock pistol. Tavros jumped in to control Beck, who was, anyway, teleporting the bullet away from Jade, sending it straight into the heart of her grandpa. Tavros explains that taking charge like this is a marker of his growing self-esteem, and he confesses his crush on Jade. Jade, upset for multiple reasons, shuts him down. Vriska, who has been observing all of this, mocks Tavros for being so pitiful, but then thanks him for giving her the idea of practicing their cross-session psychic powers by working earlier in the kid's timeline. Vriska now reveals that every instance of Jade's narcolepsy in the story thus far was in fact Vriska herself practicing her sleep-inducing powers. Vriska also alleges that Bexprite would not fight Jack Noir anyway, since it was Noir and his Purpo agents who created Beck to begin with, and she should know, since as she also now reveals, she was psychically controlling the courtyard droll when he pointed out Rose's meow journals to the draconian dignitary. Tavros is enraged by Vriska's villainy and vows to fight her. Vriska isn't afraid, accepting the challenge and referencing again the horrible incident that left Tavros morose during their game session. With his jousting lance in hand, Tavros sets out to find the evildoer. Vriska briefly checks in on a future moment where Jade is looking through a fourth wall, where we glimpse Andrew Hussey, also apparently being mind-controlled by Vriska, writing Falcor from the Neverending Story. Falcor has flashing billiard ball eyes for some reason, and Hussey howls in triumph as the Luck Dragon barfs all over the bullies who presumably chased AH into the attic earlier. Meanwhile, John is blown by his windy powers into a salamander village, where Vriska informs him that he has reached a point in the game where he will only accrue experience and level up as his dream self. She guides him to a special game construct called a quest bed and explains he needs to take an important nap on it, offering to psychically put him to sleep. John agrees, Vriska puts him to sleep, and then Jack Noir appears, stabbing John through the chest. In the Exile Station, WV panics as John appears to die, entering the command for John to rise up. On Lowas, the Fireflies descend from the clouds and cover John's corpse. On the battlefield, John's dream self appears atop a mesa whose design mirrors his quest bed. In the past, WV witnesses this moment as well. The power of the wind blows over the battlefield, and John's dream self assumes the wounds of John's waking self, then rises into the air, glowing with golden light as the injuries are miraculously healed. Skaya erupts into a cosmic light show that is visible to all of the other kids on their respective planets. John's dream self awakens, assuming a new outfit with a long blue hood, and back on post-apocalyptic Earth, WV catches one last glimpse of Jack Noir before the terminal shuts off for good, and the 612th day of Homestuck comes to an end. Dave sleeps on his quest bed. Another Dave approaches, sword in hand. It turns out that after John ascended to the God tier, Dave asked Terezi for guidance on powering up. To protect the integrity of the timeline, she flipped a coin, and Dave independently decided which result meant he would learn about God tier leveling now or later. Terezi now explains what happened. At the moment the waking Dave made the decision to learn later, in an offshoot timeline, he made the decision to learn now. Under Terezi's instruction, that alternate Dave traveled through time to this moment and went to sleep on his quest bed, with the waking Dave faced with the choice of killing his doomed alternate self and possibly ascending to God tier. He refuses and, irritated with Terezi, says he needs to go check in with his teammates. Terezi plays it cool and expounds her philosophy that it is the strength of one's ideas that determine the nature of reality, while luck, Vriska's favorite aspect, means nothing at all. Flashing back to the Trolls game, we see Vriska bloodied and dying from her battle with Robo-Aradia. Tavros prepares to kiss revive her, but she psychically halts him, then uses his hands to write with her own blood instructions to take her to her quest bed, where she continues to use psychic blood scrawlings to urge Tavros to kill her. Tavros resists her urgings, as well as the urgings of the Midnight Crew from their exile stations. Vriska continues to make him write messages, begging him not to let her bleed to death, eventually rubbing the weeping Tavros's hands raw. Vriska, meanwhile, resists the exile commands from Snowman to psychically force Tavros to kill her. Tavros flees and Vriska bleeds out, resurrecting as a god-tier player. In the kids' game, Jade is contacted by Eridan, who, having gained the powers of science wands, gives her the code for his former, most powerful weapon, a rifle he believes he inherited from his ancestor. Ancestors in troll culture, we learn, are individualized mythological hero figures whose past journeys supposedly foretell one's life trajectory. Jade recognizes the gun as the same one wielded, in miniature, by the bunny she gifted John, which was in turn sent to her by her pen pal, who, she now reveals, claimed to be her grandson. Eridan blathers about how he's going to show everyone how badass and important he is before heading off to fulfill his destiny. In the Trolls lab, Robo-Aradia suddenly experiences a moment of peace, bids Solix goodbye, and explodes for some reason. Taking a cue from Tavros, Jade decides to work with Bexprite and rushes to an attic laboratory where her grandfather stored a fourth wall stolen from the medium, along with the taxidermied corpse of Jade's dream self, acquired at the end of Act 4. Jade summons Bexprite and then prototypes him with her dream corpse. However, Jade Sprite, in addition to being part dog, is horrified and distressed at her sudden return to life, and her uncontrolled green zappy powers cause the attic tower to crumble. The narrative informs us that as this happens, a mysterious timer counts down to 0, and the most important character in Homestuck, blissfully smiling through smudged clown makeup and smears of purple blood, watches the collapse on a monitor, fondly regarding the miracle of a new beginning. Jade's attic falls to the ground, and she and Jade Sprite are stuck in the resulting clutter along with the now cracked fourth wall, which has flipped on to display a mysterious green room. Lord English is commanded to reveal himself, and beyond the fourth wall, Andrew Hussey appears, wearing English's massive flashing overcoat, which is just way too big. Obviously, AH isn't Lord English, since that would be stupid, and they throw the coat aside before imitating Doc Scratch and writing another absolutely pointless recap in all white text. Back on the other side of the wall, Jade Sprite tearfully explains that she actually enjoyed whatever the afterlife was, which I guess existed, and where she apparently made a lot of friends, and she does not want to be alive again and deal with all the pressures of the adventure. Frustrated with seeing herself so hesitant and fearful, Jade harangues Jade Sprite before being contacted by Karkat, who is finally ready to implement the plan that he and future Jade have come up with. The first step, he tells her, is to captchalogue the fourth wall. On post-apocalyptic Earth, WV assumes John has died permanently, but cannot leave the exile station, which has run out of fuel, and he ate the delicious green uranium block that could have powered it way back in Act 2 or something. Outside, WQ informs PM that they must await an additional exile, the former White King, or as he is known after spending several millennia in the Frog Temple's time capsule reading Rose's unfinished wizard novel, The Writ Keeper. After this, the exiles must destroy all their stations, and PM must appoint a champion to bear the Queen's ring and fight Jack Noir. Still locked in his own exile station, WV passes the time by building a fort. He falls asleep and has a dream that quickly becomes a nightmare, as he sees himself imbued with Beck powers and wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Vriska appears in his dream as a tiny bug and tells him to back off because Jack Noir is hers. In a flash called S-Wake, two things happen. One is that, earlier in the Trolls postgame, Jack Noir destroyed their version of Purpo. However, Noir unknowingly incinerated the corpse of Aradia's dream self, which was lying on a quest bed-like slab in a crypt in the center of Purpo's moon. This coincides with Robo-Aradia exploding in the lab as she is unexpectedly resurrected as a god-tier player of time, and she immediately uses her powers to freeze Jack in place. About an hour later, Vriska wakes from her WV-harassing nap and meets Tavros for their confrontation, which ends as she stabs him through the chest with his own lance and tosses his corpse off a ledge into the abyss. Back in the computer lab, Kanaya watches the future moment where Rose goes mysteriously dark on her monitor. She ends up chatting quite a bit with Jade, as they are both space players in their respective games and have similar functions. It turns out that one of the main duties of space players is scouring their planet for frogs that they can ectobiologically clone and interbreed through a complex and elaborate process to create something called the Genesis frog. This turns out to be the true identity of the frog god Bilious Slick, whose advent Prospit awaits and Purpo despises. For the Genesis frog, created by a game session, is in fact the universe created by that session. Let me just say that again so we can all take a moment to appreciate it. The entire point of the game is not simply to create a new universe, but to actually create a magical frog deity who literally embodies the universe. Wow. Astonishing. Anyway, Kanaya also talks a bit about how the players are further tasked with repopulating their race and explains how this was to be her particular responsibility for the trolls, since her caste is dedicated to facilitating troll reproduction. After the death of her Lucis, a virgin mother grub, she retrieved from its corpse an object called the matriorb, from which a new mother grub may be hatched. While she thought she was to accomplish this in the universe they created, Kanaya now suspects she should nest the matriorb in the core of the meteor lab. She sets off to do so just after Terezi flees the room, feeling remorseful in the wake of Alt Dave's death. Karkat complains that the group is unraveling, with all the trolls except for him, Kanaya, Solix, and Feferi isolating themselves around the meteor. Aridin appears and orders Feferi to break up with Solix so he can escort her to Jack Noir, where he will offer their allegiance as troll aristocracy in the continued decimation of the session and/or reality. Solix and Aridin duel again, ending with Solix being KO'd. Feferi tries to retaliate, but Aridin murders her with a blast of science to the torso, then does the same to the matriorb. Kanaya lunges with her chainsaw, but she too is eviscerated by science, and Aridin flees, leaving behind a stunned Karkat. In the lab, Karkat receives an ominous warning from Doc Scratch advising him not to turn his back on the body. This doesn't seem to mean anything, because the bodies aren't doing squat. Gamzee then messages Karkat with some unfortunate news. After running out of Soper Slime Pies, the troll equivalent of weed, and being confronted with the cosmic inanity of the insane clown posse, Gamzee has utterly snapped and is ready to assume his legacy as the last of Alternia's brutal enforcer caste, the Subjugulators. He vows to murder all of his friends, confident in the belief that he is somehow both of the mirthful messiahs his evil religion has long foretold. Meanwhile, as Terezi is off mourning the Alt Dave she got killed, she discovers Tavros' corpse and immediately and correctly suspects Vriska has gone rogue. She and Karkat attempt to resurrect Tavros and Kanaya, respectively, with the Kiss maneuver, only to discover this doesn't work when the players' dream selves are dead. Abruptly, the scene shifts to the climax of the 1991 Steven Spielberg film Hook, where the headstrong leader of the Lost Boys, Rufio, played by Dante Bosco, is stabbed by Dustin Hoffman's devious Captain Hook. Andrew Hussey, filling in for the part originally played by Robin Williams as Peter Pan, screams in horror and begs Rufio not to die, leaning in for a mournful yet hopeful kiss. The narrative informs us that this is stupid, and transitions to a confused John watching the described scene on the clouds of Skya. While wandering the battlefield, John finds Dad's wallet, which grants him a new fetch modus with an incredible carrying capacity, holding not just a ton of pipe tobacco and shaving cream, but an entire backup car. John uses his windy powers to levitate the car into the air and fly around the battlefield, accompanied by WV, who's been hanging out with John since witnessing his resurrection. John is eager to find Dad and is told by Jade that he is with Rose's mom in a castle somewhere on the battlefield. Karkat flees the lab with an unconscious Solix and contacts Equius, ordering him to take out Gamzee. Terezi, meanwhile, returns to the lab, where she does not notice Kanaya's body is now missing, but discovers Feferi's corpse with mysterious bite marks on the neck. Terezi immediately and incorrectly concludes that Vriska has developed a literal thirst for blood. Elsewhere, Nepeta and Equius chat about the loss of Aradia and engage in some friendly role-playing before Equius sends Nepeta into the ducts of the lab for her own safety while he seeks out Gamzee. When he finds him, Gamzee orders Equius to kneel to observe his place in the hierarchy of troll society. Equius, uncharacteristically, does not comply, and Gamzee shoots an arrow through his leg, bringing him to the ground, then uses the string of the bow to garrote Equius. Equius, delighted to be finally put in his place by someone higher on the hemo spectrum, dies with a smile on his face. Not so for Nepeta, who watched all of this and now leaps from the ductwork to fight Gamzee. He easily disables her, using her claws to mutilate his own face before beating her to death with juggling clubs. Karkat reflects on how pointless everything he's done seems, including creating and sending back ectobiological clones of his friends to ensure their existence. He's also troubled by the fact that he created a set of an additional 12 Wigglers, whom we can surmise became the troll's ancestors. Remember when I mentioned that last partisode? Solix wakes up, now blind, but extremely cheerful without the voices of the doomed crowding his every thought. He chats with Terezi, suggesting she come find him and Karkat so they can defend themselves against the others, but Terezi stops responding after she mentions something bright is approaching. John searches for his dad on the battlefield and is contacted by Vriska, who is feeling melancholy after killing Tavros. Troll Society, she explains, would have considered her in the right, and Tavros deserving of his death, and she wonders if part of the reason the trolls failed their game was that they did not indulge their bloodlusts more frequently. She recounts how, when she was small, she was initially nervous to go out and round up other troll children for her spider mom to eat. However, Vriska discovered a diary belonging to her ancestor, the fearsome and ruthless pirate Mindfang, on whom she modeled her LARPing character and indeed her entire brutal power gaming outlook on life. John remarks that he sees some parallels in how he followed his Nana's example by becoming an incredible prankster. Unable to find his dad, but assured by Vriska that he will, John decides to acquire the tumor for Rose, but doesn't know how to get to the core of the planet. Vriska advises him to cheat, and so he uses his wind powers to drill through the planet's surface, mildly disturbing the nearby castle where Mom and Dad are on a dinner date while being surveilled by Jack Noir. In the past, Dave hangs out in the apartment before being messaged by Aradia. Soon, however, things go awry, and Aradia shows up in her God-tier uniform to explain that Dave is dead and this is a dream bubble. But hold up, the dead Dave is not the Alpha Dave, but the alternate doomed Dave killed by Jack. Aradia explains that the dream bubbles are the game's afterlife, where dead players can wander through their own and others' memories and basically hang out with each other. She has taken it upon herself to be a welcoming presence and guide for the recently deceased, and Tavros appears to confess his admiration for the embarrassed Dave. Aradia clarifies that though the others are dead, she is still very much alive and intends to stay that way. Vriska reviews Mindfang's journal, which provides the narrative text to a mixture of ancestor flashbacks and contemporary parallel plotlines. What happened was this. Mindfang was in a heated rivalry with the aristocratic captain Orphaner Dualscar, Eridan's ancestor, and after she got the best of him one too many times, he sought revenge by murdering Mindfang's favored sex slave, implied to be Kanaya's ancestor. Dualscar then attempted to bring the force of the subjugulators against Mindfang, but they executed him for being unfunny. Their leader, the Grand High Blood and Gamzee's ancestor, nevertheless tasked a novice legislacerator named Redglare, Terezi's ancestor, to hunt down and prosecute Mindfang. In the present, Terezi awakens with bite marks on her neck. In the journal, Mindfang looks forward to the coming duel with Redglare as Gamzee, Eridan, and Vriska are caught in a three-way showdown. Then Kanaya, who turns out to be not dead and also a rainbow drinker, which is what vampires are called on Alternia, runs out of nowhere, glowing with bioluminescent white light, which is what vampires do on Alternia because it's opposite world, and also this is 2011 and it's a Twilight joke. She kicks Gamzee in the crotch and sends him soaring off a ledge, punches Vriska in the face, and bisects Eridan with her chainsaw. We suddenly transition to Jack Noir, who has just killed Mom and Dad, and he ponders what to do next. The command we can read, but not yet click, is tantalizing. Jack, accessorize immediately. Following the murder of Mom and Dad, Jack Noir immediately begins to accessorize, complementing the sunglasses he stole from Bro with a hat, a beautiful scarf, a pipe, and more, before finally realizing how ridiculous he looks and discarding all of his trophies. All except for one, Lil Cal, whom Jack has developed an especial fondness for. He turns his mind back to destruction and murder, but is distressed by his overwhelming intrusive thoughts about dog treats. That's not the only Beck-derived quality he now has, and we learn that earlier Jack found Jade asleep, and while he desired to murder her, his good dog loyalty stopped him. Now he calls up the Draconian dignitary to put out a hit on Jade. DD complies by assigning the job to the courtyard droll, who is currently wandering the battlefield with Liv Tyler the Cyber Bunny. Jack reflects on how boring life as a destructive demigod is, and we flash forward into the future, where Jack has just been frozen by the resurrected Aradia's time powers. Being frozen is also boring, it turns out, but Aradia uses the temporarily immobile Jack as a portal directly to the Green Sun, which burns somewhere in the depths of the furthest ring. From here, she wanders into a dream bubble, reliving the memory of one of the many Aradia bots who fought Jack when he first entered the troll session. Jack attacked the Aradia bot by throwing Lil Cal at her, after which she was knocked by a meteor into a Skyan defense portal and was blown to bits on the surface of Alternia. It turns out this happened just outside Aradia's hive, back before Vriska killed her, and investigating this explosion is how Aradia originally discovered the second set of frog ruins from which she and Sullux salvaged the code of the game. In the impact crater, Aradia also found John's dad's wallet, speckled with ominous drops of blood, as well as the remains of Lil Cal. Aradia is joined by her alternate self, the Aradia bot who died in the impact, as well as a sleeping Sullux, Jade, and Kanaya, and she guides them through their disparate memories to reconstruct an unusual origin story. What happened was this. The remains of Lil Cal were given to Kanaya, who stitched him back together and gave him a snazzy green suit before forgetting about him, because who cares about creepy puppets? Meanwhile, after Vriska paralyzed Tavros, each troll injured in the resulting blood feud repressed a traumatic memory where they wrote a certain word on their bedroom walls, much like Rose wrote the meow code on her room's walls, which eventually was used to create Beck. So it was that together Tavros, Aradia, Vriska, and Terezi wrote the phrase tick-tock, like the sound of a clock, break, like the opening shot of a game of pool, and heads, like the thing you talk out of. The Aradia bot chimes in to add that there was another part of the code from an alternate timeline, where she originated. There, Gamzee snapped before the trolls completed the game, killing all of his friends and writing the final part of the message in their blood. Honk, honk, like the sound of a clown horn. These words were recorded in the Trolls' role-playing guidebooks and, from the alternate timeline, Karkat's coding handbook, before being gathered by the Troll Session's Black Queen, who used them as part of the ectobiological cloning process, along with Kanaya's restored Lil Cal and Vriska's magic cue ball, to create their session's first guardian, Doc Scratch. The story now switches focus to Scratch, who, because he cannot be controlled like the other characters, briefly takes over the duties of narration. He addresses the reader directly, assuring us that he will be an excellent host. He is currently waiting the arrival of another very special guest. This turns out to be none other than Jack Noir, of course by which I mean Spade Slick, the Jack Noir of the Trolls session, who's now got a robot arm and an eye patch since we last saw him at the end of the intermission. He tries to beat up Scratch, apparently thinking he is Lord English, but Scratch easily distracts him with a candy dish of licorice Scotty dogs before taking time to have a chat with Rose. In a long and ponderous conversation between two of the wordiest characters in the comic, during which Scratch reveals himself to be a rather creepy guy when it comes to talking to young girls on the internet, we learn some intriguing information. First, the Scratch, not the character, but the thing that's going to happen, must be initiated by, surprise, surprise, scratching the giant record turntable on Dave's planet. This will in fact reset the session entirely, both inside and outside the game. Doc Scratch explains that the kids will have led different lives and have no memory of their past actions. Effectively, their current selves will be obliterated, unless they find some means of preservation. On that note, Scratch also explains how the god-tier powers John has acquired bestow the power of conditional immortality, meaning that god-tier players of the game cannot die unless they do so in circumstances that are exceedingly self-sacrificing and heroic, or exceedingly depraved and therefore justified. Scratch also reminds Rose that destroying the Green Sun would, in addition to depowering Jack, kill Scratch himself, and in the process release his master, Lord English, whom he tells us is a very evil man. Rose questions whether this, then, is the best plan for taking out Jack, which Scratch says is rather beside the point. The destruction of the sun would kill Scratch and happen to weaken Jack at the same time. But this is not the only way for Scratch to die, and indeed, due to his time travel abilities, Lord English is effectively already here. It turns out Rose has acquired Jade's magic cue ball, and Scratch urges her to use her Seer of Light powers to read it for clues as to what she should do next. It tells her to answer Jade, who's been trying to message her. Thus, Rose discovers her mom has been murdered by Jack Noir. Rose hungers for revenge and wonders if this is why the Outer Gods have imbued her with dark magic, but Jade is not so sure they can be trusted. Again, on Scratch's advice, Rose asks the cue ball. This time, the answer is incomprehensibly eldritch, and Rose is infused with even more nefarious magic, causing the monitor blackout Kanaya has observed previously. Having gone completely grimdark, Rose blasts off to fight Jack. The big man, aka Andrew Hussey, calls for a timeout, and through a series of Sweetbro and Hella Jeff style panels acknowledges that, by now, the reader must be anxious about all of these self-insert shenanigans. It seems inevitable that if Hussey keeps showing up like this, they must eventually interact directly with the story, and wouldn't that be really stupid? But Hussey assures us that they know what they're doing, and in the end, when the time comes for direct involvement with the narrative, they promise their influence will be so precise and minuscule that it can be measured in the span of 1 yard. Meanwhile, John finds the tumor at the center of the battlefield. It's a massive spiked bomb with a clock ticking down from 10 hours and 25 minutes. John pops the bomb into Dad's wallet and returns to the surface, where he meets up with WV and Liv Tyler, who's returned with CD in tow. Liv provides a note from Jade's pen pal, who explains that he packed the bunny with powerful in-game weapons. Liv has lost most of them, unfortunately, but John manages to recover the one meant for him, the Warhammer of Zillyhoo. John then decides to look for his dad some more, but first he commandeers a flying battleship and hands over his wallet to WV, ordering him, Liv Tyler, and CD to sail to Purpo to deliver the tumor to Rose's dream self. The little party sets off, and John's attention is caught by the black clouds descending on a nearby castle as grimdark Rose arrives to fight Jack. Rose explores the castle, following Jack's trail of slaughter, and learning bits and pieces of how the prohibitions of the game have mythologized the arrival of their heroes and, apparently, their inevitable failure. She eventually finds John, but one consequence of being grimdark is you cannot speak except for eldritch snarling, and so she leads him around the castle to the corpses of their parents, where Jack Noir is waiting for them. Upset by his father's death, John prepares for battle along with Rose. Jack immediately teleports behind John and stabs him through the chest, killing him. In a rage, Rose blows up the castle. On Lowas, Dave investigates the scene of his bro's death, where he experiences a lot of ambivalent feelings. Terezi messages him to explain how she is also currently on the trail of a murderer and seeking justice, concepts Dave finds himself weirdly enthusiastic about, since on Future Earth, the authority regulator is at that moment using a terminal to tell him to be, while also making preparations to blow up all the other exile stations. On the Meteor, Terezi discovers Nepeta's body and falls for the nearby evidence Gamzee has planted to frame Vriska. She sets out to find her adversary, and the second year and the first disc of Homestuck ends. The second disc of Homestuck, however, is missing. Terezi keeps going anyway and falls through a trap door into a strange room with a record player, some treasure chests, a swiftly moving juggalo shadow, and Lil Cal in his awesome green suit. These last two things don't seem very important, so pressing is the need to bring Vriska to justice. Terezi finds Homestuck's second disc near the record player and attempts to play it because she doesn't know what CDs are, and thus ends up scratching the disc. In the treasure chests, she finds her old role-playing outfit and her favorite dragon plush. On a page of Mindfang's journal, Gamzee has faked a message from Vriska telling Terezi to meet her for a showdown on the roof. Terezi dons her old roleplay garb and sets out as we learn more about the troll ancestors. What happened was this. Eventually, Mindfang, Vriska's ancestor, was captured by the legislacerator Redglare, Terezi's ancestor, who used her dragon companion to decimate Mindfang's pirate fleet. In the battle, Mindfang lost an arm and an eye. At the trial, however, she used her mind control powers to persuade the court to turn against and execute Redglare. Now on the run, Mindfang sought out the machinist Darklear, Equius's ancestor, who was exiled for some past matter where he rose up against the High Bloods in favor of an unnamed woman. In exchange for her keeping his location secret, Darklear builds Mindfang a new arm and watches over one of her treasures, a magic cue ball that Mindfang stole from Doc Scratch. The cue ball has already told Mindfang how she will die, at the hands of her future lover, the Summoner, Tavros's ancestor, who is destined to lead an unsuccessful rebellion against the Alternian Empress. Throughout all of this, the panels of the comic become progressively degraded and glitchy as playing with a scratched disc takes its toll. Back in the present, Terezi finds and confronts Vriska, who informs her Gamzee has been committing most of the murders. However, Vriska now intends to go off and face Jack Noir alone. Thanks to her Seer of Mind powers, Terezi knows this will lead Jack back to the Meteor, where he will kill everyone. Terezi proposes a wager. She will flip her coin, and depending on the result, Vriska will either stay or she will go. Vriska agrees, confident that her luck manipulation powers will ensure that the coin lands favorably for her, and the increasing glitchiness of the game means the coin hangs mid-flip. Homestuck is rendered totally unplayable unless we can find someone who could doctor a scratched disc. Luckily, we do know someone like that, and once more, Doc Scratch returns to the narrative, inviting us back into his apartment. Doc Scratch assumes the narration of the comic, transforming the entire MS Paint Adventures website into his green apartment, where it is easier to read his white text. He promises he can fix Homestuck Disc 2, and by the time he is done, the story will have progressed to a point he calls the critical event, when the various temporally discontinuous plot lines of Homestuck he has manipulated reach their implied climaxes, which will finally end Act 5. This includes, of course, his own impending death. As we wait, he offers to explain for us what we're missing, and because having Homestuck explained to you by a smug know-it-all rather than reading it yourself sounds undeniably compelling, we agree. What happens is this. Terezi's coin flip is a constant across all timelines. Vriska uses her luck manipulation to draw the outcome, allowing her, in Terezi's words, to go, knowing that Terezi was being duplicitous by using go to mean die. Terezi would know this would happen, of course, and would know Vriska knew that she knew, so when Vriska turned to leave, it would be a dare to go through with the obvious backstab. Terezi does not, and Vriska goes off to fight Jack Noir. Doc says there is a little more to tell, but he first switches the topic to the duel between Rose and Jack Noir in the kids' session immediately following John's death. Rose puts up a fight, but Jack eventually kills her and departs. John, however, resurrects with the powers of the God tier, which is represented by an ornate grandfather clock in Doc's apartment that ticks and talks between heroic and just, neither of which describes John's recent end. Doc reminds us that we already saw John alive in the future during his first conversation with Karkat and just before he initiates the session scratch, so we should have seen this coming. Doc now moves into the MSPA webpage's top banner, which historically up until this point displayed Project Wonderful ads. Since he took over narration, it has shown a narrow image of Doc's apartment, and in the future, some scenes I describe take place there simultaneously with regular page panels. Vriska then heads off to fight Jack, who immediately follows her trail back to the Meteor Lab. In the banner, Spade Slick enters Doc's apartment and attacks him before being distracted by Candy, like we've already seen. Doc returns to the narration, explaining that he is an excellent host to his many guests, one of whom was, of course, us from the past. He names and briefly explains an idea he calls circumstantial simultaneity, a mechanism of paradox space which he claims is not fully comprehensible to the mortal mind. Here he uses it to describe the way certain elements of Homestuck tend to repeat or echo each other, such as in this specific instance, the fact that Rose and Vriska were both heroes of light, in the parlance of the game, who dueled the same Jack Noir, as well as the interwoven asynchronous causality stuff we've already seen. Doc remarks that all we've seen thus far, and have yet to see, up to and including the critical moment, are ruled by circumstantial simultaneity. Anyway, Jack destroys the Meteor Lab and returns with Karkat and Terezi's corpses as trophies. Jack and an enraged Vriska begin their duel. Doc pauses to open the blood-spattered codebook from Gamzee's alternate timeline murder spree, which he has made into a scrapbook filled with the previous Homestuck panels. Doc admits he does not know for certain what happened next with the duel and will be required to speculate. He uses some previous images from Homestuck to both speed up the process of storytelling and as an acknowledgement that everything in Paradox Space is a reproduction of a previous event from either the main or offshoot timeline. In this case, he flips the art from Rose's duel with Jack into a duel between Vriska and Jack. Increasingly relying on guesswork, Doc supposes Vriska rolled her dice and used all her luck to get the most favorable result, unlocking her most powerful attack. She and Jack probably dueled for some time, and while Doc can't say for certain who won, he suggests she stood a chance. Doc reveals that he has to speculate about Vriska because he only has full knowledge of the Alpha timeline, which is the timeline that features both his birth and death, and not any alternatives. However, as a seer of mind, Terezi can know alternate timelines with some certainty, and seeing all of what I've just described proves to her that Vriska cannot be allowed to leave. We return now to the Alpha timeline, which it turns out we have not been observing, and Terezi stabs Vriska in the back. She is then joined on the roof of the Meteor Lab by Karkat, Kanaya, and Sullux, who are all tailed by Gamzee. On the battlefield, John resurrects and reads his last message from Vriska, which advises him to save Rose's dream self by kissing her corpse. Vriska says she won't be jealous and asks John if, when everyone meets up, he would like to maybe go on a date with her. In the banner panels, Spade Slick sets fire to Doc's apartment, and Doc pulls a fire alarm to summon Matchsticks, the heretofore unseen 11th member of the Felt, who appears and puts out the fire. Slick kills him at just the moment Clover, the tiniest and luckiest member of the Felt, happens by. Clover flips his lucky quarter, which summons the heretofore unseen 14th member of the Felt, Quarters, who uses his Gatling gun to kill Spade Slick. This is all revealed to be an alternate timeline witnessed by Snowman, the former Troll Session Black Queen and heretofore comparatively frequently seen 8th member of the Felt, who intervenes at an earlier point to kill Quarters, saving Slick. She and Slick begin to passionately make out, scandalizing Doc Scratch. Doc switches the banner panels to show Jade and Dave collecting frogs on Jade's planet, where the volcano is finally active once more. Doc shoos Snowman away, as Jade and Dave are attacked by and fight Jack Noir, who cannot harm Jade but kills Dave. Vriska's God tier clock ticks down to a just ending, right as Spade Slick, angry now that Snowman is gone, uses the crowbar he got in the intermission to smash it. Vriska stays dead, and Doc, fed up with his rude guest, uses his scrapbook to bludgeon Slick, spraying Homestuck panels everywhere. Once Slick is cowed, Doc hands over his revolver and orders Slick to kill Snowman and end the universe, teleporting him away to do so. Jade and John kiss Dave and Rose, respectively and circumstantially simultaneously, resurrecting both Purpo Kid dream selves on the moon. Karkat messages John and, while avoiding saying Vriska is dead, mentions having dealt with Gamzee in a way he suspects John wouldn't understand. The point now is, they have to get everything ready for the scratch. Jade has hatched a plan for the kids to escape the scratched session by traveling through something called the Yellow Yard, which will allow them to enter the new session. Meanwhile, the explosion of the green sun will be visible throughout the furthest ring, where the trolls will rendezvous with Aradia. Doc's apartment is a mess, and he leaves us with a candy bowl of updates, encouraging us to sort among the panels scattered about while he fixes his clock and tidies. We click through various asynchronous scenes. On the commandeered battleship, the courtyard droll pickpockets Dad's wallet from an oblivious WV and flees. Liv Tyler the Cyber Bunny notices and gives chase, stealing back the wallet and removing the tumor, leaving CD none the wiser. On Earth, in the past, John is trolled by Vriska, who gloats about her future importance. However, she soon realizes she is dead, and this is a dream bubble. She appears in person and hangs out with John. They discuss their respective lives. John eventually realizes he is the John who died trying to meet his denizen too early, back in Act 4. All the kids' sprites are drawn to the battlefield. Jasper Sprite and Nepeta have a conversation about love and mortality. Meanwhile, Jade Sprite and Dave Sprite reflect on their strange existential situations as secondary copies of themselves, and Dave Sprite begins to explain to Jade Sprite what happened in the offshoot timeline when he met his denizen. Elsewhere, Nana Sprite finds Dad's bloody hat. His PDA is nearby, with a new message notification. On Earth and in the past, regular Dave recounts to Rose a nightmare he had about repeatedly dying. Surprise, this turns out to be a dream bubble, and Dave cannot tell whether he is sleeping or dead, as he recalls acquiring the tumor from Liv Tyler and cutting loose Purpo's moon to sail into the furthest ring. Rose reveals she knocked Dave out after he cut the moon loose, and she plans to pursue the suicide mission to bomb the green sun alone. A banging sound emanates from somewhere in Doc Scratch's apartment, and as he sets off to see why a mysterious she is, quote, acting up, he tells us to continue sorting through the loose panels. However, we do not, pausing here for now, because that's what I said to do. As Doc Scratch heads off to investigate the noise in his apartment, we continue to sort through Homestuck clippings. On the battlefield, Nana Sprite uses Dad's PDA to chat with one of his fellow serious businessmen, relating the tale of a young girl and boy who fell from space and were raised by a genteel southern comedian. While the girl and boy felt they were destined to be together, they were unfortunately split apart by their wicked stepmother, a baked goods baroness, who disappeared mysteriously before the girl, a young Nana, could reveal her inhuman nature to the world. Elsewhere, Dave Sprite explains to Jade Sprite that his denizen was not entirely hostile, and posed to him a strange riddle called the Choice when encountered in the Doom timeline, but Dave fled. After becoming Dave Sprite, he returned and was offered another choice, this time for the denizen to fix something. Dave Sprite elected to fix Dave's sword to help him out, and Jade Sprite wishes there was some way she could help Jade as well. In the dream bubbles, Vriska listens as the dead John recollects his encounter with his denizen, Typheus. Surprising Vriska, who like all the trolls simply powered through the battles with their denizens instead of speaking to them, John actually seems to be on pretty good terms with Typheus. John says he understands that if he had not died when and how he did, Dave would have never traveled back in time to fix things and preserve the Alpha timeline, ensuring they all existed to begin with. On Jade's planet, Jade returns from a meeting with her denizen, Echidna. She works with Karkat and Kanaya to add the finishing touches to the kid's Genesis tadpole, using a tip from Echidna to find a critical frog for the new universe's quote-unquote genetic code. In return for this help, however, Echidna has asked for something apparently impossible. Jade must somehow find a way to take the battlefield and all the kids' planets with them into the post-scratch session. As Purpo's moon drifts through the outer ring, Dave's dream self protests Rose's decision to complete the suicide mission alone. They are interrupted by the draconian dignitary who's come to assassinate Rose. On Purpo proper, Dave wakes up and flies into the furthest ring to help. The courtyard droll contacts Jack Noir to report the successful theft of Dad's wallet from WV, completely forgetting that the mission he was charged with was to assassinate Jade. An enraged Jack Noir attacks WV's battleship, sending it careening through a Skyan defense portal into the surface of the post-apocalyptic Earth. On Alternia, before the trolls started their game, Gamzee and Tavros engage in a playful rap battle before Gamzee makes a frank romantic overture to an astonished Tavros. In the furthest ring, Aradia waits near the green sun, where she is joined by a dream bubble ghost of Sullux, who is only half dead because of his bifurcation gimmick. Near the end of the Trolls' timeline, after the start of Gamzee's murder spree, Karkat messages Jade to tell her goodbye. He admits to a mistake he is now sure he has made. When creating the universe, he rushed Kanaya through the process and didn't collect all the necessary genetic codes. The result was an ill-looking Genesis frog with a massive tumor on its chin. Karkat apologizes for giving the universe cancer, which he believes has taken the embodied form of the game-breaking character Jack Noir. And in the Trolls' session, Jack Noir readies his Red Miles attack to destroy from the outside the sick Genesis frog, an act whose cataclysmic effects now descend from the far future Earth sky above PM and the other exiles. In the past, Dave is trolled by Gamzee, who is furious over the blasphemies of the Insane Clown Posse's Miracles music video, which we learn Dave received early access to from a sinister Betty Crocker social media account. In retribution for revealing the falsity of his religion's apocalyptic vast honk, Gamzee used his evil clown powers to ruin the kids' session, manifesting in John's Prospect Dream Tower a horrible Harlequin doll modeled on Jack Noir, birthing John's unconscious terror of clowns and Dad's misguided embrace of them, which, of course, to spell this all out, led to the prototyping of John's sprite with a Harlequin doll and thereby causing the rise of Jack Noir to begin with. Gamzee reserved something special for Dave too, making his nightmares come true by using more evil clown power to manifest the original dream Cal that haunted Dave's bedroom on Purpo, and which eventually became the actual Lil Cal Gamzee now has. He says it talks to him. Doc Scratch finally reaches a locked room from which a banging sound emanates. It is a chair being smashed against the narrative's fifth wall, beyond which Andrew Hussey has arranged two fourth walls, the one earlier draped with Lord English's overcoat and a new one, to face each other precisely 1 yard apart. Doc deactivates the fifth wall and chastises his prisoner, a young troll girl who looks an awful lot like Aradia. They engage in a strife, during which Doc Scratch beats her severely and then begins a round of re-education to remind her of the important work for which she is, in his terms, being groomed. As he begins his story, the young troll discreetly flips on the fifth wall again, drawing the attention of Andrew Hussey. Doc reveals that once upon a time, Alternia was a very different place. Troll society was peaceful and kind, for it had never known the malign influence of Doc Scratch himself. How that came to be was this. 12 trolls from a peaceful world played an apocalyptic game, but weren't, Doc says, adequately prepared by their upbringings to win. However, their session was also marked by a glitch wherein these trolls did not create themselves via ectobiology, but had in fact spawned in another session, a session they were destined to create. This causal glitch, Doc says, is one of his master's calling cards. At their moment of failure, these trolls reset their session with a scratch, with the promise that the new session would provide a society that trained children for the mastery and completion of the game. As part of the bargain, however, the original trolls were erased from existence and recast in the new reality, not as players of the game, but as heroes of legend, while their own former predecessors became the players destined to face the game's challenges. Living their new lives as the ancestors of the trolls we already know, these former players lost all memory of their prior world. All except one. He was the Signless, Karkat's ancestor, also known as the Sufferer. Early in Alternia's vicious new history, the Signless was troubled by inexplicable memories of a kinder world and began to preach the virtues of compassion, which of course marked him for death. By then, he had already acquired a group of devoted followers, the Dolorosa, a rogue Jade blood and Kanai's ancestor, who raised him from grubhood, as well as the Psionic, Solix's ancestor and a powerful telekinetic mage, not to mention the Disciple, Nepeda's ancestor and the Sufferer's scribe and lover. When the Sufferer was finally executed by the state, the Dolorosa was sold into slavery, and the Psionic was imprisoned by the Troll Empress and Feferi's ancestor, her imperious Condescension, also known as the Condesce, who used her vast powers to extend his lifespan and incorporate him and his telekinesis into the engine of her personal warship, which resembles nothing so much as a vicious red trident or fork. The Disciple fled into the wilderness and preserved the Sufferer's teachings, forming a shadowy cult that worked to ensure the Signless's descendant would have a safe haven when the time came for the game to begin again. They succeeded, and when Glub Glub, a gift from Doc Scratch to the Condesce to help ensure her ironclad rule, admitted the vast Glub, in a matter of seconds, the mighty troll empire was destroyed, leaving only the Condesce herself and Feferi. Without the Psionic to power her ship, the Condesce has spent centuries on a return journey to post-apocalyptic Alternia, and is due to arrive any moment now. At which point, Doc says, she will meet Aradia's ancestor, who, along with us, is listening to this story. See, Aradia's ancestor arrived after the apocalypse, and has been in Doc Scratch's care ever since. He has raised her to become the Handmaid, Lord English's emissary, who has already time-traveled throughout Alternia's history to wreak violence and mayhem. When the Condesce arrives, the adult Handmaid will greet her and offer an employment opportunity. Become Lord English's new agent, do his work in realities he cannot reach, and let the Handmaid finally die. This is the end the small troll girl can expect for herself. Meanwhile, Andrew Hussey smashes through the fifth wall into Doc's apartment, and throughout all of this has bumbled through the banner panels at the top of the MS Paint Adventures website, hoping to find Doc Scratch and make him stop delivering ancestor exposition. But when Hussey finally makes his move, grabbing Doc Scratch by the shoulders and shaking him violently, Scratch goes weirdly limp, like a doll, while Aradia's ancestor makes a run for it. Hussey is weirded out by the now inert Scratch, from whose body is recovered the repaired second disc of Homestuck, and Hussey resumes control of the narrative. However, as the young handmaid flees through the banner panels, she is addressed by massive green text informing her that she cannot hope to escape. Indeed, in trying to flee, she runs straight into a towering figure with rapidly alternating pool ball eyes, and through an explosion of flashing, multicolored text that obscures most of the MSPA website, Lord English informs her what we've known for some time, that he is already here. After a brief detour in a Sweetbro and HellaJeff reskin of the website, the second disc of Homestuck loads, returning us to the top of the Troll's Meteor, where Karkat, Terezi, Kanaya, Sullux, and Gamzee engage in their final climactic standoff. Karkat presses the others to stand down and then leaps into the fray, calming the murderous, enraged Gamzee by gently patting him on the face, shoulders, and chest while softly going shoosh over and over. Gamzee calms down and he and Karkat embrace as moirails, to the delight of Andrew Hussey, who has returned home and now affixes this panel into Doc Scratch's scrapbook. Hussey begins to write another plot recap, but gives up, because I guess some people just aren't cut out for this. Hussey now puts the comic on hiatus for 2 months to work on the end of Act 5 animation, and for that entire time, we stare at a panel showing Jade at the top of her house, Genesis Tadpole and Jack Noir nearby, as the effects of the scratch tear through the sky above. Karkat contacts Jade just prior to the scratch, but she is distracted by the courtyard droll, who is descending from the sky on one of Dad's gargantuan packs of shaving cream, which he's rigged with explosives. Karkat loses connection with the kid's session just before the detonation, which kills Jade and knocks the Genesis Tadpole from the top of her house. It tumbles into the volcano below. CD congratulates himself on a job well done, but Jack Noir is not as pleased by Jade's death as he thought he would be. It is past midnight on October 25th, 2011, and I am staying up late to watch Homestuck's end of Act 5 animation. I am in my first semester of graduate school, and for a course on pre-modern aesthetic theory, I am reading pre-Christian Neoplatonists. In the margins of a section from Proclus on how bodies only move when in communication with the soul, I write, "A text without a reader is inert." It is an afternoon in October of 2021, and I am rereading Lauren Berlant's 2008 book, The Female Complaint, in preparation for a podcast I have perhaps unwisely committed to make on Homestuck. Berlant's aim is to theorize the development through American popular fiction and mass media from the mid-19th century to the present of what they call the idea of an intimate public. The fantasy of belonging to a social sphere not based primarily or necessarily on explicit political and ideological affiliations, but rather on a general culture of fellow feeling over shared fictional and cultural narratives that orbit the same questions of desire, expectation, disappointment, and normativity. Berlant writes, "An intimate public operates when a market opens up to a block of consumers, claiming to circulate texts and things that express those people's particular core interests and desires. When this kind of culture of circulation takes hold, participants in the intimate public feel as though it expresses what is common among them, a subjective likeness that seems to emanate from their history and their ongoing attachments and actions. Their participation seems to confirm the sense that even before there was a market addressed to them, there existed a world of strangers who would be emotionally literate in each other's experiences of power, intimacy, desire, and discontent, with all that entails. Varieties of suffering and fantasies of transcendence, longing for reciprocity with other humans in the world, irrational and rational attachments to the way things are, special styles of ferocity and refusal, and a creative will to survive that attends to everyday situations while imagining conditions of flourishing within and beyond them." Later in the same volume, Berlant writes, "What are the political consequences of a commoditized relation among subjects who are defined not as actors in history, but as persons who shop and feel? Mass-mediated popular culture is always generating more opportunities for fomenting a sense of focused belonging to an evolving world in this intensely connected yet mediated way. On an afternoon in October of 2021, I write in the margin here one word: fandom. It is past midnight on October 25th, 2011, and at 12:58 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 5 minutes after the last panel I described, Andrew Hussey posts the end of Act 5 animation, titled Cascade. In the weeks leading up to this moment, Hussey has mentioned a plan to mitigate server strain for the update, which is expected to draw 2 million visitors to the website. This plan turns out to be a co-hosting agreement with Flash game and animation site Newgrounds. But something goes wrong. Within 3 minutes of Cascade going live, Newgrounds is down. Please, if any of you can acquire a copy of The Flash, rehost it for the sake of the internet, RapidShare, MediaFire, whatever. Newgrounds is shitting itself. Stuck at 92%. Someone get Newgrounds to its quest bed. Is dying for the end of Act 5 heroic or just? It got stuck at 89% for me, you tease of a download. What happened? And now Newgrounds isn't responding. Fuck it, I'll check back in an hour or so. We killed Newgrounds. Well, I'm going to sleep. The Flash really won't be available anytime soon from the looks of it. This is pretty much exactly what I expected to happen. I actually screamed so loud, "No!" Well, tweets Hussey, that didn't work. People beg them to post a download link, but Hussey responds that their desire is for the Flash to be on the website specifically, as there are elements that will only work as intended there. Immediately, a vast reserve of wishful thinking from the past 2 months seems a little less wishful. It has to be on the website? Is there interactivity? Is it a walk around? Is there voice acting? A lucky few have managed to see the whole thing and are starting to report back. Hey guys, I just wanted to let you know that holy shit, that animation is fucking crazy. The animation, for wishful thinking aside, that is all that it is 5 minutes long. No, wait, it's 13 minutes long. Actually, it's 14 minutes long. This is terrible. Waiting is terrible. Everything is terrible. Anyone who got to watch it, I hate you all. Well, I didn't really feel like sleeping tonight anyway. All right, you bastards who have actually seen it, give us a summary. No, don't do that. I'm crying in real life? I warned you about servers, bro. I told you, dog. Summaries are given in bullet points behind spoiler tags. They are largely incomprehensible. By 2 o'clock on livestream.com, those who manage to salvage the file from their browser cache play the flash on repeat for rooms that rapidly reach their viewer caps. Rooms with no viewer caps chug considerably. Quality is grainy, and chats are a nightmare of people shouting reactions, non sequiturs, spoilers, or simply trying to parse what they are seeing. Is it really 14 minutes? I saw the whole thing. Wow, it is really 14 minutes. More like 15? What the hell did I just watch? No words. No words at all. Show's over, guys. Hussey cannot top this. So convoluted, yet so good. By 2:45 a.m., Andrew Hussey reluctantly posts a mega upload link to Twitter. Within 15 minutes, possibly due to an automated traffic flag, the mega upload link is taken down. Project Wonderful ad spots on mspaintadventures.com are going for $150. By 3:13 a.m., when the mega upload link is restored, the torrents are already being seeded. Everything save the general background noise of excitement and exclamation goes quiet as people watch. And then they reconvene, bashing on their keyboards, sketching on their tablets, recording their faces, recording their thoughts, recording their imaginings, recording themselves for pages and pages of excited chatter that will extend throughout the next day as they try to piece together exactly what just happened. Which was this. John initiates the scratch. In the Trolls session, Jack Noir uses his Red Miles attack on the Genesis Frog, beginning the destruction of the kids' universe. On Earth, the Red Miles rain down as PM and AR prepare to blow up the exile stations. But first, they wait as the White Queen welcomes the White King, who emerges from the Lotus Pod time capsule in the Frog Ruins. On Jade's planet, Jack Noir kills the courtyard droll and, forlorn, transports Jade's body to her quest bed before flying off to the frog ruins on their meteor, hiding in the Lotus time capsule just before it is sent to Earth. Millennia later, he emerges on post-apocalyptic Earth seconds after the White King and kills both Prospician monarchs. AR begins blowing up the exile stations, but hesitates over the final one, where WV is still trapped. Jack Noir kills AR, then teleports inside the last exile station. Finding it out of fuel, he eviscerates WV with his bare hand, pulling from his belly the chunk of uranium WV ate all the way back in his introduction. Jack uses it to power up the exile station and transports himself into the Trolls session, where he proceeds to kill their dream selves, destroy all their planets, Prospit and Purpo, accidentally resurrecting Aradia, and then kills the Genesis Frog, as we've already seen. In the furthest ring, Rose and Dave dispatch the Draconian Dignitary, and with Liv Tyler the Cyber Bunny, head to the center of Purpo's moon, where they find god-tier slabs like the ones that resurrected Aradia. They deploy the tumor, which cracks open to reveal a massive red and blue bomb with a timer ticking down. Through the visual language of circumstantial simultaneity, we are told that the red half of the bomb corresponds to the kid's universe, which Jack has already destroyed. The blue half corresponds to the Trolls universe, where Spade Slick now squares off against Snowman. She asks him what he's waiting for, and Slick draws Doc Scratch's Magnum, firing a single cue ball directly into her heart, ending the Trolls universe. On Jade's planet, a flock of hummingbirds descend on her corpse. On the battlefield, Dave Sprite and Jade Sprite watch as a massive meteor bears down on them. But suddenly, as Jade's quest bed lights up, Jade Sprite herself undergoes a startling transformation into a part dog, part girl, part first guardian, fully alive and ascended god-tier witch of space, complete with ruby slippers. With her new powers, she easily casts aside the meteor and levitates a Prospition battleship, shrinking the entire battlefield down and setting about the medium to collect John and the remaining planets, just as she promised Echidna. PM discovers WV's wounded body along with the ring of power he has guarded all these years. She prepares to put it on. Rose and Dave traverse the furthest ring, confused because they have not yet found the green sun. On the Meteor Lab, with Lil Cal sitting in his lap, Gamzee fondly regards Jade's initial prototyping of her dead dream self while carrying on a conversation with Doc Scratch, who informs Gamzee that he and all his friends and companions are nothing more than suckers.
What do you think of Doc Scratch? Because I have so much to say about this.
Well, I think that... Look, I'm a sucker for it.
A sucker, yeah.
A sucker.
The timer on the bomb finally reaches 0, and with the combined obliteration of 2 universes, the green sun is not destroyed, but created. It lights up the furthest ring, and using Sullex's telekinetic powers, the remaining trolls blast their meteor out of the session toward it. Jack Noir sees this, but before he can give chase, he is confronted by PM, who enters the troll session empowered by the Queen's Ring, the dying WV, and the Firefly Serenity, remember her? In tow. Outside the green sun, Aradia and the second Sullex welcome Rose and Dave, who emerge from the sun's fires as a god-tier seer of light and night of time, respectively. On the battleship with John and all the shrunken planets, Jade conjures the fourth wall and begins to enlarge it as the entirety of Homestuck plays on it in reverse. When the wall is large enough, she rockets the battleship through and into the unknown world beyond, just as the replay reaches the first panel of Homestuck and tattered curtains fall on the burning ruins of Act 5. Then, a few days later, the curtains fall on the curtains, and the second intermission begins. In the furthest ring, the billiard ball server we saw back in Act 5-1 executes the code meant to run on the death of the Trolls universe. The remains of Doc Scratch's apartment, meanwhile, float inside the green sun. Doc's grandfather clock slowly stops ticking as Doc's nearby body, unmoved since Andrew Hussey left, glows with an eerie green power. Doc's arms and legs bulge, ripple, and split as long, veiny limbs protrude from his tiny frame. Clawed hands burst from his gloves. A bloody stump emerges from a place where a leg should be, and is soon fitted with a prosthetic in the form of a golden pool cue. In Andrew Hussey's house, the flashing overcoat draped across one of the 2 opposing fourth walls disappears, just as Jade's miniature battleship blasts through. The coat reappears in Doc's apartment, where it fits perfectly on a massive, muscular green torso. Doc's cue ball head begins to crack and pulse. The grandfather clock goes nuts, keeping no time at all, or perhaps all time at once, and Doc's head dissolves to reveal the true face of Lord English. A gibbering green skull with fangs, a gold tooth, and flashing billiard balls for eyes. He emits a vast and terrifying honk. His coat transforms into a sarcophagus with a Terminator face, and he goes back in time to rule, as he has always ruled, the past, present, and future of Alternia. The second intermission ends.
Homestuck's trademark red curtains tint an ominous green before rising on Act 6. It's a beautiful day on Earth where human society still exists, probably forever. Autumnal cascades of leaves fall in a suburban neighborhood north of Seattle. A striking house hides unnerving science experiments in upstate New York. A billboard in Texas advertises Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson in the latest Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff film. A set of frog ruins stand next to an active volcano on a remote Pacific island. This is all displayed on a computer monitor to an unseen figure who reaches out with one gray hand to hit the keyboard and begin Homestuck. Homestuck begins, then, on November 11th, 2011. A young woman named Jane Crocker stands in her bedroom. She is 15 and a half years old, and today she is eager to receive alpha access to a new video game called Sburb, which is being developed by her favorite multinational corporation, to which she is also the presumptive heir. I mean, of course, the Betty Crocker Company, which, in addition to baked goods, has had a hand in numerous endeavors, from creating all sorts of experimental experimental digital and augmented reality technologies that definitely are not mind control devices, as well as colonizing Mars and appointing Guy Fieri to the Supreme Court. Jane is very excited, as 11-11-11 is also rumored to be a big rebranding initiative by Crocker Corp. Yet, currently, she is confined to her room by her stern dad because of one of the many assassination attempts against her as a high-powered corporate heiress. Jane is contacted by her friend Jake English, an adventurous young man who loves guns, adventure, and bad movies, and on whom Jane has a massive crush. She tells Jake she had a strange dream about him the night before, but does not have time to get into it now. Crocker Corp's rebranding hits, and the company's trademark red spoon is recast as an ominous trident. Jane is contacted by Uranian Umbra, or UU, a friendly and helpful but mysterious individual who types in gray, claims to be an alien from another universe, and is a font of knowledge about the game, which she says she is also preparing to play in a different session. She promises Jane and all her friends that they are about to embark on an incredible adventure that will heal a massive wound in reality with the arrival of 4 heroes of legend. Another friend, a fun-loving, sassy party girl the Something Awful thread calls Kid Mom, then chimes in. Kid Mom is anxious that Jane is so eager to play a game devised by the head of Crocker Corp, the so-called Batter Witch, a malevolent individual Kid Mom loathes, and whom Jane believes to be merely an urban legend. Otherwise, her great-great-grandmother, the founder of the company, would be almost 200 years old. Jane is distracted when she sees she has mail and decides to sneak out and claim it. Meanwhile, Jake prepares to put the finishing touches on the robotic bunny he has been building to send to the woman he calls his grandmother through a process he understands as time travel. He calls the bunny Terry Kaiser, after the guy who played Bernie in Weekend at Bernie's. Terry needs a chunk of uranium to power him, but Jake is fresh out. UU, who's been helping Jake build the bunny, talks this over with him, with her explaining that Jake's grandma is indeed in the past, but also in a separate universe. Otherwise, UU tries to avoid what she calls causal spoilers. For help with the bunny, Jake goes to his friend, a young man the Something Awful thread calls Kid Bro. Kid Bro is a cool and aloof robotics expert, and Jake has a whole conversation with him before realizing this isn't Kid Bro at all, but the self-aware chatbot autoresponder that Kid Bro programmed years ago. The real Kid Bro is busy, and the autoresponder is mostly unhelpful, but it points out that Kid Bro helped Jake assemble a robot sparring partner that runs on uranium and could be repurposed if bested in combat. Jane heads downstairs, where her cornball comedian grandfather's taxidermied body stands by the fireplace, and finally tells Jake about the scene from her dream. She was flying over a golden city while a funeral procession of strange white figures mourned the death of their page and the loss of their hope. When Jane got to the head of the procession and saw the corpse they were bearing, she realized it was none other than Jake and a pair of golden pajamas. The kids agree this dream was rather silly. Jake heads out of the crumbling ruins of his house, where he has lived in total solitude since the death of his grandmother, to the wild and overgrown island he calls home. It is swarming with dangerous alien wildlife from Alternia. Kid Mom messages him to vent about Jane not believing her regarding the Batter Witch, an idea Jake is more comfortable with. It becomes awkwardly clear to everyone that Kid Mom also sort of has a crush on Jake, though she lays off the gas out of respect for Jane. Jane herself has asked Kid Mom why she doesn't mac on Kid Bro, which Kid Mom thinks is laughable for reasons Jane does not understand. Anyway, Jake is attacked by a giant Alternian sea goat, which nearly kills him, but it is quickly dispatched by the Brobot that Kid Bro designed for him. Jane, desperate to get out of the house, also activates a robot bunny bodyguard Kid Bro built for her, named Lil Sebastian. Kid Bro assures her that either directly or through robot intermediaries, he will make sure everything today, including the upcoming game session, will go according to plan. With Lil Seb's help, Jane sneaks outside, grabs the mail, and triggers a bomb that explodes in a giant ball of flame. Act 6, Act 1 ends. Andrew Hussey, who is now also a robot, mentions there are 5 more Act 6 acts to go and a lot of work ahead, after being reminded by the reader that all of the other characters from pre-Act 6 aren't dead yet. The Hussey bot rushes back to their mansion's study, where Jade's battleship is still passing between the 2 fourth walls. Hussey can't bring themselves to fuck with them, however, and instead just levels up John and Jade so they can finally speak to each other directly without the aid of chat clients. Act 6 Intermission 1 begins as John and Jade talk about their situation. It turns out that by exiting a session, Jade has lost direct contact with her first Guardian teleportation powers, which draw from the green sun, and even though they are moving at light speed, it will take them a whole 3 years to reach the new session, where they will meet Rose, Dave, and the remaining trolls. Luckily, they have Dave's sprite and the populations of all the planets to keep them company, and Jade helps John send the Meteor Crew a message written on the poster for 1998's Armageddon, a film covered in Homestuck Made This World bonus episodes available at patreon.com/rangetouch. Otherwise, the Meteor Gang find themselves in much the same situation, as Rose uses her god-tier Seer of Light powers to estimate that it will take them approximately 3 years to travel to the new session from the furthest ring. Carcat is apoplectic at the idea of all the sloppy human-troll makeouts John's message rightly alleges will probably occur in the meantime, and for some reason Gamzee scampers off with one of Solix's corpses. Aradia and the final remaining alive Solix choose to remain in the furthest ring, using their telekinesis to blast the meteor toward the new session. Before that happens, the crew is also joined by a dying wayward vagabond, who is teleported to the scene by PM before she sets off in pursuit of a fleeing Jack Noir. As she chases him from the destroyed troll session into the furthest ring, Act 6 Intermission 1 ends, and we are treated to a series of visions from the clouds of Skya. Green curtains hanging in the midst of a thunderstorm, an army of Crocker Corp combat drones, Kid Bro drawing his katana, Kid Mom breaking a fenestrated wall, a chess game in perpetual stalemate, Jake watching as the volcano by his house erupts, and all of these things too are glimpsed by Jane Crocker's dream self, which stands awake and confused at the window of her tower on Prospect. In her bedroom on Prospect, Jane sees the clouds of Skya presenting her a vision of the very tower she is standing in exploding with blue light. Then Jack Noir, a new one from the new game session, not Spade Slick or the one who is a Sephiroth dog, appears and stabs her to death. Jack is very happy that the Prospect Purpo Cold War has taken on a new angle, namely preemptive kid murder, which also explains how Jake's dream self was killed earlier, since the Black Queen has been deposed by a mysterious new monarch with a proactive stance. However, Jane's body begins to glow with the power of life, her game aspect, and the tower they are in explodes, just as foretold. Act 6, Act 2 begins as Jane wakes up on Earth, having been safely teleported away from the earlier mailbox explosion by a wily, omnipotent white cat that has harassed her and her friends their entire lives. They call it the God Cat. Jane's dad sends her inside. She chats with Kid Mom and promises to be less skeptical about some of the stranger claims Kid Mom makes regarding genocidal cake alien conspiracies. To prove she's not full of shit, Kid Mom uses some weird experimental technology to teleport Jane's Colonel Sassacre book out of her room. But something goes wrong on Kid Mom's end and she has to leave. Kid Mom also warns Jane not to run a pirated copy of Sburb she sent earlier. Of course, Jane immediately does so, and it turns out Kid Mom inserted a virus that causes Jane's computer to explode. Luckily, she's again rescued by the God Cat. Kid Bro messages Jane to warn her, seconds too late, and explains Kid Mom was probably genuinely trying to dissuade Jane from playing the game, which she thinks is all part of the Batter Witch's plot. He mentions that he's heard Jane also experienced an assassination attempt on Prospect because his dream self, like Dave's, is already awake on Purpo, where he tries to keep a low profile and monitor Kid Mom's dream self, who tends to sleepwalk. He has the robot bunny Little Seb install a real version of the game on Jane's dad's computer and begins to act as her server player just as we switch perspectives to Kid Mom, who is actually named Roxy Lalonde, and she is absolutely bonkers for wizards. Roxy contemplates her famous author mother's epic fantasy novel series, Complacency of the Learned, which concerns Calmassus, an androgynous young wizard's apprentice who leads their fellow students in a rebellion against their magical teachers. Roxy also likes to drink, and so following an afternoon martini, she takes a nap, causing her dream self on Purpo to wander out of its tower and into the furthest ring, where she obliviously passes through a series of dream bubbles, waking only when she catches a glimpse of Rose. Kid Bro, meanwhile, is named Dirk Strider, and fucking hell does this guy have a thing for puppets. He explains to Roxy that Jane's skepticism of the Batter Witch's story is perfectly reasonable, given the information available to her, and their best bet is to roll with some apparent predestination and enter the game. He's already made all sorts of plans to make sure this process runs smoothly. Privately, Dirk's autoresponder informs Roxy that it thinks today Dirk is likely to use the occasion of the game to make a romantic overture to the guy everybody wants to get down with, Jake English. Before breaking the news, Roxy tries to build up some goodwill with Jane, resulting in the teleportation trick I've already described. However, the god cat interferes on Roxy's end and causes the death of her own cat, Friglish, who is absolutely just Rose's cat, Jasper's, and he gets crushed by the Sassacre book. Roxy heads off to dispose of the body, using a series of interconnected window portals scattered throughout her house and its associated laboratory. She chats a bit with Yu, who explains various game mechanics and aspect power profiles from her vantage point of the terminal we saw very briefly at the beginning of the act. While traveling through one of her portals, Roxy sees her own sleepwalking dream self, thus revealing the connective space between the portals is the furthest ring. Meanwhile, Dirk hangs out with some of the rapping robots he's built, reflects on his love of Rainbow Dash from My Little Pony, and chills with his awesome puppet buddy Lil Cal. Like Roxy's mom, Dirk's older bro was a famous creator, responsible for a series of boundary-pushing artistic projects that looked and acted like absolute trash constantly, including the Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff film franchise. Both Roxy's mom and Dave's bro used their work as protest against the conspiracies of Betty Crocker, the Batter Witch herself, and I am speaking in the past tense because it turns out they are both also dead. The autoresponder grills Dirk in an attempt to find out more about his planned romantic overture to Jake, which seems to involve Dirk having control of every single one of his friends' computers to run the game session entry. Yu chats with Dirk some more about game classes and aspects. She reveals she has some reservations about her own upcoming game session, which she will play with her very difficult-sounding brother. Dirk gets Yu to admit that she has written fanfiction about him and his friends, which she is embarrassed to show him. But she does produce some neat fan art of what Dirk might look like if he went god tier. Through indirect glimpses, we also learn Yu wears a green suit, much like Calmassus from Complacency of the Learned, and sports a set of extremely large and unique troll horns. On Purpo, Dirk's dream self is attacked by one of Jack Noir's agents, whom he easily dispatches. At Yu's suggestion, he drops his low profile and puts the corpse on display, announcing his presence to everyone, including Purpo's new ruler, who is none other than the Troll Empress, aka Her Imperious Condescension, aka the Condesce, aka the Batter Witch, aka Betty Crocker. Roxy informs Jane that Dirk plans on confessing to Jake, and Jane is both surprised that Dirk is gay and confused by the idea that Jake may be open to such an advance. On his island, Jake spars with Dirk's brobot and absolutely gets his ass kicked before losing consciousness. While asleep, he sees in the darkness of the dream bubbles a strangely familiar yet unfamiliar figure, a smiling troll girl in a blue dress emblazoned with a Scorpio symbol. Jake wakes up. Jake talks to Roxy about his vision of a hot blue alien babe, and Roxy, juggling all the other Jake crushes she knows about, tells him to cool it. This leaves Jake feeling reflective when Jane messages him next, and he finally asks her directly if she likes him. Jane shocks herself by saying no. Jake, however, is relieved, as this means he can now vent to Jane about his complicated feelings regarding Dirk. While Jake's never given serious thought to being in a relationship with another guy, with Jane's extremely reluctant, awkward support, he decides to give it a shot. Meanwhile, the Brobot hands over the uranium Jake needs to power his Robo-Bunny and explodes. Jane is understandably upset with herself for getting flustered and torpedoing the Jake situation. Luckily, Dirk's autoresponder continues to oversee preparations for entering the game. On Prospect, Jack Noir tracks down Jane's sleeping dream self and prepares to kill her before getting ambushed and bludgeoned by the White Queen. Roxy explores the lab beneath her house and uses a piece of Spurbian technology to transport Friglish the cat's corpse back in time to the Beta Kids universe, kickstarting the sequence of events that culminates in the creation of Jasper Sprite. Roxy is then surrounded by dozens of Purpo exiles who have taken up residence in the lab somehow. She flees through one of her portal windows, but the G-Cat unplugs her exit and teleports it to Dirk's house, trapping Roxy in the furthest ring, where she is attacked by a new, dead, and tough-looking Pisces troll. Dirk wonders why a window portal just appeared in his house before he is messaged by Uranian Umbra's brother, Undying Umbrage. The new UU, who, for clarity's sake, I will refer to as Little U, while Uranian is Big U, wants to play a game. He taunts Dirk with threats of elaborate puzzle-like plans to murder all the kids, though Dirk assumed Little U was just going to demand he draw more weird pornography, which is a thing he apparently does. Little U complains about how Dirk and his friends never seem to accomplish anything, and how much time they spend aimlessly talking. Big U loves to talk and theorize about the game and all the kids' adventures, which Little U despises. Still, he admits that he is going to play the game with his sister, and only pretended he wasn't to hurt her feelings. Then he tells Dirk to grab Lil Cal, whom Little U finds disturbing, and get on with things. Dirk is skeptical that Lil Cal is disturbing, but Little U insists that the puppet is part of a class of objects he calls, and I quote here the text, jujus, which, because I'm not hot on playing Cavalier with West African religious practices, I am going to call magical MacGuffins. Lil Cal, in particular, is a magical MacGuffin of ill omen, and Little U advises Dirk to destroy it. Dirk won't, but has to leave anyway, as his home is suddenly attacked by an unseen force. In the furthest ring, Roxy escapes the Pisces troll and flees back to the lab. Jane reluctantly begins the process of entering the game. As a glittering object approaches through the atmosphere, Jane's entry item fails to spawn, and every time the autoresponder tries to prototype the kernel sprite, G-Cat interferes and stops it. Simultaneously, Jake heads into the ruins on his island, and Dirk and Roxy head to the roofs of their respective abodes. Jane's counter ticks down to 0, and the approaching object overhead reveals itself to be not a meteor, but the Troll Empress's battleship. Jane enters the game, and we watch as years in the future, but not many, under the Empress's rule, human civilization crumbles, and Earth is transformed into a flooded hellscape overrun by Alternian wildlife. Dirk and Roxy, who are mind-blowingly revealed to have been living in the Condesce's post-apocalyptic future this entire time, are now both faced with approaching battalions of Crocker Corp Imperial drones. Act 6, Act 2 ends. Act 6, Intermission 2 opens with Andrew Hussey in full Calmassus cosplay with an elaborate set of troll horns, trying to bottle feed Spade Slick, whom they have repaired with some cybernetic parts and nursed back to health after the events of Cascade. Slick thanks Andrew with a few stabs, and Hussey's friend Miss Paint, a lovely young prospition lady I failed to mention in these summaries despite her being the main character of the adventures we're discussing, who has shown up in several background gags since the end of Act 4, heads over with a solitary bowl of licorice Scotty dog soup. However, she is stopped dead in her tracks by the sudden appearance of Lord English. On the Meteor Lab, a year into the journey of flying through the furthest ring, Karkat yells at himself through a memo while waxing existential about what it's like to live in an infinite void that is sporadically populated by dead alternate versions of yourself and everyone you know. It's especially galling to him that some of them, such as the god-tier Eridan and Feferi who healed the wounded WV for them, were punished by the so-called Alpha timeline for basically becoming better people than their quote-unquote real versions. Karkat also suspects Terezi is somehow trying to punish him by spending all her time with Dave in a vaguely flirtatious way. Elsewhere on the Meteor, Dave meets up with Rose and Kanaya, who complain about how Gamzee has spent the last year in hiding before they crack open some research Rose has done about the new session. As Rose explains, it's a new type of fucked up scenario called a void session, where the players never prototype anything and the battlefield never evolves, and so without outside intervention, it will never create a new universe. And since the session will never have a proper reckoning, the meteors bearing the baby versions of our protagonists were duplicated from the beta session and then transposed for the scratch, though due to the inexplicable whims of Skaya, 2 of the players were sent 4 centuries into the future. Karkat shows up and tries to sell Dave on the idea that the two of them and Terezi need to get into a complicated troll romance arrangement, and the two boys engage in a good-natured heterosexual tussle about it. On the battleship, Jade and John celebrate John's 14th birthday by playing the Ghostbusters 2 MMO with a bunch of consorts. John is a little irritated by how Jade plays the game and how there seems to be something between her and Dave Sprite. He wonders when they will get to see all their friends again and how much they will have changed in 3 years, though John insists he doesn't care about any romance that may have been brewing between him and any troll girls. When Jade's dog instincts cause her to chase Jasper Sprite, John is knocked unconscious and enters the dream bubbles, where Roxy's sleepwalking dream self literally steps on his face. He's confused by this, and even more confused when the tough-looking Pisces troll, whose name, we learn, is Mina, wakes him up with a friendly/hostile trident stabbing. Back on the meteor, Terezi watches as the dream bubble they are entering shifts around her to the memory of her room just after she was blinded by Vriska. Vriska messages her to both brag and insist that their blood feud is basically even, and Terezi is surprised all over again by how deranged Vriska was. Dream Vriska then reveals herself to be the new spider troll we saw earlier, named Urania, who says that she is Vriska's ancestor. Not exactly Mindfang, but rather the version of her that played the game and lost on pre-Scratch Alternia. She's now spent billions of years studying in the dream bubbles, and is excited that the distinct pockets of the furthest ring are finally coming into contact so she can share her incredible knowledge of the game with everyone in long, rambling monologues. Terezi expresses her complicated feelings about Vriska. For as much of a terrible handful she was, Terezi misses her, regrets killing her, and wishes she was still alive. Urania tells her that the burden of those who play the game is that when reality has chosen you to propagate itself, reality only allows certain moves. Urania was her party's healer, and advises Terezi that true healing takes time, though she could restore Terezi's eyesight if Terezi wished. Terezi declines, and Urania leads her to meet up with her friend, Mina. Meanwhile, in the furthest ring, the superpowered Jack Noir is still pursued by the superpowered PM. They've been at it for a while. Done with that plot thread. Great work, everybody. Back at Andrew Hussey's mansion, Lord English KOs Miss Paint. certain English has come to finish off Spade Slick, tosses Slick off a balcony into the ocean for safekeeping, then faces Lord English directly. Hussey notes the nearby herd of majestic stallions racing along a picturesque cliffside, pointing out for English the obvious and delicious irony that English's very demise would be in the proximity of some horses. What? You didn't follow that? Just think it over. Keep thinking it over. Think it over for a long time, to the very end of this partisode even, and perhaps beyond. Anyway, Hussey tries to shoot English with Doc Scratch's gun, but it's unloaded, so Hussey attempts to summon a profound belief in magic to help them out of the scrape. Belief in magic turns out to be inadequate to overcoming magic's notorious bullshit attribute, however, and Lord English uses his flashing multicolored assault rifle to effortlessly murder Andrew Hussey. The author dies, and the comic shifts to a dreamy, dark desert wasteland. The Dream Bubbles, where Vriska wanders among herds of majestic stallions. She comes upon a strange orange fellow lying in the sand, and as she approaches, Andrew Hussey summons the strength to offer Vriska a plain gold ring and ask for her hand in marriage. She is absolutely disgusted, and Act 6, Intermission 2 ends. Green curtains fall on the clockwork act break machines we saw Hussey building back in Act 6 Intermission 1, which are now floating above the ocean outside the mansion. And on April 13th, 2012, the third year of Homestuck ends. Act 6, Act 3 begins as Jane arrives on her planet, the land of crypts and helium, a quiet and eerie place where giant balloons drizzle rain over the ruins of a long-dead salamander civilization. She sets out on her adventure, solving various puzzles and chatting with Big U, who complains about Little U making a mess of her room, which confuses Jane because Big U has said she and Little U have never actually met in person, a point that Big U dodges. Jake also tries to message Jane as he explores the frog ruins to send the bunny to Jade, feeling nervous about the volcano preparing to erupt, but she ignores him until he abruptly disconnects. After being informed by the autoresponder that it lost track of her dad when he left the house, Jane returns home and finds none other than Gamzee, now equipped with Aradia's old time travel music box and a full god-tier outfit. He offers to be her helpful guide by pulling Tavros and Vriska's corpses out of a refrigerator and throwing them into Jane's kernel sprite. The result is Tavris Sprite, a strange abomination that hates itself so much it immediately explodes. In the Afterlife's dream desert, Vriska and Tavros now find themselves side by side, separate, and do some catching up. In particular, Vriska's tired of her irrelevancy, not to mention the weird orange guy following her around. She forces Tavros into joining her in the fight to become relevant again. On Earth, while unconscious from a minor cave-in, Jake dreams a memory of his own 13th birthday, when Dirk helped him complete the Brobot by teleporting the final part, the head. Jake is impressed by Dirk's techno-wizardry, but Dirk is moved to explain himself. He admits he lives in a future with more advanced and experimental technology, and that he and Roxy are in fact the final 2 living humans on the planet Earth. Jake is surprised and excited to hear more, and Dirk is more than willing to tell him. What happened was this. On November 11th, 2011, the Troll Empress, who had spent the previous 200 years working in the shadows to accumulate power on Earth, made her presence officially known to humanity. She had already become so powerful through Crocker Corp that people watched helplessly as she maneuvered Guy Fieri onto the United States Supreme Court, where his mass executions made him the third and final Antichrist. She also ensured the insane clown posse were elected dual presidents of the United States, and they did a bunch of murders too. Throughout this, the Batter Witch was opposed by covert human resistance leaders. Such people had existed before, like Jake's grandma, who founded Skyanet and took the name English in order to taunt the Empress by reminding her of the only man she fears, a dreadful demon from outside the universe. But she was assassinated when Jake was little. After the Empress revealed herself to humanity, the resistance was led by Roxy's mom and Dirk's bro. Their wildly successful media properties were counter-propaganda to the Empress's slow abasement of the human species, but did little to stop the flooding of the globe and the Condesce's various heinous experiments to recreate trolls through human biological stock. Eventually, Roxy's mom and Dirk's bro faced down Guy Fieri and ICP, respectively, before together taking the fight directly to the Batter Witch. She killed them both, but they left in reserve well-stocked safe houses for their future descendants who would arrive by meteor. Thus, Roxy grew up surrounded by cats, carapations, and her mom's wizard fic, while Dirk grew up entirely alone save for puppets, swords, and Sweet Bro and Helajeth memorabilia. Jake is astonished by all this, and the Dirk he is talking to, who is not the real Dirk or even his dream self, steps into his dream to chat with him. Dream Dirk explains that because Jake's class and aspect are Page of Hope, he is capable of producing incredible things with his imagination. Even though Dream Dirk is based only on Jake's impressions of the real Dirk, he basically operates like another autonomous shard of Dirk's personality. Dream Dirk then goads Jake into hollering a bunch of embarrassing stuff about boners, just as Arania, who cannot see Dream Dirk, enters to collect Jake for a meeting with some others. Meanwhile, on the Alpha Kids Prospect, Jack Noir is imprisoned and tries to escape with and without the help of some contraband knives smuggled to him by the courtyard droll. He is unsuccessful. Over on Purpo, the Draconian dignitary has assumed duties in Jack's absence, and runs the whole operation much more casually. His main problem now is Dirk, whose dream self is hiding out somewhere on Purpo. He has convinced the new queen, the Troll Empress, to part with her ring, which, because this is a void session with no prototypings, is a simple gold circlet with no orbs. The Ring of Void allows DD to turn invisible, which may be helpful, but he's much more interested in its other ability, to casually summon the Red Miles attack and wipe out a good portion of Purpo in order to kill Dirk. We also learn the Troll Empress has developed her troll psychic powers to the degree that she can control GCat, and probably has been this entire time, and that Spade Slick has finally emerged from the ocean and frightened Miss Paint as she mourns over Andrew Hussey's corpse. On Jane's planet, she and the autoresponder work through the game. Jane worries when AR reports that all her friends are in peril back on Earth. She contacts Big U for guidance, but Big U is distracted by a troubling vision she just had while dreaming of her session's Skya becoming wholly blacked out by storm clouds. She thinks this has something to do with Little You, with whom she now says she has been playing another, different game their entire lives. A complicated series of power plays and one-upmanship governed by obscure rules she cannot talk about. To help Jane, she considers sending along a helpful item she calls her own magic MacGuffin, but in order to operate it, Jane would also need Little You's counterpart magic MacGuffin, which she cannot do without his help. Magic MacGuffins, Big U explains, are unique items in paradox space, also governed by special rules, and can never be truly duplicated, instead existing as singular entities beholden to circuitous timelines and causal paradoxes. At his home on Earth, Dirk fights Crocker Corp drones when Little You pops up with another demand to play a game. The autoresponder advises Little You to talk to past Dirk, which he does. Little You asks Dirk to draw him some pornography, and if he does not, Little You says he will murder his sister. Past Dirk has no problem with this and is ready to go, drawing all sorts of titillating smut for Little You. Pictures that involve Dirk and his friends chastely kissing, announcing their love and undying affection for one another, getting married, having children, and so on. Little You admits that this game has a shitty twist ending, which he will not reveal for a full year, which is to say, back in the future when he first tried to talk to Dirk, where Little You now informs him that even though he underwent all these trials to save Big U, Little You has already murdered her. Inspired by the kids' game, he bribed their session's Jack Noir to sneak into Big U's Prospect Dream Tower and assassinate her dream self, causing their Skya to cloud over. Back in the dream bubbles, Arania tries to stop the Meteor crew from fighting with Mina, who's kind of a jerk. On pre-Scratch Alternia, she was the destined empress in a society where the nobility's task was to care for the lower blood castes, and resented the obligation to nanny her entire civilization. She then discovered the game and convinced all her friends to play. When it became clear they could not win, the trolls initiated the scratch, and then, to save them from oblivion, Mina blew them all up so they could hang out in the dream bubbles. Basically everyone except Arania resents her for this. Now, Mina is captivated by the notion of her alternate self, the Troll Empress, who became a ruthless badass and currently rules Earth as Betty Crocker. Jake, thinking she basically is Betty Crocker, tries to beat up Mina, but Arania wakes him. In the Frog Ruins, Jake reads a message from Big U, who directs him to collect various weapons for inclusion with his bunny gift to his grandma. He does so, then, using some ancient game tech, sends little Terry Kaiser across universes and back in time, where they become Liv Tyler, hide in a box for around 2,000 pages, but eventually come out of the box, help Jack Noir usurp the Black Queen, get delivered to John by PM, and then follow Rose and Dave into the furthest ring to destroy the Green Sun, where they get exploded instead when the tumor detonates. Rest in peace, little bunny. Via chat client, Big U and Little U engage in a long and complicated game of chess that Big U appears to win, though Little U is unfazed. He insists he has not lost, as Big U allowed him a special provision before the game began to reverse the starting positions of the king and queen, which he appeared to do. He now reveals a shitty twist ending. In fact, he did no such thing, but only created false caps for the pieces to make them appear to be their opposites while otherwise playing them completely legally. Gloating, he chastises Big U for agreeing to allow him to break the rules to begin with. The game continues until Little U almost forces Big U into checkmate, at which point she flips the board. On Jane's planet, she continues to hunt for her dad. Lil Seb the Robo-Bunny walks through a transportalizer, and Jane follows him to Purpo, which is currently going to hell from the Draconian Dignitary's Red Miles attack. Jane sees Dirk's dream self already on the scene. He is surprised to see her, and everyone is further surprised by the appearance of Jake English. It turns out that there are transportalizers to Purpo and Prospect in the Frog Ruins, and Jake took the Purpo one after procuring from his inventory his grandmother's fourth wall, which was helpfully shrunken down to carrying size by Liv Tyler / Terry Kaiser before they were sent off. On Future Earth, Roxy does her best to rescue some chess people and is contacted by Big U, who identifies the red murder stuff raining down from the sky as a Red Miles attack originating from outside the universe. Simultaneously, Dirk is contacted by Little U, who asks him to destroy Lil Cal once more. Dirk refuses, and Little U, who says if all goes according to plan, today will be his birthday, provides Dirk with a present in exchange for something Dirk helped him with. It is Little U's first piece of fan art, showing him and Dirk being bros, and it is a bunch of incomprehensible squiggles. Roxy returns to her room and speaks once more with Big U, who offers her own piece of fan art of Roxy in a neat candy-themed outfit. Finally, because she feels that her time is running short, Big U begins to break some of the rules between her and her brother, telling Roxy her name, Calliope. She explains that whenever she is awake, her brother sleeps, and vice versa. If they hear each other's names, the one who is awake falls asleep, and the other wakes up. Calliope fears that her brother will soon be making a final move in their game, and to fend off the worst consequences, she asks Roxy to contact him later and speak her name. Roxy finds all this troll stuff complicated, and Calliope finally admits something else. She is not a troll, but a member of another alien species entirely called Cherubs. Cherubs are solitary by nature, meeting in person only to fight or procreate, and Calliope was under the impression that she and her brother had a special dispensation from Paradox Space to play the game with the minimum of 2 players for the 2 fundamental aspects, space and time, and the 2 mysterious master classes of Muse, Calliope's title, and her brother's title, which isn't named, but take a guess. Anyway, that all seems shot now. Calliope tells Roxy goodbye and removes her troll cosplay, revealing that Cherubs are little green skull-headed goblin children. Calliope seems nice enough, and spends some time looking at all her fan art and leafing through the massive historical tome of heroic deeds in which she's read all about the Alpha and Beta Kids' adventures. Except for all the redacted parts, about some time-traveling demon and his goofy servant who drinks a lot of soda. She shares her room with her brother, with whom, it turns out, she also shares a body. Each leg of the body is bound by a chain, and each personality can only unshackle one leg at a time. This keeps them confined to opposite sides of the room. Calliope goes for a short walk and surveys the desolate landscape of the dead planet on which she lives, beneath the dim light of a red supergiant. The planet is also littered with giant shitty copies of the Statue of Liberty, which basically proves that this is Earth and has been all along. Also, the Cherubs turn out to live in what looks like the remains of the Meteor Lab where Rose, Dave, and the Trolls currently are. Calliope prepares for her nap. Little U leaves Calliope a series of taunting messages and awful fan art, vowing to paint his words with her blood, in other words, green, and describing in detail the deaths or decommissionings of all the Alpha Kids. Jane is stabbed by the Red Miles on Purpo, causing little Seb to yank Jake back to Earth, where they are attacked by an Alternian dragon that knocks Jake unconscious and throws little Seb into the ocean. Roxy is also killed by the Red Miles, while Dirk's dream self is knocked out by falling debris on Purpo. This causes his waking self to also pass out, and he drops little Cal into the ocean, much to Little U's delight. In the dream bubbles, Jake's brain ghost of Dirk suddenly becomes his dream self and interrupts the conference among the other characters to grab Roxy's dream self, which is sleepwalked out here, and punt it back into the session. Roxy snoozes off with the firefly that the mayor, formerly known as WV, acquired back at the end of Act 1, nesting in her hair. Dirk wakes up on Earth and enacts a complicated series of events in a closed time loop to save everyone. What happens is this. Using his rocket board, he flies through the window portal to Roxy's house and finds and kisses Roxy's corpse, waking her dream self just as it arrives on Purpo to see Jane's corpse. Roxy struggles to work up the nerve to kiss revive Jane, while back on future Earth, Dirk uses a miniature transportalizer to decapitate himself. On present Earth, Jake is awakened in the ruins of his house by a splash of water, and sees before him Dirk's severed head. The autoresponder, which, by the way, lives in Dirk's sunglasses, I'm not sure if I've said that before, tells Jake all his friends are dead, and he must kiss Dirk's severed head to bring him and them back to life. This isn't how Jake thought things would go between him and Dirk, but the autoresponder says the clock is ticking, and if Jake doesn't do it, then everyone dies. Jake reluctantly assents and kisses the severed head. Dirk's dream self wakes on Purpo, pushes Roxy out of the way, and kisses Jane's corpse. James' dream self wakes on Prospect and takes a transportalizer to the Frog Ruins, while Dirk and Roxy take the rocket board to the time capsule, which allows them to pop out into the ruins just as Jane reappears back on present-day Earth. They grab her and head to Jake's house, where Dirk's severed head appears from the future before an unconscious Jake, and Dirk covertly wakes him with a bucket of water, completing the temporal loop that has revived them all, though Jane and Roxy are extremely weirded out by the ensuing corpse kiss. All 3 remaining players enter the game. And then Calliope's brother Caliborn does too. Back at Andrew Hussey's mansion, Lord English teleports away, circumstantially simultaneously as Caliborn wakes, assuming dominance over the shared body now that Calliope's dream self is dead. Lord English appears in the furthest ring, landing in a dream bubble before an astonished crowd of beta timeline ghosts. Caliborn easily removes his own shackle and deals with the one he cannot remove by gnawing off his leg. Lord English breathes a massive jet of rainbow-colored flame, incinerating and double-killing the ghosts, exploding the dream bubble, and shattering the very fabric of the furthest ring. Caliborn grabs a robotic leg to replace his recently lost one and prepares to enter the game. His Colonel Sprite flashes wildly between red and green, eventually collapsing into a black hole that begins to absorb everything: the shitty liberties, the Meteor Lab, and a very pleased-looking Caliborn, and the Earth itself. In the now broken furthest ring, PM and Jack Noir stop fighting long enough to watch the horror terrors shriek in pain as Lord English's attack slices through them. The singularity from Caliborn's entry begins to absorb its neighboring red star, gaining an accretion disk, mirroring a vision that has haunted Calliope's dreams. Act 6, Act 3 ends. Act 6, Intermission 3 begins as Mina sees Lord English's attack on the dream bubbles shatter the furthest ring. She excitedly sets out to raise an army to take on the new threat, though Arania tells her that the better bet would be to find a legendary and long-prophesied figure in the dream bubbles, the ghost of English's sister, for whom he is reputedly searching. Mina thinks the army idea sounds better and decides to ask the other antecedent trolls for help. None of them want to, but that doesn't mean we don't get to meet all these weirdos, called Dancestors, because they are both descendants and ancestors of the characters we know. And they are Cancree, Karkat's ancestor. He is a parody of quote-unquote Tumblr SJWs and speaks in ponderous, lengthy, and self-serving ways about social oppression, much of which he is implied to make up for the sake of chastising others, while dropping absurd piles of trigger warnings. Porum, Kanaya's ancestor. She is a cool alt girl with lots of tattoos and piercings. She talks about feminism, pointing out that while pre-Scratch Troll society had a nominally matrilineal government, positions of power were still mostly filled by men. Also, just to get this out there, pre-Scratch Trolls called their planet Before Us. Like Beforus.
Boy,
Before
did they.
Us.
Boy, did they do that. If I had had a whole, not to interrupt the summary here, but if I'd had a mouthful of water, when I read that for the first time, I would have spit it out comically.
Latula, Terezi's ancestor. She is a rad 90s skateboarding gamer girl. When Terezi meets her, she feels insecure about how much more radical Latula is, but Karkat reassures her that Terezi doesn't need to front so hard. Cronus, Eridan's ancestor. Once upon a time, he thought he was destined to duel an evil magician locked outside the universe, but he's given up on that, instead becoming a parody of Otherkin. Having spent his millennia in the dream bubbles, he now believes that while he was born a troll, he has the soul of a human, and he walks around dressed like a 1950s greaser. He also basically sucks in all the same ways Eridan did, with maybe the exception of murder. Matuna, Sullix's ancestor. He is a foul-mouthed leet speaker who wildly seesaws between depressive mumblings and profanity-laden diatribes formatted to look like 4chan posts. He apparently wasn't always like this, but something happened long ago that burned out his psychic powers and gave him brain damage. He and Latula are dating. Mulin, Nepeta's ancestor. She's hyper-excited about everything and often speaks with 2012 Tumblr-era reaction gifs. She is also at least partially deaf, since she was in the vicinity when her boyfriend awoke from a horrific nightmare and let out an unearthly scream. Speaking of which, Kurlos, Gamzee's ancestor. He is a weird goth mime who chewed off his tongue and sewed his lips shut after he had a horrific nightmare that made him scream so loud it made Mulin go deaf. They are still dating and speak to each other with sign language. Also, he is mind-controlling her into being his accomplice as he aids Gamzee in assembling a fake god-tier outfit and delivers him Crowbar from the Felt's magic crowbar, which, by the way, along with all the other Felt members' weird objects, are now reclassed as magic MacGuffins. Anyway, Kurlos is bad news and absolutely on board with whatever shit Gamzee is planning, due to what I guess is their shared clown religion. It is implied he is also the reason Matuna burned out his psychic powers. Rufio. Spelled with a terminal H, this is Tavros' ancestor. He grew wings long before troll adulthood and lived in the forest with a bunch of other trolls called the Lost Weeaboos. He talks like Dante Bosco and was at the center of a bloody love triangle during the Dancestors game session. But to tell you about that, I need to tell you about Horus. Equius' ancestor. He is a steampunk enthusiast who also suspects he may be a multiple system containing many distinct souls. He embarked upon a secret relationship with Rufio while Rufio was still seeing someone else. The slighted lover then killed Rufio, and Horus helpfully affixed his head to a giant metal horse body, a situation only remedied by a later dream self-resurrection. Still, the slighted lover persists, and her name is Damara. Aradia's ancestor. She speaks in Japanese derived from Google Translate, and most of what she says is sexually explicit vulgarities and threats of violence, often intermixed. After she found out Rufio was cheating on her with Horus, Mina bullied her so relentlessly that Damara snapped, killed Rufio, and then killed Mina, which helped the latter ascend to God tier. In any case, afterward she sabotaged the game session in any way she could, including initiating the scratch that gave Lord English dominion over the trolls, and now actively hopes for the failure of everything and everyone. All of these folks are basically useless, but Mina does meet up with Karkat, who is on board with the idea of helping her develop a plan to fight Lord English directly. On the battleship, John celebrates his 15th birthday with Jade by watching Con Air, but he is disgruntled by his sudden realization that the movie sucks and is cheesy, like Dave always said it was. Jade tries to calm him down, but the attempt is derailed by the indirect revelation that not only were she and Dave Sprite dating, but they have recently broken up, which is why Dave Sprite didn't come to the birthday party. That didn't stop him from leaving John a note congratulating him on acquiring some taste, and John is so upset he passes out. In the dream bubbles, he encounters and fights Jack Noir, who is still on the run from PM. John then wanders into a desert landscape filled with majestic horses, where he stumbles upon a plain gold ring and Tavros. Tavros claims the ring is his, that he found it first, and he's going to use it to propose to his girlfriend, Vriska. But she really doesn't have time for romance, since she's planning her own offense on Lord English. After noting that he tends to attack high concentrations of ghosts, and that his attacks on the furthest ring are actually changing the previously unmappable and discontinuous space into something, well, more mappable and continuous, Vriska suspects creating large gatherings of ghosts could be a way to lure English into helping her navigate the furthest ring and locate a legendary hidden treasure said to be the key to defeating him. On the Meteor, Rose has gotten drunk out of nervousness for a date she's arranged with Kanaya. They head off for a stroll around the Meteor together, during which they hear Gamzee honking away in the vent shafts, where he's been hiding mysteriously for 2 years. Rose mentions she thinks he and Terezi have gotten into a Spades-style relationship, which could pose problems with regard to both Karkat and Dave. She decides to take on the responsibilities of the mediating party in this debacle, per the dictates of troll culture, though Kanaya has doubts. Rose assuages her by pulling Kanaya in for a kiss, and then with a drunken smile on her face, falls down some stairs. Back in the dream bubbles, Mina runs into John, Vriska, and Tavros and invites them to join her army. Vriska won't stand for being part of someone else's plan, and the two of them begin arguing over who deserves to be the bigger badass fighting the ultimate villain, attracting a huge number of troll ghosts in the process. We see some of Calliope's fan art showing her troll Sona intervening as Mina and Vriska prepare to duke it out. Caliborn defaces it and rips it from the book he's holding, taking us to a panel of Calliope's troll Sona waking John, who got stabbed by Mina during the fight. John now actually wakes, and to his utter shock, finds the ring he grabbed from Tavros in the dream bubbles, somehow still in his hand. Act 6, Intermission 3 ends. Act 6, Act 4 begins. Jane, Jake, Roxy, and Dirk spend months hanging out in their game sessions, solving puzzles and fighting monsters. Jake and Dirk get complimentary tattoos. Their sessions Jack Noir keeps time during his interminable stay in prison on Prospect. Act 6, Act 4 ends. Act 6, Intermission 4 begins as we assume the perspective of Caliborn. Finally freed from his bedroom, he wanders the wasteland of Earth, which is littered not only with the ruins of shitty statues of liberty, but the rusted machinery of Homestuck's act-break curtain mechanisms. Roxy contacts him and says Calliope's name, but since Calliope is dead, nothing happens. During Caliborn's long walk, he becomes briefly aware that his thoughts are being narrated by a sarcastic voice in his head. Before this gets too weird, he is distracted by a distant radio tower marked with the MS Paint Adventures logo. On his way toward it, he is greeted by none other than fake god-tier Gamzee, who wordlessly offers to be his friendly guide. Caliborn opts to shoot him with a machine gun instead, and then makes his way to the radio tower, where a screen displays the textual narration that we are reading that is also describing Caliborn's thoughts and actions. Irritated, Caliborn uses a nearby keyboard to tell the voice in his head to shut up. Andrew Hussey, in typical fashion, keeps talking, and so Caliborn begins arguing with the narration, demanding answers about what's happening. Hussey plays coy, telling Caliborn that the proper way to go on an adventure isn't to get all your answers from an omniscient narrator. Instead, he should have accepted Gamzee as his guide. In fact, Gamzee turns out not to be dead since, as Hussey explains, rascally clowns just won't die and often do things that don't make sense. Case in point, despite the repeated shootings, Gamzee is still a huge fan of Caliborn and helps him manipulate the radio tower, allowing him to activate an additional screen that shows Calliope's dream corpse. Caliborn, whose keyboard has been modified to make him type in all caps rather than his regular style of all caps plus a lowercase u, now samples her blood color, turning his text a familiar shade of lime green. Gamzee also presents him with the magic crowbar, which Caliborn uses to beat the shit out of Gamzee and then whack the radio tower, briefly scrambling the MS Paint Adventures website. To calm Caliborn down, Hussey sheds some light on his quest. It involves solving all sorts of tedious puzzles to find keys, which he will then use on various locks on the radio tower in order to activate additional screens, showing him different scenes of the Alpha Kids in their game session. Doing this will eventually unlock the door to the lair of Caliborn's denizen, a creature called Yaldabaoth, which now slumbers in Earth's dead core, at which point Caliborn will be offered a choice, and then his true game will begin. In short, Caliborn will be subject to the most difficult game imaginable in return for his hubris of embarking upon a single-player session, also known as a dead session. Caliborn feels that he's up to it, and with Gamzee's additional help, he is very pleased to activate a screen showing the Alpha Kid's Jack Noir in prison, his leg shackled, a situation we might suppose Caliborn can relate to. Act 6, Intermission 4 ends. Act 6, Act 5 opens with Jake feeling wistful on his planet, the land of mounds and xenon. His friendly guide Aerosol Sprite, a self-loathing combination of Aridin and Sullux, insults and complains about him. He then receives a message from Dirk inviting him to adventure on Strider's planet, the land of tombs and Krypton, but Dirk is both self-conscious and overbearing. Looking for romantic advice, Jake messages Jane, who is with Roxy on her planet, the land of pyramids and neon, preparing for Jane's 16th birthday party the following day. It turns out that in addition to using her as an emotional heat sink, Jake has forgotten Jane's birthday, and Jane loses her shit on him before running off crying, canceling her party. Roxy is left alone with the G-Cat and Fafetta Sprite, an adorable combination of Faferi and Nepeta. Then, the G-Cat whimsically teleports Roxy to Purpo, where she is immediately captured by the Condesce. On her way home, Jane is contacted by Caliborn, who asserts that he wants to make friends, but instead harasses her with misogynist and fatphobic insults, claiming that her father has been captured by agents of Purpo and tortured to death. Jane runs to her house, now even more upset. On Purpo, the draconian dignitary visits Dad in a luxurious prison suite, where his impeccable fatherly style ensures he is treated with utmost respect and in fact has become a minor Purpo celebrity. In a flashback to a rainy evening on post-apocalyptic Earth, Roxy works on her wizard fanfiction, a story called Wizardy Herbert. It's a strange document about some kids who have become trapped in a worse wizard fic interior to the story itself. The power goes out suddenly, and through a dark fenestrated wall, Roxy sees the fractures Lord English has made in the furthest ring. Serenity the Firefly suddenly appears and, by speaking in Morse code, reveals she is Calliope in disguise, and that Roxy is dreaming. Roxy follows Calliope through the dream bubbles, wandering through a strange version of her own home that is actually Rose's house from the beginning of the comic. Eventually, she passes through a door and emerges from a physical representation of Spurb's green house icon, following a spiraling trail to a black hole where she meets Calliope, who is uncertain about her appearance and thus takes the form of her troll Sona. Calliope explains she is being hunted by her brother and must guard herself carefully. She feels ashamed for how her belief that she could work with Caliborn has panned out, and reports that her only sliver of hope is finding an alternate version of herself from a doomed timeline in which she was the one who predominated. She also explains that while the Condesce is working for her brother, the Batter Witch also has her own plans that may be used to their advantage. The meeting is interrupted by Rose, whose presence Calliope fears will attract Lord English, and so she wakes both Lalondes. Roxy finds herself in a less luxurious Purpo prison cell with a briefing from the Condesce explaining what she wants Roxy to do, which we are not immediately told, but which Roxy considers impossible. The courtyard droll discreetly passes Roxy a phone and a plain gold ring. Using the phone, Roxy tries to contact Dirk, but is met with the autoresponder's autoresponder. Meanwhile, Dirk and the regular autoresponder talk about the Jake situation, whose weirdness Dirk attributes to the autoresponder's controlling behaviors and general intensification of aspects of himself Dirk doesn't like, e.g., making its own autoresponder. Indeed, Dirk is in general upset by his sense that he can't escape himself. Now he believes that the autoresponder might be dangerous, and despite keeping his kernel sprite free of Gamzee's troll corpse-tossing interference, Dirk is reluctant to follow through on a promise to prototype the autoresponder itself. He backs away from destroying the AI, however, when it expresses fear of dying, only to discover that Gamzee has used this opportunity to throw Equius's corpse into the kernel sprite. Dirk says fuck it and throws his sunglasses in anyway, resulting in the ridiculously strong, blisteringly intelligent, unbearably condescending Arqueus sprite, who's incredibly jazzed about being alive and having a body, and orders Dirk to feel up his muscles. Roxy tries to contact Jake, who is immediately distracted by Caliborn. Under the guise of mentorship, Caliborn advises Jake to kill himself and go god tier. Caliborn explains that as a Lord of Time, his rise to ultimate power through the class-spec system of the game is basically inevitable, and while he waits for that to happen, he has decided to groom Jake to become his worthy nemesis. He gives Jake a code to a powerful item, his personal magic MacGuffin, and says that he would also hand over Calliope's, but hers has already disappeared, meaning she gifted it to someone else. Regardless, Caliborn doesn't need either anymore because he's found one much better. In the Dead session, Gamzee has retrieved both Little Seb the Robot Bunny and Dirk's lost instance of Little Cal, the latter of which Caliborn has claimed as his new MacGuffin. While he initially found the puppet disturbing and somehow empty, he now believes that Cal is destined to be filled with his soul, and all who interact with it shall be touched in some way by his malicious will. On Purpo, in the Alpha Kids game, Gamzee carries with him the instance of Lil Cal that Kanaya fixed up with a fancy green suit way back in Act 5. It winks at him. Jane returns home, extremely upset after a bad day. She receives a message from Calliope in the past, who this one time broke her rule of synchrony to send Jane a birthday present, the code to her magic MacGuffin. This is heartbreaking. Jane has been using her Crocker Corp tiara-based computer, a device through which the Condesce now tries to mind control her. Jane ditches the tiara, and so misses Roxy's message that Calliope is dead, but okay, but in danger, which is a thing you can be in Homestuck now. Using the code of Calliope's MacGuffin, the word Ouroboros, written in the style of her typing quirk, Jane deduces that the code for Caliborn's is the same word written in his style. She alchemizes both items, creating a set of large suckers, one red and one green. This is strange. The suckers are magnetically attracted to one another and snap together into a red and green swirl lollipop. Jane finds herself compelled to lick it, and as Gamzee looks on, Jane transforms into the hyperactive, candy-themed entity known as Trickster Jane. This is wonderful! Trickster Jane blasts off, miraculously reawakening most of her dead planet as Act 6, Act 5, Act 2, the most zany act of Homestuck begins! Ugh, I can't do it. No. I can't unleash Clown Michael, not again.
Wait, was this Clown Michael?
Yes.
You know, I never went and listened to that episode when Clown Michael apparently appeared, so this is really my introduction.
Yeah.
That's scary.
It was pretty scary. Yeah, go listen to the episode of Just King Things to listen to recognize the original reason I let Clown Michael up from hell into my body.
Oh no.
Anyway, the world doesn't need that. Jane flies through subspace as Caliborn looks on from his monitor tower, at first skeptical, but very soon he becomes ecstatically delighted at her trickster antics. Jane finds Jake and proudly announces her new peach skin tone. Jake is eventually overjoyed, turning trickster as well, and he and Jane declare all their problems solved. They vow to get married and have kids. Then they fly off to Purpo in search of Roxy, who has used her ring to turn invisible and sneak out of prison. Nevertheless, they find and tricksterize her, and then they all vow to get married and have kids. They decide to get Dirk in on the action, and Roxy passes on tricksterdom with a kiss to a very reluctant Dirk. Even though Dirk is too depressed to be fully zany, he still wears the silly clothes and takes part in what follows. Everyone vows to get married and have kids. The tricksters go to Roxy's house and get drunk, while Aerosol Sprite and Arqueous Sprite get into an argumentative apology to Fafetta Sprite that causes her to explode. On January 23rd, 2013, the tricksters celebrate Christmas, alchemizing the Warhammer of Zillyhoo and other legendary Zilly weapons, which all turn out to derive from Cherub mythology. The tricksters make a bunch more useless crap, and then the narrator, who's had enough, jumps forward to later, when Jane wakes with a hangover on her slab in the quest crypt on Prospit's moon. Caliborn objects to skipping over the best content he's seen thus far, and begins arguing with the narrator, wrecking the website once again with the magic crowbar. The narrator placates him by promising more tips on how to advance in his quest, but also takes some time out to try and explain character development to Caliborn, using a strange metaphor that entails thinking of fictional characters as game constructs. The narrator compares Trickster Mode to an invincibility power-up that provides advancement but does not provide struggle, challenge, or, consequently, growth, which is the point of adventures. Caliborn doesn't care anyway, and the narrator informs him all adventures are also about learning teamwork. To his dismay, Caliborn must now work with Gamzee to unlock a set of dual screens, which doubles the width of the MSPA webpage, showing 2 panels or more at a time. The Alpha Kids all have hangovers in their respective moon crypts. Jane and Dirk talk over Jake's thoughtlessness. Jake feels they must hate him and tries to apologize to both via Roxy, but Roxy isn't speaking with Dirk since she is ashamed at relapsing, not to mention that her long-simmering feelings for him as the only other human in the post-apocalypse culminated in a forced kiss. In his jail cell on Prospit, Jack Noir receives another pumpkin filled with contraband, this time from Gamzee, with an invitation to play a game. The pumpkin contains the magic crowbar, a handsaw, a set of knives, and Lil Cal in his felt suit. Jack gazes into Lil Cal's eyes, putting him into communion with Caliborn. Jack suddenly gouges out his own eyes with the knives and replaces them with Lil Cal's, which have morphed into flashing billiard balls. Jack saws off his leg and uses a golden spike as a replacement, and thus a character we can call Jack English blows open Prospit with his new rainbow laser breath. On Purpo, the Condesce descends from her battleship. Simultaneously, she and Jack English destroy the crypts on Purpo and Prospit, resurrecting the kids as God-tier Maid of Life, Jane, Page of Hope, Jake, Rogue of Void, Roxy, and Prince of Heart, Dirk. On Jake's planet, the fourth wall is finally breached. Jake and Jane are confronted by Jack English, who is terrifying. Suddenly, Jade appears and teleports him into the furthest ring. She has time to greet the kids and introduce herself before the Condesce springs her trap. using her troll psychic powers to mind control Jane, who turns evil. Jade then teleports Jane's tiara computer onto her head, which now successfully mind controls her and turns her evil too. Jade then teleports to Purpo and sends Dirk into another remote point of the furthest ring. She subdues Roxy as Jane subdues Jake. The Condesce gloats in stunner shades as curtains fall on Act 5, Act 6. Act 6, Intermission 5 begins as the Meteor crew closes out their third year of traveling and prepares to enter the Alpha Session. Karkat finds Terezi passed out pantsless in a pool of Fago and contacts Dave, just as they are interrupted by Act 6, Intermission 5, Intermission 1, which reveals Caliborn has embarked on the next leg of his quest and is traveling on a new, strange planet while harassing Andrew Hussey to learn more about the green leprechaun minions he is acquiring. Meanwhile, John naps on the battleship, which Jade left parked on Jake's planet. John keeps the ring he took from Tavros nearby, a fact noted by Dave Sprite, who bids farewell to a sleeping John before zipping off along with the other sprites and consorts to explore the new session. Act 6, Intermission 5, Intermission 2 happens as Caliborn harasses Hussey some more about his gnome minions and their obtuse time travel powers. In the dream bubbles, Lord English's cracks in the furthest ring are on the cusp of forming a perfect circle. John finds a dream-based pirate ship crewed by Vriska, Mina, Tavros, Arania, Aradia, and Sullix. They are trailed by a fleet of mind-controlled Dancestors to attract L.E., courtesy of Arania, who admires Vriska and her stories of Mindfang for showing her what ambition, a lack of remorse, and a full psychic power set can do for you. John is confused by all of this, and Arania is more than happy to bring him up to speed, telling a long and extensive backstory about the Cherub species. What happened was this. Cherubs are skeletal, winged beings who patrol vast swaths of space. They are by nature dichotomous, either good or evil, but exist in a combined state from birth until a natural moment of adolescent predomination when one personality wins out over the other. They are wholly asocial, and their mating process involves seeking out a member of their opposite aspect for an elaborate and destructive breeding ritual that involves them transforming into incredibly huge snake dragons infused with cosmic energy magic and engaging in a violent sex duel, the loser of which then deposits an egg on an opportune dead planet. Long, long ago, a good female cherub was tracking a male cherub of unthinkably destructive capacities, and after she subdued him, he deposited their egg on a planet that was once known as Earth. Mina interrupts the story because she has to go to the bathroom, and Nepeta and Feferi appear on the boat and join the crew. Arania then continues. As the particular cherub under discussion was fated for a grand destiny, mysterious servitors, revealed in the panels to be Gamzee, raised the cherub from birth, trapping the child in a room by itself and providing it with cherub's main sources of food, meat and candy, as well as computers and other gadgets. Eventually, the cherub's normal maturation process was thwarted when Caliborn killed Calliope and entered his dead session, where he embarked on his tedious quest and eventually met Yaldabaoth, who offered him a choice to either embark upon a new, near-impossible quest ending in ultimate power and destruction, or sacrifice himself now to effect an act of salvation later. He chose destruction. Caliborn's game session was transmuted into a vast game of cosmic billiards, requiring him to knock entire planets into a black hole in order to unlock his true and final planet. Along the way, each planet he destroys bestows upon him a new leprechaun minion, leprechauns being a magical and mysterious race with time-based powers and an intricate 9-level system of romance that Arania is more than happy to tell us all about. Vriska silences her and, behind her back, high-fives Mina, who is also getting sick of this. Arania is annoyed. On the Meteor, Karkat is shocked to discover Terezi's eyes have been healed off-screen by Arania. Terezi admits that she has fallen prey to self-doubt and is now in a deeply toxic relationship with Gamzee, who reinforces all her worst thoughts about herself. The fact is, she deeply regrets killing Vriska, even though that is apparently what needed to happen for reality to continue to exist. In Act 6, Intermission 5, Intermission 3, Caliborn harasses Hussey some more over his newly acquired elves. Back on the pirate ship, the crew completes Lord English's circle through the furthest ring and finds the location of his hidden treasure, an ominous skull-shaped island. Aradia tells John she's only hanging around because she's eager to see what happens when all this stuff breaks to pieces in the end. Arania now tells a story about a pair of magic MacGuffins, the legendary Rings of Life and Void, the latter of which turns its bearer invisible, and the former of which brings a dead wearer back to life. In case it's not clear, Roxy, until recently, had the Void Ring, and John apparently has the Life Ring. Upon learning there has been, all this time, a means for resurrecting her, Vriska becomes irate. She yells at Tavros for losing the Life Ring to John until, fed up with her conniving ways, he flies off. He is followed by Solix, who bails with Nepeta and Feferi. Vriska says that ring or no ring, she will claw her way back to relevance on her own terms, and throws off the cosplay pirate coat she's been wearing this entire time. Back on the Meteor, instead of mediating Terezi and Gamzee's relationship or preparing for the new session, Rose is sloppy drunk and hanging out with the mayor, much to Kanaya's frustration. In Act 6, Intermission 5, Intermission 4, Caliborn complains to Hussey about his obnoxious frog minions. In the furthest ring, Kurlos takes Vriska's abandoned jacket, which we now note shares a strikingly similar design to Lord English's Cairo overcoat. John, Vriska, Mina, and Aradia venture into the Skull Island cave. Mina explains to John that due to her acquisitive and scampish nature, she is inevitably going to steal the Ring of Life from him and engage in various escapades. She begs him not to let this happen, as she feels like she has a real opportunity to change, and he awkwardly agrees. Meanwhile, Vriska discovers Caliborn's old magic MacGuffin chest, which now has a mysterious new treasure inside it. Before Vriska can reveal what it is, however, the narrator switches the scene to the salamander Casey, aka Viceroy Bubbles von Salamancer, who is on Jake's planet. Casey does a silly dance, then uses their necromantic powers to summon a skeleton consort army, and begins naming each skeleton individually. Vriska screams at the narrator and overturns the MacGuffin chest, forcing the focus back to her as she gloats over spoiling the reveal. The treasure turns out to be nothing more than a strange, transparent version of the Sburb house logo. The treasure was allegedly a weapon Lord English used once, at which moment it became something that could only ever be used against him, which is why it has been hidden away. The object is physically intangible, and as John experimentally reaches through it, he becomes blurry and indistinct before being zapped away. Simultaneously, John's arm retroactively appears, scattered throughout dozens of previous panels of Homestuck. In Act 6, Intermission 5, Caliborn complains to Hussey some more about his puppet minions, who turn out to be literally made of felt. In Andrew Hussey's mansion, Spades Slick finds Hussey's corpse and Miss Paint. Spades uses Dye's doll to summon all of the felt and assume leadership of the crew, letting Miss Paint take Snowman's former position. Upon Crowbar's advice, they use the broken fifth wall to go back to Doc Scratch's apartment, which now floats in the center of the green sun. Crowbar tells Spades that Doc had a secret escape hatch, which turns out to be the billiard ball server floating in the furthest ring from back in Act 5. Through the vast distance of Paradox space, Slick sees the glow of the Alpha Session Skya and heads off toward the session. On the battleship, John's sleeping physical body also disappears, and he now finds himself confusedly teleporting to various random points in Homestuck's narrative. In Act 6, Intermission 5, Intermission 6, Caliborn crows triumphantly at Hussey about finally acquiring his last few Toad Goblin minions. However, Hussey has stopped responding, and Caliborn gets increasingly angry, deciding he doesn't need to talk to anyone else after all, until John flashes into existence behind him. They stare each other down before Toad Goblin 15 with the maroon stripe hat, punches John out of the frame. John zaps back into the MSPA website proper, then arrives on Jake's planet, which is totally deserted. The Meteor crew finally enters the session, followed at a distance by the ring-powered Jack Noir and PM. Evil Jade appears, to everyone's dismay. On Jake's planet, John is bored and lonely, but refuses to let it get him down, playing solitaire and doing his laundry to pass the time. Eventually, the whole Meteor crew is teleported by Evil Jade into his immediate vicinity, to his utter joy. Curtains fall on Act 6, Intermission 5, on April 13th, 2013, and Year 4 of Homestuck ends. That also turns out to be the end of all the content on Homestuck Disc 2, which we got back in Act 5, but when we try to insert Disc 3, we are insulted by green text that tells us such a thing doesn't exist. Caliborn, finally untrammeled by Andrew Hussey, cackles as we stand on the precipice of Act 6, Act 6. On June 12th, 2013, 2 months after the previous update, Caliborn assumes control of the narrative and welcomes us to Act 6, Act 6, which he has titled HOMESTUCK. He forces us to listen to a long and annoying remix of Homestuck's main theme, which I have mercifully declined to mimic in the introductory music for this internet radio program because it would be a grave disservice to our composer, whose music, including the themes for Homestuck Made This World, you can find at tinytachyon.bandcamp.com. Anyway, in an astonishingly original move, Caliborn returns to the beginning of the comic and begins to retell the story of Homestuck. He recreates John's introduction in his distinctly weird art style, which has admittedly improved. All the while, he mercilessly mocks Homestuck, its conceptual premise, and the audience. He gloats about becoming a god tier and unlocking a multitude of special game perks that allow him to control the narrative like this, and decides to end the first act by blowing up John in the initial meteor strike. In the command station where he is working, Caliborn is distracted by a hatch that suddenly pops open, revealing an introductory book on illustration, a how-to-draw manga guide, and, quite ironically, a set of plastic horse figurines with a smug message from Andrew Hussey. Hussey has also provided an Act 6, Act 6 Homestuck expansion cartridge, promising us that there is more Homestuck proper to come if we can withstand Caliborn's petulant railing in the forthcoming Acts. Caliborn jams the cart with stardust and candy corn before plugging it in. Act 6, Act 1 ends. Act 6, Act 6 Intermission 1 begins. The Alpha Session is populated with 4 additional planets. Evil Jane and the G-Cat do some shenanigans for the Condesce. Jade, who is also still evil, rides the Meteor Lab through a Skya gate to Earth and prepares to collect the planet after the meteor impacts, but the flash animation glitches due to Caliborn's sabotage and we're thrown to a character select screen. First, Evil Jane is visiting Jake in prison, but the scene is too glitched to read, so we have no choice but to choose the second option. On Purpo, also in prison, Jade visits Roxy and orders her to follow the Condesce's plan by using her void powers to conjure a new matriorb to restart the troll race. We are brought to a new character select screen with 4 choices. Dave with the mayor on Dave's planet, Karkat and Kanaya on Jade's planet, Rose and Terezi on Rose's planet, but this too is unreadable due to glitches, and lastly, John Egbert, who is unreadable because he is missing. Everyone who is not missing has amnesia and does not know where John is. On Dave's planet, John suddenly appears and explains to Dave he's bopping around the narrative untethered from any kind of causality, something beyond time travel, and says he cannot really control it before zapping away. Jade appears and tries to initiate Dave's hero quest, pointing to all the narrative evidence so far that he is the one destined to take down Lord English. Dave doesn't want to deal with it. On Jade's planet, Jade commands Karkat and Kanaya to get to work on frog duties for creating the new universe, and has Evil Jane kill and then revive Karkat using her life powers, meaning they will not work on him a second time. On Rose's planet, Rose and Terezi both have hangovers. Glitch artifacts crowd the screen, but John happens through and his wind powers blow them away. John explains that when everyone arrived at the end of Act 6, Intermission 5, they began to form a plan, but he had to flee once Evil Jade started chasing him. Then everything got glitchy and people got amnesia. Cue Evil Jade, who shows up and chases him away. Meanwhile, Dirk tries to return to the session, talking with Arqueus Sprite, who is unhelpful and also glitched. We return once again to the character select screen, which the narrator observes is still broken. We can only select the Jade and Dave conversation again, where Jade now tries to coerce him into a practice sword fight. Above them, John appears unseen. Then a second John zaps into the frame and pushes him out of the panel through the banner of the website. Below, Jade tries to kill the mayor to antagonize Dave, but Dave saves him. On Jade's planet, Jane talks up her new existence as a being of pure reason and logic and her role as the ultimate businesswoman, selling Kanaya vials of troll blood. Once again, we are shunted back to the broken character select screen. For the 3rd time, we revisit Dave and Jade on Dave's planet. Now, they both notice when John appears above them and the scene is entirely derailed. On Rose's planet, Rose reflects on the personalized quest she abandoned in favor of a different personal narrative, and Terezi, tired of feeling helpless, goes out clown hunting. Once more, back at the broken select screen, we return to the Jade and Dave confrontation. This time, when John appears overhead, a second John, once again, as we saw the first time, appears beside him. The second John pushes the first John out of the panel, and the two engage in an intense stare-down, which the MSPA reader imagines ending in a tender makeout session. Instead, the second John tells the first to go find Roxy. The first John zaps away, whooshing through the scene with Jane speaking to Jake in prison that was too glitched to read earlier. John's passage clears away the artifacts, and Jane explains her plans to make Jake her baby-making paramour in her royal business empire. Meanwhile, John drifts into Roxy's cell, where he is immediately distracted by his friend's hot mom. She guesses who he is and asks for his account of events thus far, which he delivers while she evaluates how mackable Egbert is. Ultimately, she decides that he's pretty mackable. John advises her to practice her void powers, and once she has the matriorb, to find a better use for it than what the Condesce demands. Roxy explains the situation with Calliope, and John realizes Callie is a much better candidate for the Ring of Life than Vriska. John returns to the battleship where he was sleeping, but finds that the ring has gone missing. The shock sends him zapping out of the panel once more. Caliborn resumes control of the narration and assures us that it really doesn't matter as Act 6, Intermission 1 ends. Act 6, Act 2 returns to Caliborn's narrative, where he introduces his version of Dave, who he will call the Alpha Male, and who will be the hero of his version of Homestuck. After promising us there will be no Pesterlogs, Caliborn has crappy drawings of the Alpha and Beta girls follow the Alpha Male around in order to be impressed by him. John zaps into the scene and is grossed out by the defiled and degraded reality he inhabits. To him, the other characters are all weird, lifeless mannequins. Caliborn tells us to ignore John and continues his story, talking about how the Alpha Male entered the medium and set about having an adventure on the land of someone's handicrafts I took, or low shit, populated by images cut out of the child's illustration manual Hussy left. Everybody mounts a set of flying horses, and John accidentally slams into and destroys the bogus version of Roxy. The Alpha Male receives a Deus Ex Machina sword made out of pornography that allows him to effortlessly defeat a witch, a robot, and a wolf. When Caliborn has the bogus Rose try and kiss the bogus Dave, John gets truly fed up. Having passively criticized all that has been happening, he now tries to intervene directly, destroying both mannequins. Caliborn begins to teleport more Daves in, and as John is snugly ensconced by inert puppet buddy bodies, Caliborn urges us to read Act 6, Intermission 2 as quickly as possible to come back here for more. On Jake's planet, Jane builds his house toward Skya. On Jade and John's battleship, Gamzee is revealed to be sleeping in the refrigerator next to where John was napping before he lost his ring. Surprise! Gamzee has the ring. Also, the fact he is being mind-controlled is now patently obvious due to the blue Scorpio sign on his forehead. In his dreams, Arania appears in Mindfang cosplay, congratulates her bard on a job well done, and with the Ring of Life on her finger, follows him back to the waking, living world. Mina calls Arania and is like, what the fuck? Arania explains her plan is to assume control of what has now been turned into a beta timeline using her considerable troll psychic abilities and fully developed class spec powers to turn it into a new alpha timeline. She then telekinetically pilots the battleship to Purpo. Jane sees this and follows. On Purpo, Arania visits Jake in his prison cell and comes on to him strongly, saying she will use her healing ability to fully unlock his hope powers by fixing his brain, and he will be her consort as she rules over the new timeline. Jake gets extremely upset. Arania thus decides not to forcibly romance him, but goes ahead forcibly healing him, and Jake erupts in a radiant white blast of hope. He rises into the air and shouts corny old-timey sayings in massive green text, destroying the prison and freeing Roxy from her cell. Jade arrives and finds her first guardian powers cannot teleport Jake away due to the power of hope, so she simply switches locations by swapping out the planet below with her own. There, Karkat and Kanaya see what's now happening in the sky above and alert Dave. Jake's hope field overpowers Jade, driving her into the lagoon by her house, forming a crater that fills with magma from the nearby volcano. She is knocked away by the blast, and Arania topples Jade's house over the magma lagoon and smashes Jade, crushing the witch under the house. You know, like in The Wizard of Oz? With maybe a bit of circuit luck, the god tier clock decides Jade's death is just. Roxy tries to sneak up on Urania, but Urania puts her to sleep, yet also doesn't realize that Jake's hope power is summoning a phantom Dirk behind her. Meanwhile, Jane prepares to resurrect Jade, but Gamzee literally falls from the sky and lands on her. In the dream bubbles, Calliope sits in her hiding spot feeling lonely. Someone approaches, and a small stage with green curtains appears. Calliope hides inside, but when the interloper turns out to be a friendly Jade, she pops out in her Trollsona to say hello. On his planet, Dave tells the mayor goodbye and flies off, arriving on Jade's planet to find her already dead. Urania and Jake's brain ghost Dirk taunt each other, with the phantom Dirk drawing his sword and vowing revenge for her kissing his boyfriend. This entire time, Jane has been trying to shake off Gamzee, and finally does so when Terezi descends with a flying kick that knocks him onto a chunk of Jade's house floating in the lava pit. Dirk stabs Urania, but the Ring of Life heals her and prevents her from dying. Terezi stabs the shit out of Gamzee, but he remains unnervingly passive, while evil clown power keeps him from dying. Jane tries to resurrect Jade again, but finds that Jack Noir and PM have arrived, and their doggy powers make them incredibly protective of Jade's corpse. In the dream bubbles, Jade tells Callie she can't remember if she's asleep or dead, and Callie explains the recently dead only come to realize their status when they try to remember their history. Since she fears she wasn't being a very nice person before she died, Jade decides to hang out with Callie instead and make her own Trollsona. Jade feels like she met a different version of Callie before in a dream, but can't quite remember the details on that either. Anyway, they both begin to make up the little stage, which neither of them recognize or know the origin of, but they suppose it is a figment of the imagination made real. Jane summons the G-Cat as a distraction for PM and Bec Noir, and while they do give chase, they don't drop Jade's corpse. Dave follows them, passing Karkat and Kanaya on the way. Rose arrives at the scene and recognizes Roxy, sleeping near the Urania-Dirk battle. Dirk drops his sword and uses his heart claspect powers to begin ripping Urania's soul out of her body. At Mina's castle in the dream bubbles, Vriska says she doesn't want to hear any more about her irritating ancestor. High above, Aradia sits on a tower, gazing up at the flashing cracks in reality made by Lord English's passing, and because this is one of my favorite panels in Homestuck, it is where we stop for today. On Mina's moon in the dream bubbles, Vriska complains about Urania's self-insertion into current events and how she's hogging the spotlight, which Vriska knows never works. Not to mention, Urania is a teenage dweeb. Self-insertion might go better if she were a cool adult. Vriska sees herself and her imitation of Mindfang in this, and reflects on how even when she acted like she was poised and self-confident, she was nevertheless always obsessed with what other people thought about her. Mina, who has a more forthright approach to life, wonders why they don't just go kill Lord English now. Vriska admits Urania did all the work in maintaining the Ghost Army, her psychic powers being greatly extended by her years in the dream bubbles. Anyway, Vriska asks, wouldn't it be easier to just give up on this stupid mission? On Jade's planet, Jake's hope field begins to fade and the Phantom Dirk begins to lose his reality. Rose shows up, confused, but complies when Dirk orders her to take the sleeping Roxy elsewhere. Terezi is vocally frustrated by Gamzee not fighting back. Jane throws her trident into Jake, killing him, which deactivates the hope field and evaporates the ghost Dirk. Urania is left alive after Dirk's soul attack, but the shock breaks her control over Gamzee. Seeming confused and frightened, he asks Terezi why she's hurting him, before going juggalo nuts again and violently beating her, an act which is mercifully obscured by a bunch of glitch artifacts. Jane now attacks Urania, who puts her to sleep, but Jane's body is controlled by her tiara top, so she nevertheless tackles Urania. Jake resurrects, his death being neither heroic nor just, and he watches Gamzee brutalize Terezi. Rose wonders if this is a troll romance thing, or whether she should intervene. After he executes a juggalo wrestling move on Terezi, the chunk of Jade's house Gamzee, Terezi, and Jake are on begins to sink into the lava lagoon. Terezi falls off the edge as Karkat and Kanaya arrive, just in time to witness Gamzee's nightmarish grin as he grabs Terezi's arm, saving her. Rose takes a shot at him and misses. He takes Terezi hostage and flips off Karkat. Karkat and Kanaya ready their weapons, but everyone freezes as, overhead, the Condesce arrives on her battleship, extremely unhappy with how things are going. On October 16th, 2013, shitty green curtains fall as Act 6, Intermission 2 ends, and the gigapause begins. The gigapause is Andrew Hussey's name given in a news post for a significant hiatus in Homestuck's update schedule. As Hussey explains, time is needed to work on the Kickstarter game, Homestuck itself, and the concluding animations. That the end of Homestuck will consist of one or more animations is confirmed by this news. The ostensible plan is to finish everything in one update at the end of the hiatus. There is, at first, no estimate on when this might happen. The posters in the Something Awful thread bid each other goodbye. In a way, they feel the comic is already over. As with the previous hiatuses, the thread will be locked, and when it next convenes, these posters expect they will be meeting to discuss the end of Homestuck. But the thread is not locked. So people keep talking. A point of concern raised to me from our listenership from time to time has been that I should not take the Something Awful thread as the fandom writ large, which is not my intention. I direct you to the various early partisodes where I explain that not only does the thread suit my needs for this show as a more or less complete log presented in chronological order, but also because this was the space where I most frequently posted. In other words, this was my community, and I have the best handle on how to read it for you. But here is something else that I think holds true. The factionalism of the Homestuck fandom cannot be overstated. Every opinion and its opposite that could have been had seemingly was, multiple times over and in various places. But as we have also suggested in our discussions here, these factions were not unitary or stable, with different voices or broad-stroke opinions emerging and receding over time, and often crossing various ad hoc boundaries. And in these cases, too, the thread's discussions are, I think, illustrative. So, as the gigapause sets in, people in the thread get nostalgic and talk about their favorite parts of old Homestuck. They talk about their own favorite webcomics, Paranatural, Cucumber Quest, Gunner Craig Court, and MSPA spin-offs Prequel and Kill 6 Billion Demons. They talk about how Vriska sucks. They talk about how Vriska rules. They talk about how everyone talking about Vriska sucks. They talk about how everyone talking about Vriska rules. They talk about how when they submitted commands, sometimes they were used. They recommend people who have not read Problem Sleuth do so. They wonder if the Rex Duo Decim Angelus animation will ever be finished. They argue that Promstuck is problematic because they read it as John being bullied out of the closet. They say Promstuck is fun because it's silly and goofy and you shouldn't take it that seriously. They don't tell you that if you go to patreon.com/rangetouch, you can support us at the appropriate tier to hear our Homestuck Made This World bonus episodes on all of these topics and more, but it's nice to imagine that they did. They start talking about the changes they'd make if they were asked to be an editor and approach Homestuck as a first draft. They would get rid of the trolls. They would get rid of the alphas. They would get rid of the exiles. They would focus only on the trolls. They wonder whether Namco will make the Homestuck game. They complain that Hussey has too many ongoing commitments. They make comparisons to George R.R. Martin. They wonder how Homestuck will end. They wonder if they should read this Danganronpa Let's Play since everyone else in the Homestuck fandom seems to be talking about it. Many Homestuck fans become Danganronpa fans, since if there's one thing Homestuck fans like, it's convoluted serial-comic stories about teenagers murdering each other. And while we're here, it would be remiss not to mention some of the other fandoms that gained a boost from Homestuckian engagement as people, in the thread but also largely outside of it, sought to fill the void left by the gigapause. This includes Free Iwatobi Swim Club, an anime about pretty boys on a swim team birthed seemingly entirely from Tumblr's memification of a swimming anime based on a brief ad by an animation company. There is also Attack on Titan, already a juggernaut on its own terms, but which sees substantial and increasing crossover engagement through 2013. Meanwhile, Off, a 2008 Belgian RPG Maker game with creepy atmosphere and metatextual elements, captures another segment of the fanbase's attention. Then there is a podcast. Welcome to Night Vale provides a place for those Homestucks who miss listening to the mellifluous tones of mysteriously knowing and very likely handsome narrators. On December 11th, 2013, it is suddenly clear why the Something Awful thread was not locked. This year, as part of the forum's Secret Santa program, a notoriously rowdy or annoying thread from every subforum is swapped to another. The Homestuck thread is moved from comics to the games subforum. Games regulars immediately flood the Homestuck thread, many of whom have never posted there before. Still, they talk about Homestuck. They talk about trying to read Homestuck and giving up. They talk about how Problem Sleuth was better, and they quit when all the pester logs showed up. They talk about how they quit when all the trolls showed up and it got really annoying. They admit to having created wildly popular AUs before they quit reading Homestuck. They talk about the major main characters that they named before they quit reading Homestuck. They compare Andrew Hussie to Hideo Kojima. They add their many voices to those who believe that Vriska is going to come back to life, absorb the Green Sun, and destroy Lord English with it, a fan theory based almost entirely on the thumbnail art for a track on one of the albums. They make fun of the people who believe the thing I just said. That same month, Namco High comes out. The thread complains about how it is disappointing. Quote, "Newgrounds as fuck," unquote. They are suspicious of how it has been monetized. They post funny screenshots. They criticize the art. They tell everyone when there is a Kickstarter update, and share what information they can. In January of 2014, they barely notice when the thread is moved back to the comics forum, since after the initial blow-up at the start of the swap, it didn't matter much anymore. With the comic paused, the thread is no longer that rowdy, and it's a pretty regular amount of annoying. They discuss the new merch that drops. A calendar, new shirts and hoodies, consort and scalemate plushies, a tarot deck, lunchboxes, wall prints, keychain fobs, vinyl figures of the 4 original kids, a pair of scalemate boxer shorts like the ones Terezi wears, and a fan art t-shirt contest in conjunction with We Love Fine and Hot Topic. They complain about Hot Topic. They complain about the people who shop at Hot Topic. They say Homestuck took a wrong turn when it started appealing to the people who shop at Hot Topic, or use Tumblr, or into shipping, or like anime, or are teenagers. They talk about how, in March 2014, 3 months after Namco High's release, it's announced that Shifty Look is shutting down in the summer. They theorize that Lord English's time powers have something to do with cherub sex. They talk about how class spec analysis is interesting and useful. They talk about how class spec analysis is boring and useless. They say Caliborn is more deserving of redemption than Vriska, since he's being more proactive now. They say anyone who believes that is awful. On April 13th, 2014, the 5th year of Homestuck concludes with no updates to the main comic, but Hussie announces the launch of Paradox Space, featuring short side stories written and drawn by a variety of 2010's webcomic luminaries set in the broader Homestuck universe. Hussie doesn't mention that you can go to patreon.com/rangetouch and support us to hear, in a few months, our planned forthcoming bonus episode on the entire run of Paradox Space, but again, it's nice to imagine. Instead, for now, we'll have to go with the thread's opinions. The people in the thread talk about how this is the Star Wars EU. They talk about how it is just licensed fan fiction. They talk about how these are shitty fan comics. They talk about how they hate them. They talk about how no one but Andrew Hussie can get the character voices right. They talk about how anything Homestuck related that Andrew Hussie didn't personally make sucks. They talk about how Hussie not posting more updates on the status of the actual comic sucks. They talk about how the lack of updates on the Kickstarter sucks. They are upset when the Kickstarter game's 2014 release date slips. They are unsurprised when the game's 2014 release date slips. They talk about how there are already allegedly wacko fans somewhere threatening legal action. They wonder why important moments in the comic are constantly put off screen, only to be described later and at a remove. They wonder why Andrew Hussie seems so determined to do this constantly. They wonder why the comic keeps changing directions, as if the plan for the story was discarded and a new one implemented, only for that one to be discarded in turn. They wonder whether it's thematic, and whether the point of Homestuck is that things that seem important rarely are. They wonder if it's because Andrew Hussie does not really know how to write anything except gags and characters hanging out. Sometimes, there is a Paradox Space update that they find okay. In September of 2014, Hussie announces that the gigapause is nearing its end. However, they have not been able to complete everything they wanted to, and so the final update will not be one large chunk as previously suggested. Instead, it will be dispensed in smaller bursts over the coming months. Hussie promises something is on the horizon. The end of the story, yes, but something else, which they mysteriously yet facetiously refer to as the Rapture. On October 16th, 2014, 1 year after it began, the gigapause ends. The update immediately but temporarily crashes the MSPA website. And only the MSPA website. And only temporarily. Act 6, Act 6, Act 3 begins. Caliborn welcomes us back, explaining that he has spent his time away studying the manga tome left for him by Hussie. He is now a master of the finer arts. He had other plans for his story, of course, but sometimes being an artist is about trashing plans you made and going along with something new, especially when it is as enchanting as manga. He shows us his deviant art profile, where he has put up some of his incredible pieces for our viewing pleasure, though with plentiful copyright watermarks to deter us from stealing them. These include soulful pictures of a noodly Bishonen Dave and Karkat chastely interlocking hands, which for Caliborn provides all the debauched thrills of human romance with none of the gross details or girls usually involved. He shows us his versions of Nepeta, Terezi, and Vriska, summarily executing them all before revealing the party responsible. His overpowered self-insert, a red-eyed, bishy version of John with a golden cue-stick leg, sporting the Cairo overcoat and a massive pair of green electric wings. Caliborn realizes he's made a mistake and changes the eyes to a flashing sequence of colors to symbolize his inevitable future total union with the time magic represented by his felt minions. As Caliborn has his OC don a fedora and engage in a dalliance with the girl from the manga book's cover, the actual John teleports in over his shoulder, confused. Caliborn is surprised to see John again. John recognizes Caliborn as his enemy and somehow responsible for everything that has happened. He vows to kick his ass. Caliborn seems pleased and pronounces game over. Game Over is also the title of a flash that covers the end of Act 6, Act 6, Act 3, and the beginning of Act 6, Act 6, Intermission 3, which are intercut starting now. What happens is this. John and Caliborn fight, punching, kicking, biting, giving each other wedgies, and things like that. Karkat and Kanaya run to save Terezi from Gamzee. He throws her aside and uses his sword cane to stab Karkat, who falls into the lava. Enraged, Kanaya chainsaws Gamzee in half vertically. Arania telekinetically shoots Dirk's sword at the unconscious Jane, but Jake rushes in to save her. They are both skewered and judged just and heroic, respectively. Dave fights PM and Jack Noir for possession of Jade's corpse. They kill him, and his death is judged heroic. The Condesce uses her laser eyes on Arania, who dodges, but the blast hits Kanaya, incinerating her. Rose screams. Arania uses psychic powers to pull Rose's planet out of the sky, smashing it into Jane's. She and the Condesce engage in a telekinetic duel with the remaining planets. Terezi attacks Arania, who mind controls Terezi into stabbing herself, and Rose attacks the Condesce, who spears her with a trident. Before Rose is finished off by the Condesce's laser eyes, Roxy wakes and jumps in, teleporting Rose to safety. Terezi stands and pulls the sword from her chest as, in the sky above, the Condesce grabs Arania by the neck. Back in Caliborn's command station, John beats the shit out of him before zapping away. Caliborn is left on the ground among his scattered plastic horse figurines, and in his shock ends Act 6, Act 6, Act 3, with Act 6, Act 6, Intermission 3 already in progress. Therein, the Condesce pulls the ring of life from Arania's finger and snaps her neck, dispensing a death judged just. John zaps into the session to find it in ruins and wonders what the hell has happened. The curtains fall, and we return to Caliborn in Act 6, Act 6, Act 4. Still lying on the floor, he now passes out. In his dreams, where only he exists as a wiry neon outline, he bewails the hostility of his audience, noting how hard he works as a content creator for so little appreciation. He explains he is misunderstood by those who consider him a bad guy, but says he is just a simple artist with some minor homicidal impulses. To prove the artist part, he vows to get back to work, to practice his craft, and embark upon the construction of his masterpiece. We are allowed a glimpse of his blueprint, a tiny stage similar in design to the one Calliope and Jade are hanging out on. But, he explains, producing the real thing won't be cheap, and he encourages us to back his project on a new trickster-themed crowdfunding platform, where we will be able to support him by donating Calcoins, the cryptocurrency he has invented. He promises that soon we will experience his masterpiece and the unbelievable conclusion of his story. Act 6, Act 6, Act 4 ends. Act 6, Act 6, Intermission 4 begins as John wanders the ruined session, which is littered with wrecked planets, glitch artifacts, and elements of the MSPA webpage. He meets Dirk, who's just arrived. He does not engage with John, saying he failed everyone and is devoured by glitches. John spots Roxy with Rose and follows them to Roxy's planet. Injured by the Condesce's trident, Rose speaks briefly with Roxy and then dies heroically. John decides that he's the failure, not Dirk, since he was the one with the power to stop this. He and Roxy talk about how everything's pointless now, stuck in what John identifies as yet another unwinnable scenario, and they wonder about giving up and letting themselves dissolve into the doomed timeline. Then, Terezi crash lands with her jetpack, bleeding profusely, headbutts John, and demands he fix this. Terezi tells John he should obviously use his retcon powers to change their circumstances, but John protests that they affect him randomly. Roxy remembers all players of the game have denizens, boss monsters who are reputed to have awesome and mysterious powers, and with no other options, Terezi orders John and Roxy both to see their denizens. John and Roxy awkwardly bid each other goodbye, and Terezi calls them goofuses for skirting their obvious romantic tension. With Roxy gone, John asks Terezi what he should change in the timeline should his denizen Typheus help him control his power somehow. She's unsure and doubtful of her mind powers, which typically allow her to see outcomes from various actions. She asks him to think of a phrase she can use to lure a version of him from the future, and noting the ruby slippers Terezi stole from Jade's corpse, John offers, "There's no place like home." Terezi tries to focus on this phrase to summon a future John, but it fails. John sets off to see his denizen. In the dream bubbles, Jade and Callie dress the stage to look like Jade's island. They reflect on their lives, and the stage shifts to Callie's room, where Caliborn's lost tooth is still on the floor. Upon mention of Callie's brother, Jade remembers once more meeting an alternate Calliope somewhere else in the dream bubbles. She was an aloof and mysterious god tier, but loved to tell stories. As Jade remembers more, she and Callie grab the Till Death codebook and decide to recreate the story together, with Jade writing the words and Callie drawing the pictures. The story, Jade says, tells of her own brother and how he died. Jade explains that one day, during the battleship's 3-year journey, Dave Sprite and John were on John's planet, which inexplicably blew up, killing them both. This left her alone and sad for a long time, until one day in her dreams she met alternate Calliope, who explained John died because in another reality somewhere, another John reached an agreement with his denizen, the consequence of which was all other Johns and all other realities died, leaving Jade alone. The alt Callie had no frame of reference for sympathy with Jade's predicament, suggesting she never talked to the Alpha Kids, which our Callie takes to be the thing that made her alternate self strong enough to predominate over Caliborn. Jade says alt Callie then told her of what happened to the John who made the bargain, who ventured to the core of his planet to see Typheus. Jade pauses for an intermission to describe how she named all the consorts on the ship with her, but Callie urges her to go back to the real story. As Jade explains, John ventured to the core of his planet and met with Typheus, a huge green snake monster with an indescribable face. When John accepted its bargain, Typheus flooded the core with oil, leaving John to drown. However, he realized that if he used his retcon powers, he could teleport the oil itself away. And in the moment of do or die, he did, dispersing the oil as small smears across a selection of panels from all throughout the run of the comic. With his planet finally clean, John then played a pipe organ that summoned a great wind, clearing the skies and freeing the fireflies that had been trapped there since Act 2, thus completing his personal quest. The strength of the wind also pops the Homestuck Act 6 expansion pack out of its slot, clearing away the stardust and candy Caliborn shoved in, and little Seb the Robo-Bunny plugs it back into play. We rejoin the story in the present tense as John's planet is zapped by his retcon powers out of the story proper and onto the blank expanse of the MSPA website. He heads outside and finds Roxy waiting for him. She explains she also met her denizen, who told her to either die in the Doom timeline or go to John's planet and wait. John realizes he can now get the Ring of Life for Calliope, whom they both put together is Caliborn's sister. John supposes when they're ready and everyone's alive, he can use his retcon powers to zap everybody in and they could fight Caliborn before he becomes Lord English. John advises Roxy to hang out in the strange non-canon space they now inhabit and practice her void powers, with the aim of recreating the troll's matriorb. John zaps away, appearing randomly around the comic a few more times, including Act 6, Intermission 1, where he tells himself to go find Roxy. Finally, remembering his plan with Terezi, he focuses in on the "no place like home" message. He zaps back to the earlier scene, requiring us to put a password into the page to arrive at a new outcome. John now appears in the scene where he initially failed to appear, surprising both Terezi and a former version of himself, whom he orders to go off elsewhere. Back in the dream bubbles, Vriska and Mina wander to an eerie, deserted amusement park. Vriska wonders about the meaning of it all, and Mina tells her that you can't get too worked up over the stuff you find in the dream bubbles. Mina suggests Vriska get a tattoo, and while Vriska says she hasn't liked tattoos before, she suddenly doesn't realize why she holds that opinion and decides to go along with it. Back on Roxy's planet, Terezi writes John a list of keywords to guide his interventions in the narrative, along with directions on what to do. Then she draws a chalk outline for her own corpse and falls down dead. John wonders why she has to be so weird. Jane enters the dream bubble where Jade and Callie are cosplaying as their Trollsonas and telling stories. Callie recognizes her, and Jane decides to make a Trollsona and join them. Elsewhere, John follows Terezi's directions and zaps back to the end of Act 6, Act 5, when everyone not mind-controlled was first reconvened in the new session, and just before Caliborn commandeered the narrative with Act 6, Act 6. John greets everyone and then heads off to Jade's battleship where he recovers the Ring of Life before Gamzee can steal it. John next travels back to Act 5, Act 1 on Alternia before the trolls entered their game, and quietly disrupts one of Terezi's courtroom LARPs by stealing one of the plush animals she's using as a witness. Next, he travels to the moment during the Trolls game when Terezi and Karkat had a moving heart-to-heart. John writes a message for Terezi, telling her she, quote, doesn't need him. John next travels to Terezi's investigation of Gamzee's murder spree in Act 5, Act 2, and deposits the stolen plushie from before, then ruins the evidence Gamzee planted to frame Vriska. Finally, he alerts Terezi to Gamzee's presence in the lead-up to her confrontation with Vriska. In Callie's hideout, Jane recalls the events that transpired after she and Jade turned evil. The Condesce had planned everything out, and they were gladly following orders when Jade suddenly went quiet and the Meteor crew launched a surprisingly well-coordinated offense. Jane attacked Rose, but the Roxy from that timeline sacrificed herself to save her mom. As Jane and Jade begin to recover more memories of the confrontation, both recall the presence of someone in the opposing party for whom nobody had accounted. Back in the forked timeline of Act 5, Act 2, with Gamzee safely hogtied, Terezi squares off against Vriska again as Vriska threatens to go confront Jack Noir. But before Terezi can stab her in the back, John appears and punches Vriska in the face, knocking her out. Terezi is confused, as are the rest of the trolls, but John doesn't have time to explain and assures everyone he will see them in the new session. On John's planet, our Roxy holds a funeral for Rose and meets Jasper Sprite. John returns and hands the Ring of Life over to her, and then zaps them all back into the story. Throughout this, we have glimpsed occasional scenes of Mina and Vriska holding hands while watching Lord English destroy dream bubbles, and later rolling down an enchanted cliffscape populated by noble horses, laughing all the while before finally kissing at the bottom. In Calliope's hideout, Jade continues to narrate the arrival of the Meteor crew in the new session, and in so doing realizes she and Jane are not, as they thought, dead, but were instead put to sleep by the signature psychic abilities of the Meteor crew's unexpected new leader. Clap if you believe in spiders, Vriska is back, and on January 18th, 2015, Act 6, Intermission 4 ends. Andrew Hussey then announces a small hiatus, the so-called mini gigapause, in order to work on the development of the Kickstarter game, which has moved in-house, and complete some art chores for the final updates, which have otherwise all been written. Hussey does admit that Caliborn's masterpiece is not only next, but it is also, quote, some of the best material this website has ever hosted. 3 months later, on April 12th, 2015, just one day before Homestuck's 6th year begins, Act 6, Act 5 begins as Caliborn welcomes us to his masterpiece. He has made a half-assed construction paper stage similar to Calliope's, but since his is real, he can populate it with breathtaking stop-motion video animation of incredibly primitive clay figurines in short Vine-style videos. He reveals that on one of the many screens populating his land of colors and mayhem, he witnessed an incredible spoiler, the ending of Homestuck, and perhaps because he doesn't have an excellent co-host to curb his more capricious instincts, he is going to recreate it for us now over 500 pages before the end credits. What will happen is this. In the future, after Caliborn has beaten Yaldabaoth and acquired the flashing multicolored eyes of Lord English, he has also acquired the Lost Ring of Void, which gives him teleportation powers. He is hanging out after his quest with Lil Seb the Robo-Bunny, Gamzee, and Dirk's copy of Lil Cal. He tells us he is/will be surprised when John and the other 7 kids all appear in the scene using John's retcon power. But then Caliborn unleashes the magic MacGuffin he received from defeating Yaldabaoth, the floating glyph in the shape of the Sburb house logo. It immediately absorbs John, Rose, Dave, and Jade, trapping their souls inside, and Caliborn uses his ring to banish the MacGuffin into the void, where it will never be found until Vriska finds it back in Act 6, Intermission 5. He squares off against the Alpha Kids, but basically trounces them. In the carnage, Gamzee is somehow bisected again. Dirk is the last one standing against Caliborn, but when Caliborn takes him to the mat, he turns his back on the body. Jake rises up in Dirk's defense and emits a pure blast of radiant hope that even Caliborn's rainbow time powers cannot overcome. Caliborn is floored, and in a moment of brief respite vows to get his revenge and show his respect by stealing Jake English's name later as Lord English. By this point, Dirk has recovered for round 2. This is when the horses come into play. The ineffable, majestic horses. They appear, represented by the plastic figurines Hussey left Caliborn, who has to take a moment to paint them to look like robots, because it turns out that's what these are/will be, robot horses. They have been summoned by Arqueus Sprite, who comes out of nowhere and uses the distraction to pin Caliborn. Dirk whips out his soul-tearing spell, but in the process of using it on Caliborn, he also captures Arqueus Sprite's soul and half of Gamzee's, binding them all together in the nearest vessel, the empty Lil Cal. Roxy then uses her powers to banish the puppet into the void, where Caliborn tells us it will exist eternally, summoned occasionally into the dreams of unlucky children, from which point he will be able to birth new instantiations of himself and grow ever more powerful and hugely muscular across universes. He tells us that he must now go face Yaldabaoth and set into motion these events, which he is doing as an exercise of his own will. He regretfully informs us we will never hear his voice again, but reminds us of one important fact about him. He wanted to play a game. Act 6, Act 5 ends with a flash animation of the MSPA reader staring in shock at their computer screen as the eerie notes of Charlie Clouser's classic composition Hello Zep from the mind-blowing finale of the 2004 film Saw begins to play. The MSPA reader proceeds to have a total mental breakdown while reflecting on the sanity-shattering revelation of Lil Cal's true purpose and trajectory through the narrative, which are now recounted visually for the reader and which I will recite in full. What happened was this.
Lil Cal was first summoned via evil clown powers by Gamzee into Dirk's dreams back in Act 5, Act 2 as revenge for Dave showing Gamzee an insane clown posse video and causing him to lose faith in his clown religion. Cal haunted Dave's dreams his entire life until Rose in Act 4 pushed him out the window of Dave's dream tower. Cal was transported to the ectobiology meteor lab where baby Dirk cuddled up to him before John sent all the Paradox clones to Earth at the end of Act 4. Cal reached Earth in the past with Dave's bro, the adult Dirk of the Beta universe, and then spent Dave's entire life haunting his actual apartment in addition to his dreams before entering the medium with bro. After Jack Moore killed bro, he took Lil Cal as a trophy, eventually carrying him to the Troll session where he threw Cal at an Aradia bot just before she was taken out by a meteor and transported into Alternia's past. On Alternia, the living Aradia discovered Cal's remains in the meteor impact site and handed him over to Kanaya, who stitched him a fancy new green suit. Cal was then used along with the magic cue ball to ectobiologically produce Doc Scratch, the first guardian of the Trolls universe. Scratch set about orchestrating the creation of himself and ultimately the Green Sun, ensuring his death and the subsequent hatching of Lord English, who went on to kill Andrew Hussey and is now stomping around the dream bubbles. Crucially, at the moment of the Scratch, the kids' game session produced a second simultaneous run of meteor babies that also duplicated their companion objects, meaning that the Dirk who fell to Earth in the Alpha universe did so with a copy of Lil Cal that was empty of souls. Dirk lost his puppet before entering the medium, dropping it to the bottom of the ocean, where centuries or millennia later it was discovered by Gamzee and delivered to Caliborn in his game session on a far future post-apocalyptic Earth. Relative to that, Gamzee back in Act 5, Act 2 acquired the green suit copy of Lil Cal, carrying it around for his murder spree, and took it into the Alpha session, where it was passed to that session's Jack Noir, who under its malevolent influence stabbed out his own eyes and replaced them with Cal's, becoming Jack English in Act 6, Act 5. Caliborn continued on in his session until the end, up until the point where all the kins confront him and lock his soul, along with the soul of Equius, the autoresponder, and a portion of Gamzee, inside the empty vessel Cal and banished it into the void from which Gamzee has already summoned the evil puppet in the future past, ensuring the continuity of the loop.
All of this is blisteringly obvious in hindsight, with a bevy of supporting clues, such as the time Gamzee was called the most important character in Homestuck, except Cal was sitting in his lap. It turns out he was also sitting in his own lap, so they are both the most important character. Or the time Doc Scratch told Rose to think of him as her uncle, which is sort of true since he contains the autoresponder, a copy of her biological father Dirk. Confronted with all this information, the MSPA reader seems to be in a very bad place and grabs their gun, but a certain troll interrupts the montage and we end our reading just as she prepares to switch up the soundtrack. Act 6, Intermission 5 begins with a relaxing tune while we are treated to a slideshow of Vriskagram, Vriska's personalized Instagram timeline, where we observe in brief how the 3-year meteor journey plays out with her on board. She stops Gamzee and Terezi from falling into their toxic dynamic and knocks drinks out of Rose's hand to keep her from becoming an alcoholic. Meanwhile, Dave and Karkat form a great friendship with each other and the mayor. Vriska evidently fulfills most of Gamzee's roles in the new session, creating a Tavros sprite for Jane and ensuring the creation of Arqueus sprite with Dirk. Upon arriving in the session and dealing with Jane and Jade, everyone waits around for John and Roxy to show up. They do, and everyone awake and present is reunited. Dave, John, and Karkat have a long conversation about masculinity and compulsory heterosexuality's obsolescence in a post-Sburb society. Rose and Roxy get to know each other while Kanaya hangs out. Tavros and Jake talk about what it's like to be minor characters, a way of thinking Vriska endorses. Terezi and Vriska consult on the general situation, revealing Vriska has trapped Gamzee inside Jane's refrigerator and will soon head out on a critical solo mission. Dave, Rose, and Roxy have a halting, awkward family interaction. Karkat, Kanaya, and Vriska talk about the various disadvantages trolls will face in a human troll society because of their different patterns of procreation. Arqueus Sprite and Dave talk about Dirk. John and Jake have a friendly chat. Then Vriska convenes a meeting and covers all the incoming threats, explaining that everyone will have to split up into teams. Jasper Sprite appears, having dug up Rose's corpse on John's planet, and now throws it into Roxy's empty kernel sprite. This produces Rose Sprite, who is also ready to help out. Vriska hands over the Earth to John, which has been shrunken down for transportation to the new universe that the game is about to make. She then teleports Dirk back into the session and heads into the furthest ring herself to begin her solo mission. Jane wakes up when Arqueus Sprite removes her mind control headband, and Jasper Sprite hugs Rose Sprite, prototyping himself and making Jaspro Sprite squared, mortifying Rose. In Callie's hideout, she and Jade are suddenly transported to the cavern of the denizen Echidna. There they meet the god-tier alternate Calliope. She takes Callie aside, dissipating Callie's trollsona, and tells her she's been waiting for Callie as her signal to begin her last great task. She explains that she grew up alone, without a view of the Alpha Kids, and therefore was stronger, allowing her to predominate over Caliborn. However, when she entered the game, she found she could not complete its trials because she wasn't a time player. Accepting the terms offered by Echidna, she died, waited for an eternity, and now can go fulfill her purpose. Callie asks what she should do in all this, and Alt Calliope tells her to, quote, be who you've become and who I didn't. She leaves with Jade as Roxy appears, giving Calliope the Ring of Life, resurrecting her, and bringing her back into the session. Everyone greets her warmly. Kanaya meets with Echidna, who tells her Karkat has an important duty and must be extracted from the final battle. She does so by rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, Dave and Dirk wait to intercept one of the approaching Jack Noirs on Dirk's planet. It's awkward. Jaspro's sprite bounces hyperactively around the session. She has plans for the last unused Colonel sprite. In the dream bubbles, Mina and the dead punk version of Vriska hang out by an enchanted cliffscape near some horses, an ill omen if I ever saw one, but that is where today's reading ends. Roxy asks Calliope to provide moral support while she conjures the troll's matriorb. The gambit pays off, and she does so. Terezi, Rose, John, and Jane hang out until Jaspro Sprite shows up and grabs Jane, taking her to meet Nana Sprite. Roxy and Callie share a private moment before Roxy delivers the matriorb to Kanaya. On Dirk's planet, Dave and Dirk finally begin to talk. Dave works through his complicated feelings about Bro, whom he now admits was negligent and abusive. Dirk says he understands why someone like himself might be that sort of parent, and he's often had problems with people idolizing him, exacerbating his constant secret self-loathing. After hearing about Dirk's admiration of Dave's ancestor, Dave hugs him. At the Enchanted Horse cliffscape in the Dream Bubbles, Punk Vriska tries to come up with things to do with Mina, who is bored. The real Vriska, which is to say the recently resurrected one, shows up and demands Punk Vriska turn over Caliborn's MacGuffin chest. She says the old Vriska is useless and insults her repeatedly for softening and giving up. She takes Caliborn's MacGuffin and heads off to do battle with Lord English. Mina goes with her, leaving the punk Vriska alone and crying. Jane gets pranked by Nana Sprite, of whom there are now two, due to how retcon shenanigans worked out. Jake hangs out on his planet with Tavro Sprite when Jaspro Sprite shows up. She throws Nepetta's severed head into the last Colonel Sprite, creating Nepetta Sprite. Vriska has Jake summon the G-Cat, and then has Tavro Sprite pick the cat up, prototyping it. She then puts Tavros to sleep to help with his cat allergies. In the Dream Bubbles, Vriska and Mina discover the Ghost Army has been reassembled because Tavros used gumption and friendship on everybody. Vriska has a breakdown, and Tavros immediately turns command of the army over to Mina. Jade follows the Alt Calliope, who explains how the elements of the class spec system are the fabric of Paradox space. Space players, such as themselves, are committed to lives of apparent passivity until they rise up dramatically at the moments when they are most needed. Jaspro Sprite goes on a tea party date with Nepetta Sprite as Jake looks on awkwardly. Dave Sprite shows up and shakes hands with Nepetta Sprite, double prototyping her and giving rise to Dave Petta Sprite squared. Dave Petta Sprite and Jaspro Sprite continue to date platonically, sort of, discussing their weird new lives where they feel burdened by no personal issues whatsoever. Dave Petta Sprite heads off and finds Arqueus Sprite, who has built up the kids' houses and now releases their grist caches into Skya. The sprites engage in a grotesque hug, and Andrew Hussey demands that you take a selfie with the image in the background and post it to social media. Dave and Dirk talk even more, with Dave eventually asking for advice on how to come out to his friends. Everyone else gathers on the lily pad and watches Skya light up with grist. Then they break into their teams. Terezi and John bid each other a flirtatious goodbye, then Terezi messages Vriska, who is busy with the Ghost Army and does not answer. Terezi confesses she's enjoyed their years together on the Meteor and admits that she needs Vriska and thinks Vriska probably looks down on her now knowing this. Terezi says without Vriska, she feels incomplete and wishes her luck in battle. Tearfully, she reviews their past together, from when they first met online forward, and her Seer of Mind powers unlock the memories of the Terezi who died after Game Over. We see this dead Terezi wander the Dream Bubbles as they are destroyed by Lord English. We are also reminded of many other dramatic deaths suffered by humans and trolls throughout the comic, as we see them awake in the Dream Bubbles too. The dead Terezi eventually encounters dead punk Vriska, who was indeed the original Vriska with whom she shared a timeline, and they stand together at last, watching happily as Paradox space shatters around them. On July 27th, 2015, Andrew Hussey places Homestuck on hiatus for the final time with the Omega Pause. After a hiatus of 8 months, on March 28, 2016, Act 6, Act 6, Intermission 5 resumes, as after 3 years in transit, Spade Slick finally arrives in the new game session. He passes Jake's planet while hunting for Lord English and releases the combined might of the Felt before getting distracted by another instance of himself, Jack English, who is heading toward Dirk's planet. Slick follows. On Purpo, Rose, Kanaya, Roxy, and John regroup in preparation for fighting the Condesce. Roxy reveals she took Bro's katana for the upcoming battle just as the Condesce arrives. In the furthest ring, Jade and Alt Calliope arrive at the Green Sun. Calliope says she must leave Jade behind. Jade is unhappy at being absent from this and the final battle due to the overpowered passivity of the space aspect and First Guardian powers, but Calliope recommends she simply roll with the mysteries of it and try to have fun. Calliope leaves, and Jade is surprised by Dave Peta's sprite. Dave Peta explains that Dave similarly struggled with his aspect's demands before becoming an awesome cat person. Dave Peta says that they believe Jade will similarly and eventually unlock the mysteries of her ultimate self. Dave Peta then kisses Jade and wakes her. She finds a note from Dave telling her that it's her job to handle the Beck-powered PM and Jack Noir when they arrive. On Dirk's planet, Dave, Dirk, and Terezi square up as Jack English and Spade Slick approach. In the Dream Bubbles, Karkat joins Mina and the Ghost Army, deciding to lead the charge once Lord English arrives. They meet the resurrected Vriska, who is waiting with the treasure chest containing Caliborn's magic MacGuffin. Lord English descends from the void and the army readies itself. PM and Jack Noir also finally enter the session, and Jack, apparently tired of fleeing, turns to face off against his counterpart. In Caliborn's game session, he travels to the core of the dead Earth to meet with Yaldabaoth for their final battle. Act 6, Act 6, Act 6 begins and consists of a massive flash animation known as Collide that shows the various in-game confrontations. Everyone fights their adversaries while Jane and Jaspro Sprite teleport around the session and heal injured players. In the furthest ring, Karkat is hit by Lord English's first attack, wakes up, and is promptly owned by Clover from the Felt. In the Dream Bubbles, Andrew Hussey appears and harasses Vriska, keeping her from unleashing the MacGuffin. Caliborn defeats Yaldabaoth before entering a treasure chamber where his MacGuffin chest and God Tier Clock are waiting for him. Alt Calliope waits by the Green Sun while Serenity the Firefly travels throughout the game session, observing the various battles before rejoining the mayor. Mina, Tavros, Aradia Sulix, Dave Peta, and the Ghost Army battle Lord English. In the fight on Purpo, Dad busts out of his prison cell and throws down with cans from the Felt. The Condesce strangles Jane. Elsewhere, Dirk is grappled by Jack English, who in turn is grappled by Spade Slick. Dirk and Dave exchange knowing looks, and with a single strike, Dave decapitates all three, but uses his time travel powers to rescue Dirk. Gamzee, meanwhile, is still locked in Jane's fridge. Jack English's super-powered head explodes, resulting in a black hole that absorbs most of Dirk's planet. Karkat finally bests Clover, and Jake takes out the rest of the Felt. Jade distracts Jack Noir and PM by using her space powers to teleport between them and play doggy games, before PM gets fed up and punches her out, then slices off Jack Noir's arm, finally removing his ring and depowering him. She grabs the ring and lets out a howl of triumph. Roxy stabs the Condesce through the back with Bro's katana. As all the characters seem poised to celebrate their wins, the music fades into distortion and the screen washes to black and white. On April 5th, 2016, Act 6, Act 6, Act 6, and with it, Act 6 as a whole, ends. A series of still image vignettes without dialogue now show the aftermath of the final battles. Jane and Dirk are resurrected, and all the kids, trolls, sprites, and Calliope reconvene on the lily-pad platform beneath Skya near a giant red Sburb house logo. Ms. Paint tends to the single remaining and totally depowered Jack Noir, with whom she maybe kind of can have a thing. In the furthest ring, Vriska leaves Hussey in the dust and sets off to use Caliborn's treasure against Lord English, while, in the past, Caliborn fondly regards the treasures he has won. PM and the mayor meet again, and she removes her own ring of power. Together they scale the volcano on Jade's planet and prepare to toss the rings into the lava. Act 7 of Homestuck begins. In a fully animated segment, a set of white curtains rise on Alt Calliope, who readies a conductor's baton, her moment finally at hand. PM and the mayor throw the rings of power into the volcano, causing it to erupt and disgorge the Genesis tadpole that fell in just prior to the events of Cascade. The tadpole rockets into Skaya, developing as it goes, before landing in the core of the battlefield. Alt Calliope summons a singularity that apparently absorbs her and begins to siphon away the green sun. The battlefield shatters, hatching a new universe frog. The assembled cast is awed by the sight. The green sun is devoured by Calliope's singularity, birthing a supermassive black hole that now begins to absorb the rest of Paradox space, which has already been considerably fractured and weakened by Lord English's rampage. Aradia watches in satisfaction as everything finally begins to fall apart. In the dream bubbles, Lord English's eyes stop flashing, becoming a pair of inert 8-balls. Vriska approaches him and opens Caliborn's treasure chest, unleashing a massive version of Homestuck's iconic house glyph, its 4 squares charged with the essences of breath, light, time, and space, the aspects of the 4 original kids. The house icon lands before Lord English, and a door appears on its surface. Circumstantially simultaneous with this, the house glyph on the player's in-game platform inverts, turning from red to white, and a door appears on it, while in his session, Caliborn begins to destroy his god-tier clock with the magic crowbar. Jade prepares the miniaturized Earth for transportation to the new universe, and we see in a flash forward the civilization the kids will create. A utopian world of perpetual hangouts where game constructs, trolls, and humans live together in a harmonious urban environment planned by PM and the mayor, beneath a massive thanks for playing victory message that hovers eternally by the sun. Back in the present, John prepares to open the door to the new universe. Meanwhile, with his god-tier clock destroyed, Caliborn is finally and fully infused with the clockwork magic power of unconditional immortality, his eyes erupting in flashing rainbow-colored light as he ascends to lordship over his confining reality, which is, of course, circumstantially simultaneous with the precise moment that John finally opens the door on the platform and he and all of his friends step out of the story. On April 13th, 2016, 7 years to the day it began, Homestuck ends. 7 months later, on October 25th, 2016, the end credits, in the form of a series of Snapchat messages, provide a look at what will be called the, quote, post-canon lives of the characters, an idea we'll discuss more fully later. In this version of events, the kids repopulate the transplanted Earth with ectobiology and other game technologies, then skip several millennia forward to the point where civilization has been rebuilt. They are praised as the creators of the resulting human, troll, carapace, and consort kingdoms. The years pass, and more of John Egbert's birthdays come and go. Rose and Kanaya get married. Terezi returns to the desolate game session, where Alt Calliope's singularity continues to absorb the remnants of the furthest ring, including various remaining troll ghosts, but Terezi finds no sign of the troll for whom she's searching, Vriska. Jane restarts Crocker Corp and becomes CEO. Jake does the same with SkayaNet while also becoming a television star. Dirk works on his robot building skills, and Rose and Kanaya care for the troll's new mother grub. Dave, Karkat, and Jade explore old ruins and cohabitate in the Troll Kingdom, while Roxy and Callie live together in the Carapace Kingdom. John, meanwhile, lives alone in his childhood home, right up to his 20th birthday, when he receives a message from the rainbow-eyed Caliborn daring him to return to the game session and end their beef once and for all. Instead, John smashes his phone screen with a hammer. 10 years after Homestuck, John Egbert wakes up on Earth C from a dream of the anime-style apocalypse of Paradox Space. Rose Lalonde reaches out to discuss it and reveals she is terminally ill. She has become aware of too many alternate selves and timelines, and in her metaphysical ascent toward ultimate selfhood, her regular physical body is failing. She explains a new theory of existential canonicity to John, based on ideas of truth, relevance, and essentiality. She says that if John does not travel back into the canon of Homestuck and defeat Lord English, everyone's lives will be wholly invalidated as untrue, irrelevant, and inessential. She gives him some instructions on how to avert this, but before he sets off, Roxy and Calliope invite him on a picnic. After he explains what's up, they say he could go back and defeat Lord English, or he could say screw it and stay on Earth C. Calliope also gives him his choice of picnic dish, meat or candy. If John chooses meat, what happens is this. John realizes he must go back and defeat Lord English, and so, following Rose's instructions, he zaps into Homestuck canon just before Arania steals the Ring of Life. He takes it from her, dooming the timeline, and then rounds up the 16-year-old versions of the other 7 kids for the final battle. They zap into the moment Caliborn has already shown us in his masterpiece. As foretold, Caliborn traps John, Rose, Dave, and Jade in the House MacGuffin for several subjective eternities, during which time John realizes he has depression. Finally, at the end of Homestuck, Vriska unleashes the MacGuffin and John and his friends emerge into the final battle, moments after the end of Homestuck proper. God-tier Calliope's singularity is already absorbing Paradox space. Lord English murders basically everyone. Rose is incinerated, Jade is impaled by a shard of space-time, and Dave is decapitated. Vriska and Mina are lost in the fray. Dave Pettisprite grabs L.E. with their claws and pulls him into the singularity. English is finally gone, but John received a wound from one of his teeth that is slowly poisoning him with deadly venom. He wanders the endless void for a while before finding Mina. She steals the Ring of Life from him and absconds. Eventually, he finds Terezi, who has been searching the void for Vriska. Terezi removes English's tooth, and then she and John have aggressive sex. He asks her to return to Earthsea with him, and she agrees, but when they arrive, John dies. Throughout all of this, we've been getting updates about life on Earthsea, and things aren't going great. Jane has decided to run for president of Earth. In addition to being a god, she is already very powerful and well-connected after restarting Crocker Corp, and many fear she will run on a platform dedicated to curtailing trolls' reproductive rights. Dave convinces Karkat to run against her, and much of their time is spent working out which god celebrity endorsements from their friends they can count on. After consulting with Dirk, who turns out to be Jane's campaign manager, everyone realizes the deciding endorsement will come down to the most beloved and famous of them all, Jake English. Jade then tries to get Dave and Karkat to have some honest talks about their three-way living situation and what it means. Meanwhile, Jane tries to seduce Jake in order to win his endorsement, but he flees due to his lingering feelings for Dirk. Rose contacts Dirk to discuss her condition, and he reveals that he already knows quite a bit about ascending to your ultimate self, which he's also been doing. In fact, he switches the color of the book's text from nondescript black to trademark orange,
revealing to us that he has assumed narrative control and has been dictating events for some time, and we all find this revelation mind-blowing. Jade talks politics with Roxy and Calliope, hoping they will endorse Karkat, but they plead neutrality. Both also come out as non-binary and now use they-them pronouns, a decision Dirk narratorially scoffs at and undermines. Jade abruptly passes out, just as the alternate Jade who died in the final battle with English is pulled across the event horizon of Calliope's singularity. With this,
God-tier Calliope reveals that she too can assume narratorial control, turning the text of the book red.
And Dirk shifts the scene to escape. Kanaya tries to call Rose, but only reaches Dirk, who diverts her. He explains to Rose that full ascension will destroy her physical body, a process he is using his powers to delay for now, but he has built a robot body into which she may transfer her essence if she allies herself with him. He narrates her into agreement. Jade wakes up and is almost immediately
possessed by God-tier Calliope, who wholly usurps Dirk's narratorial control. Meanwhile, Dave and Karkat secure Jake's endorsement and plan a rally for the announcement. During the rally, Dirk ascends a nearby bell tower with a sniper rifle, apparently planning to assassinate Jake, but in fact
takes out the possessed Jade with a tranquilizer, putting Calliope to sleep and allowing him to assume narrative control again. He makes Jake profess his love for Dirk publicly and switches endorsement to Jane, who now handily wins the presidency. Time passes. Terezi and John return to Earthsea and John dies. Terezi can hear Dirk through the narration, and he invites her to join him as he and Rose soon plan on leaving the planet. She figures why not, and tags along with John's corpse in her possession. Dirk narrates Kanaya into giving up on speaking to Rose ever again, convincing her that this is better for Rose and that they will both be happier overall. He also gives her the antidote to the tranquilizer he used on Jade, who's been comatose for a month. Then he swings by Jake's house and requisitions a spaceship for the upcoming journey and crushes Jake's spirit by explaining he will not be tagging along, but instead stay behind to serve as the dictatorial Jane's immortal concubine. Before leaving the narrative, Dirk makes sure to narrate Dave and Karkat into a full-blown makeout session, having tired of the typical light-touch Dave-Cat BS. Jade is still comatose in the hospital. She is visited by Kanaya and Roxy, who is going by he/him now. Roxy explains that since Jade was first possessed, this Earth's Calliope has been locked in their room, scrawling a mixture of terrifying and adorable artwork on the walls. Kanaya wakes Jade with the antidote, and Jade immediately declares that Dirk must be stopped. Through the narrative text, Dirk agrees, acknowledging that by seizing control of the story, he has made himself the villain. And he accepts this necessary structural antagonism and his eventual just death as the price to be paid for keeping relevant stuff going. As he leaves this narrative behind,
God-tier Calliope possesses Jade once more and fills the authorial vacuum. Kanaya realizes how extensively she has been manipulated, and she, Roxy, Dave, and Karkat band together to seek out Dirk and make him pay. Then, in the Meet Epilogue postscript, we are thrust into a scene for which we have no context. A young version of Jade, somewhere on Earth-C, has bloodily devoured something huge. Aradia, remember her, watches in a mixture of awe and confusion. Dave shows up, but he's a robot now for some reason. Jade, who has gained immense power, opens a vortex in the sky, and together the three of them abscond through it. This would all make marginally more sense if, perhaps, we'd chosen Candy during the picnic at the beginning of the story, in which case... Oh, this is weird. I just got an email.
oh yeah?
Yeah.
Did it, ding?
Yeah. I mean, of course, right? You would know, I'm always getting emails every time we record, and they're always dinging and everything, and I'm always stopping to read them, and it's really a huge hassle, but we tend to edit that stuff out. But this one that I just got, it's from anonymous.gov, and the subject line, this is very odd. I think I should keep this one in. The subject line is, "What happens is this. After eating candy at the picnic, John decides he doesn't need to go fight Lord English. Roxy and Callie are thrilled, but Callie does give him one last mission. She sends him back to Canon to retrieve Gamzee, who is taken to this version of Earth-C to begin his long, overdone, cringeworthy redemption arc that is very clearly bullshit. Basically, everyone but John falls for it, and he takes to secretly texting Terezi, who's returned to the game session to search for Vriska, for emotional support, even as he embarks on a pretty serious relationship with Roxy. John begins to feel like his decision not to validate canonical events has rendered all this somehow pointless. Ditto Dirk, who cannot stand their lack of narrative significance and withdraws from social life and by proxy cancels Jane's presidential plans. Distressed, she goes to Jake for comfort. They get drunk together, but when he rebuffs her romantic overtures, she uses the trickster lollipop to get him into bed. Afterward, when he says he feels taken advantage of, she pressures him into a relationship with her. Meanwhile, Rose's illness vanishes. She and Kanaya live happily tending to the mother grub and adopt a young grub whom they name Vriska after their former friend she so much resembles. Jade pressures Dave and Karkat into an explicit throuple arrangement, which ultimately irritates both boys. Dave seeks out Dirk for advice, but discovers that Dirk has dramatically completed suicide by hanging himself from a bell tower rather than exist in a reality wholly divorced from canon. At the funeral, John offers to retcon Dirk's death, but Dave doesn't want that. At any rate, John realizes he can no longer use his retcon powers. Roxy proposes to John, and he accepts. Time passes. John and Roxy get married, and Roxy becomes pregnant. John continues to secretly text Terezi, who is still wandering around the void of the game session. Jade, Dave, and Karkat's relationship also deteriorates, and Jane adds Gamzee to her life with Jake. She has continued to accumulate power and wants the government to implement anti-troll policies, resulting in tension among the gods of Earth-C. Jane and Jake have a son, whom they name Tavros. Jade decides she, Dave, and Karkat should also have a baby, but then suddenly a dead teen version of Jade falls out of the sky. This is obviously the version of Jade who perished in the fight against Lord English back in the Meet narrative, unless you read Candy first, in which case it isn't at all obvious. While gathered to discuss the strange occurrence, Karkat gets pissed at Jane's xenophobia and breaks up with Jade and Dave. A funeral is held for teen Jade, during which Aradia and Sullux appear. Roxy is delivering the eulogy and goes into labor. Teen Jade's corpse reanimates, possessed by God-tier Calliope, who explains she devoured the green sun and now exists consubstantially with the black hole this has created. Everything happening here is happening inside that singularity, which she provides as an existential ground for, as well as protection from, the world outside of it, where Dirk has been consolidating his power. More time passes. John and Roxy have a son, Harry Anderson Egbert. Earth-C becomes politically unstable as troll ghosts from the game session are being sucked into Calliope's singularity and raining from the sky, setting off Jane's zeal for troll population control. A rebel group emerges, led by Karkat, who gets a cool eye patch. Mina, recently enlivened from the meat narrative, shows up and joins him. Meanwhile, Gamzee has become a sort of religious leader who gives bizarre public performances about redemption and breast milk, which he is constantly drinking thanks to his supplier, Jane. John begins to suspect that Gamzee is grooming Jane and Jake's son, Tavros. He plans to steal Tavros away, but while trying to do so during his son's birthday party, he is caught by everyone. A confrontation ensues and John leaves. He talks with Terezi one final time, but ultimately assumes she's finally died alone in the empty session, though she has in fact met the John from the meat narrative and left with him. 10 years later, Harry Anderson Egbert is now dating Vriska Mariam Lalonde, who is now dating Tavros Crocker. The background noise of their lives is constant political oppression and military action, and they dream of joining Karkat's resistance. Meanwhile, John and Roxy are divorced. Jade and Dave get married. John decides nothing matters anymore and is extremely depressed. Jane learns that Dad died in an attack by Karkat's forces, and she declares open war against him, exiling Gamzee from her life/bedroom when he objects to her anti-troll agenda. Rose and Kanaya openly ally with the resistance, and Rose thanks John for allowing her to have a life where she was happy, even if it is supposedly inconsequential. Vriska, who was knocked into the black hole during the final battle with Lord English in the meat narrative, finally falls from the sky and is incredibly pissed to be shunted so wholly aside at her moment of glory. She runs into Gamzee and they hate fuck in the bushes before she kills him. Vriska Mariam Lalonde discovers them and is embarrassed by her older namesake, but they chat about being themselves. Lil Vriska reveals she stole John's phone, allowing Big Vriska to send Terezi a message, although it might be too little, too late. John goes back to his childhood home, where Jake and Tavros are now living because Jane has become unbearable. John tells Roxy he feels like he's doomed everyone to life in a nonsensical hellscape, and Roxy tells him not to be so full of himself. She explains how, though she knows her life might have gone differently in many ways, she is now the person that she is, in the place and time that she is, and she is willing to find happiness and satisfaction in that. Dave and Jade join Karkat's rebellion and search the Earth for ancient artifacts. Dave discovers the ruins of the Oval Office, where he activates a holographic projection of a particularly famous and charismatic former president, who has been expecting him. This dashing politician reveals that he too was aware of Sburb, and worked tirelessly but secretly throughout his life to make sure things went according to plan. He exposits the nature of the hope aspect, which he would know a thing or two about, and convinces Dave to ascend to ultimate selfhood, revealing a robot body prepared for just this case. Meanwhile, God-tier Calliope, who is still possessing Teen Jade's corpse, senses the imminent arrival of her brother. She explains to Aradia that their confining reality is a story, or series of stories, and because of this, they are weak to particular parties who attempt to assert narratorial control. A pernicious aspect of this is the way certain speakers might try to assume voices that are not their own, while secretly working nefarious designs on their listeners. On the other hand, Calliope sees herself as working to maintain narratorial disinterest and neutrality at the expense of harmful agendas, like the ones Dirk is enacting outside the purview of her singularity. Soon, she will set off to do battle with him. Lord English's body falls from the sky, and the Calliope-possessed Jade moves to devour him, just as we saw in the Meat postscript. The Candy postscript diverts us back to that narrative, to a ship flying through interstellar space. On board, Rose works as Dirk's robot maid. Terezi wanders the hallways elsewhere. As the ship approaches a new habitable planet, Rose contacts Dirk to let him know, and they prepare to cultivate it over the coming millennia to host what they believe will be the most important Sburb session of all time. Michael and Cameron. This is still an email, by the way. It was really weird that it started out like that, and it doesn't address us until right here, but this is where it does that.
Mm-hmm. Was it in italics or something maybe before?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it.
Mm-hmm. Michael and Cameron. I've been waiting a long time to write this recap/introduction/farewell message. I've watched from afar, and might I add eagerly, since you first began your undertaking. With every partisode, I've learned more about the circumstances of our contemporary media ecology and what it means to be a person living within a pseudo-participatory capitalist consumer culture under conditions of highly networked digital communication, self-documentation, and surveillance. I also think, in listening to your conversations, I've learned a lot about myself. For while we live in an age where almost everyone has a post-history, it does turn out that we are not, as folks like to say back in the 90s when I was teaching at the University of Chicago Law School, post-history. To echo the sentiments of a very smart article on the Vice website I once read, if the flexibility and capacity of Homestuck teaches us something, perhaps it is that the world we live in is still, always, in the process of being made, and there is yet more work to do. As someone who is no stranger to being in the public eye, I know the phrase I'm about to utter risks turning me into a pure meme, a container devoid of relation to my personal actions and positions, but let me be clear. Though the work remains ongoing, our achievements should not go unremarked when we attain them. If you are reading this, it means you have finally finished Homestuck Made This World, and you have a complete 13-episode podcast. I am so, so proud of you. Sincerely, Barack Obama.
Oh my God.
And then underneath that, in quotation marks, this is kind of odd, quote, the Homestuck president, unquote.
What? Gigas. I can't believe it.
Yeah. Wow.
Did you say anything about why he didn't close Guantanamo Bay?